for Navi, it seemed like it was going to be easy. Then they started to mount a comeback. G2 tried to seal the deal, but it was Navi that won 2-1 with a 16-13 scoreline on the final map. Then it came to Nip versus Vitality. Recently they played a lot against each other, but it was Vitality all the way. They dominated from start to finish, a 16-9 score Mirage, and the Dust 2 pick of Vitality finally paying off with a 16-13. What madness will we see today at the Blast Premier Spring 2020 Finals?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another wonderful day of Counter-Strike here at Blast Premier. We're getting deep into these brackets, getting close to those finals. Not quite there yet, but one step closer. I'm Semler, your host, and joining me, as always, on the desk throughout this inviting tournament, Maniac, Sponge. How's it going, gentlemen? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing amazing, thank you. I cannot believe that we only have 2 days left of Counter-Strike. It's been such a long road, so many games, but now we're finally getting there. We're gonna have champions tomorrow.
Maniac's excited about the Counter-Strike. I'm excited when we start talking because I actually get to see what you guys are wearing. And I'm like, okay, so now we're getting closer to the final day. They're dressing up a little bit. I was so worried about having to jump on here with you two because you're always looking so good. Mate, I honestly, and this is no word of a lie, I haven't washed this shirt since Blast London.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Dude, do you think, who washes shirts anyways? You just wear them for work?
I'm a scumbag, man. I told you yesterday I didn't shower for 2 days straight. That's true as well. I'm in my own house. No one can stop me.
Listen, we knew that you had the tentacle hair for a reason, man. It's like showers and Sponge, it just doesn't happen. But we don't have to share hotel rooms anymore, that's the thing. You're just allowed to do whatever you want. So let's take a look at the results from yesterday. Before we run this completely off the rails within the first 5 minutes of us opening the show. Navi versus G2, 2-1 victory, and that was a fantastic match down to the wire. Simple Electronic doing so much work, but they managed to get the job done. And Vitality take it 2-0 over NIP. Two of us got it right on that prediction. Wanders, my boy. And then North American Finals was MIBR versus Evil Geniuses, where MIBR managed to sneak the win in the end. Brutal results, but this is how the bracket is playing out. MIBR alive in the grand finals. They've made it once again, and we're going to see Furia versus Evil Geniuses later today. And so, lower bracket final, fantastic match. Furia, everything to play for. They're looking for revenge versus MIBR. That's going to be an excellent one. And this is obviously a big reason why these guys are here competing. Massive prize pool here for North America, $250,000, $160,000 up for grabs for the champion. And so, enormous amounts of money on the line. These guys, they're putting in the work, they're dedicated, and well, we'll see. Did hard work pay off in the end, or was it a subterfuge? So, let's go ahead and talk about this. MIBR EG, that was such a big match that we ended with yesterday, and I mean, MIBR, they stood the test. They managed to withstand the pressure from EG. We had overtime, we had everything.
Yeah, and it was really deserved for MIBR. Quite honestly, looking at this series, I would not have given them winner of this game versus EG. I think we are a little bit in the upside down when it comes to the ANA bracket when you see Liquid going out first and then MIBR actually waiting a grand final. If you had asked me at the beginning, I would have told you exactly the reverse order. But then again, I'm terrible with prediction. Now, when we go to this game, MIBR were fantastic. Some of these IDs coming out of their CT side specifically shows the work that Chad was talking about, that we heard in interviews. They've actually back to the drawing board. They're back to theory crafting the game and trying to find ways to approach rounds. It has worked. And now if you talk about individuals just for a second, TRK again and again and again has been a good surprise for me. He's been very solid, he's been impactful, and as Fallen was saying in an interview, he's not afraid. It doesn't matter if the pressure gets up, he does what he has to do, and that's a huge impact for MIBR.
Yeah, the new ideas are showing through for MIBR, and that's good stuff for EG. What do we got? It's a roller coaster. One day it's good, the next day it's bad. Yeah. Consistency doesn't seem to be their thing just yet, Semler.
I think focus is the main thing that's going to be the issue here for a lot of these North American teams. We saw it afflict Liquid, we saw it afflict EG. Things go well at the beginning, they start feeling it, then they let their foot off the gas, all of a sudden their opponents are in the match, and I think that's really haunting those two teams. So we'll see if EG can recover today. They're going up against Fury in the lower bracket final. But now let's talk Europe and what's been going down here on this continent where we happen to be located right now. It's a deep bracket, a bigger bracket, you'll notice, and Faze Clan and Complexity in the upper bracket final is going to be our first match of the day, and an excellent match at that. Complexity once again proving themselves to be a threat here versus some of the top teams. Navi, as you can see in the semifinal, they lost to Complexity.
Yeah, they lost to Complexity, and then they battled G2 in what was, in my eyes, the best series of this entire week. That 2-1 versus G2 Esport had absolutely everything. It had Whitewash on the first map, and then G2's Resurgence. The third map, absolutely neck and neck. It was down to the wire, 16-13. Navi pulled up ahead, and I'm quite surprised because considering their mental state, I didn't think they would have it to stay in the fight versus G2.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment right there.
Chad, before we get into it, just want to touch on the fact that there is an also massive prize pool here for EU. As far as the prize pool is concerned, huge money on the line for these teams in EU. There we go, $500,000, $335,000 for first place. Fantastic. These guys are fighting over they're already making shitloads of money in salary, but these guys are fighting over the glory of winning the first blast. So now let's discuss Navi versus G2. Chad, I mean, what did we take away from G2 there?
Well, everybody likes more money, Samler, right? But the biggest takeaway from G2 is the fact that they didn't give up, right? They didn't give up. And I think that both these teams, I just said it about EG, they have their ups and downs. Well, in this bracket as well, Navi and G2 have both had their ups and downs. One day, these guys look like a shadow of themselves. The next, they look like some of the best teams in the world, as which we come to expect. Now, when you take a look at this game, what I took away as the number one point is that both of these teams were playing at a very high level. I think that when you break down the game, when you look at some of the players, the individuals stepping up, and Maniac doing his spy work there in the team speak, well, that gives us a lot to look at. And one of the sentiments that Maniac was echoing was the fact that these guys on G2, they were never out of it. They never gave up. They didn't let the emotions get the better of them. And that's the signs of a professional team. And that's why I think right now we all consider G2 as one of the best in the world. Unfortunately, out of blast, but they were still dancing.
They seem to have just the best mentality, even when things are going against them. And that was one of the plays that we were keeping an eye on here, is the fact that they are actually in boot camp. So contrary to Navi, who have been complaining about the fact that, online forces them to be separate, they're not together as a team, they're not in the same room. Here you saw G2, even with that advantage, they weren't able to pull off the win versus Navi yesterday.
No, it wasn't enough, and it's why I'm actually very surprised by Navi in a positive way, and I want to give props to them. Because when you look at the series and how it goes, everything was lined up for G2 to actually make the comeback on that third map. They were down at the beginning, but then they started stringing rounds together. They've lost a couple of messy pistol round forced by, I think that was the downfall of G2. But Navi, we gotta give props to them. They did not give up either. They stayed right into it. The duo Simple and Electronic kept shining. We had seen Electronic have the worst series of the year, the game previous, but now he was back.
And so now let's focus on the other lower bracket match that was equally exciting. Vitality versus NIP. And NIP not quite up to snuff, not quite finding that winning recipe against the Frenchman, Chad.
This is the worst I think I've seen NIP play with Hampus on the team, and probably one of the best games I've seen Vitality play in recent history. But if I'm going to be honest to everybody at home, which I always try to do, I think the level of Counter-Strike in this game was quite low. I don't think it was the high level that we've been seeing with teams playing percentage CS. Now, the individuals like Shox and Zywoo, they were at a high level, but just the way that the game played out from a nuanced perspective, to me, it just felt flat, especially comparing that to what we had just seen with G2 and Navi, so maybe my expectations were a little bit high. But I'm happy to see Vitality clicking in their own way, right? I think it's great if teams in Counter-Strike have their own identity. I really don't want to see everybody just playing slow, 15-second, go into bomb sites, wait out all the utility. That type of CS, it works, but it gets a little bit boring. So Vitality are giving me something to get excited about.
I have to echo the sentiment. In contrast to Navi, that game was a little bit more flat. But all I take from that one is that as soon as Shox hits that kind of level, well, Vitality, they become extremely dangerous. Is it consistent? Not quite yet, but you have to appreciate when it happens.
Yeah, I think Twist says it all there. Rez showing some emotion as well, but Twist really does show quite a bit when he's playing. And well, we have these live feeds from all the players when they're competing. But let's take a look at today's matches now, gentlemen. What are we going to get into? Because we've got another 3 best of 3s, but this time it's getting real deep in the bracket. It's going to get fascinating. Complexity versus Faze is going to kick things off, and then Navi versus Vitality, the teams that we were just discussing, they are clashing in the lower bracket. Semi-final, not quite to the final yet. And North American finals, though. Evil Geniuses versus Furia in the lower bracket final. This is big, essentially third place match coming up for North America later tonight. And so a lot riding on it, but let's go ahead and just jump right into Faze versus Complexity. I mean, this is a massive match. Faze have been looking better and better, it seems. And as far as Complexity are concerned, they've still got some work to do here to prove that they're capable of hanging with the big boys.
But it seems like Blast and Complexity have a very nice love story, right? Because of all the explosions that Complexity have gone through in Counter-Strike, most of them have happened at Blast, actually. You know, if you go back to London, where you two guys were, I was watching from home, but that's the first time where we actually raised some eyebrow and say, hold on a second, Complexity, are they taking down these giants? And then, you know, they go back to internet, they play a couple of sub-tier tournaments, which they absolutely dominate, but you gotta put a pinch of salt into it. Sorry, is that really going to transfer to top level Counter-Strike? Well, it does appear that it does. Now they're in the final of the winner bracket going up against Faze, and there is no sign of stopping.
Yeah, I just want to quickly point out the fact that before Blast earlier in the year, when we had the group stage, they were coming out of the darkness. Nobody was really looking at them like a massive threat. They did a lot of work. They came out and they used their individualism as well as the hard work they've been putting in to catch teams off guard. And now they've been in Europe. They've been practicing extremely hard over these last couple of months in the hyperbolic time chamber that is the global situation we all find ourselves in. And it's paying off, right? They are getting an opportunity right now that I bet all the other North American teams on the other side of the pond wish they could have, because while it looks like their Counter-Strike over there in North America is dropping, Complexities is starting to reach a level that is, let's say, respectable as far as World CS goes.
When you're able to practice here against the best day in, day out, yeah, you should hope that you're going to see results. And while going into this match, we were able to catch up with BlameF and Rush. And so let's hear what they had to say.
You've been there, you've done that, you've won a major in the past. So I want to ask you this, Complexity for you, is this a team that you can see yourself winning another major with? And if so, what needs to happen to make that possible?
I think more consistency in our results for sure. I think that we've shown that we can beat top teams, but we've also shown that we can lose to teams that are worse than us by a decent margin. So I think if we just be more consistent and just stick together and just garner that team play and that chemistry over time, because no team was made, good team was made overnight, obviously, and we've been a team for maybe 6 months now, and I think that's actually pretty short in terms of like creating a dynasty or like a really strong team that can contend for majors. So I think it's still early days for us, but I'm happy with how we've played so far as a team.
Now it's Faze today, a very different beast compared to Navi. Do you need to adjust your game plan when it comes to fighting a team like Faze? Because they've got, again, quite a unique style, quite a heads-up style when it comes to it.
I wouldn't say we had to change, but I think we play kind of similar to them in some ways, and I think also that the map pool we have is kind of similar. So I don't think like we have to change too much. I think it's more about being like comfortable with what we have, honestly, and then obviously like focusing a little bit on the game plan and see like some of the anti-strat we have on them and some of the tricks we have against them, like use that if needed. But other than that, I think we're pretty comfortable in a matchup against Faze. Like it's not like a team we're scared of or anything.
And when it comes to them adding BMAS to this lineup, the young guy coming through from FPL, do you notice a significant change in him, or is it just kind of like he's slotted into Olaf's roles?
I think honestly he's just been put into Olaf's roles, which I think is maybe the hardest way for a new guy to come into a team, to just be put into all the leftover positions.
Yeah.
So I don't think like he's obviously a really big talent, but I don't think he's going to be the guy with the biggest impact on the server, just because he's just taking over all the roles that I don't think necessarily he's the most comfortable with, but that's hard to tell, obviously. But that's how it looks from the outside, at least.
And how beneficial has this time in EU been for you guys as a team, do you think? Because you've had so much time out there now, and we're hearing from all these NA teams at the moment that they're struggling. They can't even choose good teams to fight because they're constantly competing against them in the actual tournaments.
Yeah, I think we made a good choice to stay here opposed to going back to North America. Because in North America, they're practicing against each other, the same maps like all week, every day. So it's definitely like you kind of get into a mundane, like we're playing. I saw a tweet, I don't know who it was, but like maybe MFBR or someone played like Genji on Mirage like 5 times. One of those teams play each other the same map 5 times like in the week. That's like, you're not gonna get better. You're gonna like, if anything, when you finally play each other, you're gonna be so anti-shadow, you're not even gonna know what you're doing anymore because you're just thinking about what they're doing so much. But yeah, here in Europe, we've improved a lot. I think we've improved a lot as a team and individuals. Especially someone like Owen, who Obo, who's like used to playing in North America and NAFPL, right? So I think when he comes here and plays European practice all day, every day, he's gonna like I feel like in the last like 3 months, he's probably improved more than he would have been like in a year in North America practice, right? So yeah, I think he's definitely getting a good gift. That's my opinion. Like I think North American NAFPL, NA practice, it's not like terrible, but European is so much better that he's going to improve at a way faster rate here than he would have in that environment, in my opinion.
Gentlemen, this seems to align with our thoughts going into this in terms of complexity, benefiting massively from getting to practice here in Europe, getting to boot camp here in Europe. I mean, it seems like Russia's lining right up with that thought.
Absolutely, and I think there's 2 ways to look at it. The first one is being external, and the fact that yes, the overall level might be a bit higher in Europe in terms of the scrim you can get, the practice, but also individually. Rush mentioned here the FPL. It's a very high level league, and people take it very seriously in Europe. And then the internal way of looking at it is that they have the work ethics. They've been given conditions, they've been given possibilities, and they utilize it. They put in the time, they put in the hours, they have the motivation, they have the dedication. So it's not just about being in Europe, it's about making the best of it.
Everything Rush just said there hit home with me, right? Because I lived that life. I lived a harder life, having to come from Australia and fly 24 hours to play, lose in 2 best of 3s, and then fly 24 hours. Actually, it was best of 1s back then. 24 hours back the other way. But look, I can understand that. And that's what we said about Obo yesterday, or last time we were talking about complexity. And I'm glad that they feel the same. Here's the tweet from Jason Lake basically saying, look, the boys didn't need to go back to North America to be able to compete. And so far, things are looking pretty good, right? I think if you look at all the teams who are stuck over there in North America right now, we talk about the Liquids of the world, the EGs of the world, the 100 Thieves we could even throw into that pool. The reason that Counter-Strike was getting so close and North American squads were breaking in consistently into the top 10 is because regional Counter-Strike felt like it was dead, right? We didn't have to play too many tournaments in our own countries. It was just international, international, international. Well, now Complexity are the only team really reaping the rewards of that. And they are going to get such a step ahead in this year. I know we're already halfway through, but for the tail end of 2020, they're going to be leaps and bounds ahead a lot of the other countrymen they've got over there.
It certainly is going to be, steroids, whatever, just a huge PED. We'll put it that way, right? I like though that Chad, you're finally like leaning into that role of the long tooth CS veteran, right? We had to fly 24 hours uphill both ways.
Back in my day, we used ball mice.
In the rain.
It was horrible, Samler. I can't believe the conditions they put us under.
Listen, we've all been there. We've all been there. Excuse me, allergies kicking in hard. Let's go ahead and actually now move in a little bit towards Faze and what we can expect from this roster, because this is, we've already had a little bit of a chat in terms of BMS, in terms of integrating these new talents, Brokey and BMS. And actually, before we start the discussion here, let's go ahead and hear what the players had to say themselves before going into this match.
Now, Bemis, game after game, you're getting better. The confidence is certainly showing. We spoke about you playing with this legendary lineup, but how does it feel going toe-to-toe against some of the best and legendary names within the CS world, outside of obviously just what you've played in FPL?
I don't feel like I'm owning anyone, but I'm always trying to do my best, and I'm focusing on improving my role in the team. And right now I'm focusing on winning matches, and as long as we win matches, I'm fine with that.
Can't complain about that, can you? Now, do you feel like you're showing your best level at the moment, or is there still more to come? Because a lot of us are talking about this, right? Me, some of the other analysts, and the people out there in the community watching, you're very exciting to watch.
Obviously, I'm not showing my best level at the moment because I still need experience, but with time, hopefully, we will see what I am capable of doing.
And what did you guys get up to on your day off in order to be ready for Complexity?
On the day off, we practice as always without slacking because we want to be the #1 team and we don't want to waste our time. And on top of that, I just watched a lot of demos and played FPL and especially watched a lot of demos of other pros playing the positions that I took from Olaf.
Very smart. I like that. So with all this, right, just another easy 2-0? Because Cole surely can't match up with the firepower you guys have.
Hopefully. I mean, we 2-0'd Navi, so it should be easy.
And in terms of that inconsistency, what do you put it down to? Because we've seen these amazing moments where you truly are a star player.
I don't know, maybe I'm playing too much CSGO. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. It depends. Maybe I stepped out of the bed with my wrong foot. Just depends on the day, I guess.
And have you spoken to your teammates about it? What advice do they give you?
I mean, they helped me with a lot of stuff. Like, they gave me a lot of important things to do. So I'm just trying to do my best.
Now, today's game, right, it's complexity. And overall, if you look at you guys compared to them, and especially in world rankings and stuff, you guys are miles above them. But what have you guys kind of prepared and planned for this one? Because they actually did manage to challenge Navi quite well.
Yeah, we are very well prepared against them. I think they are playing really good complexity, so it's going to be a great match.
And for you to perform, right, to the level we know you can, is it easier against teams like this, or does it not really matter?
I don't think it matters. I just go in the server and play against whoever it is and do my best.
And do we think it's going to be another 2-0 today?
Of course, we're going to fucking smash them.
Okay, so the payoff in the end was worth it, because going into that, I was like, dude, Brokey, get some coffee, my dude. Like, we need to help this guy out. I don't know, Red Bull, coffee, Monster, pour them all into one and just pound that. But, no, there you go. That was the payoff, Chad.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy with that. Brokey, look at me for a second, my friend. You're in a team with Cold Zero, Nico, Rain, and a young kid, BMAS, who just said he's spending a truckload of time watching demos to make himself more comfortable in the team. You have to share frags with all those guys, buddy. Don't worry about not being at the top of the charts every single game. Jesus. Give yourself a break, mate. Oh.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, that was a rough one to listen to. Hopefully, he's going to get a bit of time to recover here after this tournament, because he sounds burnt right now. Maniac, did we take anything away from that one?
Well, I think it ties with the point that I wanted to make, is that for Faze right now and the next 24 hours, it's going to be the ability of the double B, Bemus and Brokey, to actually perform to the best of their ability when it really matters. In the next 24 hours, they might play the final of the winner bracket, they might go to the grand final, even maybe win the trophy. If they can bring up their A game in circumstances, then Faze will automatically become one of the best teams in the world. That is it, even in discussion for a top team. So these are the two players I keep my eye on, sorry.
We all okay, thank you. All right, on that, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be getting into the pick and ban and the first map of the day.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the ball goes out. Oh my god, the 180. Let's go. Another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Cold. Oh, he does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go. Tickets booked to the spring finals. The final day here of Group A. Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17. I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, boys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for Faze Clan.
All right, so let's get into the thick of things here. Time to hand it over to our analysts and figure out where this best of 3 is about to go down. Gentlemen, all you.
Well, I'm just going to say I think all the data points toward an amazing game because these two teams share a lot of maps, Chad. Dust 2 and Mirage are two of the most picked, played, and won maps for both of these teams. So you think we're just going to shake hands and play the most beautiful CS?
Yeah, let's get rid of Vertigo. That's not going to be picked here. That'll be Faze's ban, and I'm bang on with you. I think here that the fact that Blame F's like, yeah, we're not scared of him. Well, if you're not scared of them, Blame, I want to see you picking into either Mirage or Dust 2, because Faze is going to probably pick the other one here. And let's go toe-to... Okay. So you want to play a little bit more of a tactical map then, huh? You want to go for a little bit more of a counter-stratting angle then, huh? That's probably why Complexity have picked that one. But for Faze, do they go to Mirage? Do they go to Dust 2? Where do they see a bigger weakness right now against Complexity? I think Faze, they're definitely not scared, whereas Blame said he wasn't scared. I think he maybe is a little bit on the inside.
A little bit. I agree with you. I think that nuke pick just means I would like to have a tactical edge over you. I would not like it to be just firepower. So I agree with you. I think a little bit of shakiness in the boot. Now in the last map, what is left? Inferno could be on the cards, obviously. And which one am I missing? Train. Yeah, hell no. It's got to be Inferno as a third. So nuke, Dust 2, and Inferno. Fair enough. I'm surprised not to see Mirage in that pool.
To kick it off on Nuke, Semler, if Complexity don't show up in a big way here, I feel like FaZe will just run away with this one.
That's what I was wondering, Chad, because I mean, you've been expressing some delight in seeing Nuke getting picked so often. It seems like we're getting some good level CS on the map. What do we make of this first map? Who are we giving the edge to?
I'm gonna say that FaZe have been regularly tested recently on Nuke, and I think they've had time to improve and adjust. The first time I've seen them was probably 2 weeks ago, and I thought that Nico was left very much all alone outside, and he had a really tough time handling all the tactics coming at his way. Now I feel like they've learned. I feel like they have improved. They are much more sound. But Complexity, they're no slouch on the map at all. You know, they know how to play the map. That's a pick that they put forward a lot in this series. So I'm gonna give FaZe a fighting chance, but I agree with Chad. For Complexity, this is must-win territory.
Do we remember what FaZe did the other day on Nuke? They just put up the CT-sided wall. I think they lost Pistol, they lost the Force, then they had their Eco, and then from that point on, it was just locking the entire map down. It didn't matter where they went, they were just getting multi-kills. You got to come out squeaky, Rain's waiting for you. Even if you get to the lower bomb site, little BMAS, he's already looking like he's feeling comfortable playing that lower bomb site. So we got Blame F on your screen. He was huge though in their Nuke performance the other day, and he's going to need to be yet again. So I found when I was watching them play that he was doing a lot of 4-1 stuff with him being the one. So when the in-game leader takes a lot of responsibility like that, it's because he's probably, you know, the closest to watching the demos. But with Blame doing all of that work himself, he's one of the biggest fraggers, so he can't be getting isolated and going down. If he's going to do these 4-1 plays, he needs to be finding impact.
This is what we're taking away from, but we have seen a bit of a resurgence in Config throughout this tournament, and a lot of talk around him being one of the most gifted players out there, you know, going in the dip, a little bit of a decline, but fighting on his way back up here now that he's joined Complexity. I mean, are we thinking that he's going to be a match for the firepower that's on FaZe?
If you can guarantee me that he will bring his A game, yeah, definitely. We have seen him being able to take over games and completely steamroll their opponents, but now, in these two matchups that we just had, I would switch it up and I would talk about Config versus Rain, because Rain has a similar story. And I'm talking about Blast, I'm talking about romantic situations with Rain. In the last 12 months has played both of his best tournament at Blast. That was in Showdown, and that was today right here in the Spring Finals. We've seen a resurgence from this man that we have on your screen, and it's been, I want to say, a sweet feeling of nostalgia to see Rain going so ham on these games, because I haven't really shaken off the feeling of him dominating the game. But to be fair, he had been absent for a long time, but now he's here. He is definitely back, he's definitely dialed in, and it makes FaZe that much more threatening.
And so on that note, gentlemen, thank you very much for the analysis in this pre-show, and let's get into the first map. Let's hand it over to our commentators. Anders and Moses, how are you guys doing?
Oh, real well, Semler. Thank you. Jason, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm great. I've had a lovely morning, Anders. I'll be honest with you. It's been absolutely spectacular. A little bit early, but everything's good. And I get to start it out with Complexity versus FaZe. So yesterday was Counter-Strike's birthday, and we still get some top level today. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, for a long time now. It's kind of amazing. Yeah, saw a lot of cool cool stuff coming out around the birthday. So really enjoying that as well. We're going to celebrate right here with, I think, what's going to be a really cool match. I mean, Faze are fun to watch. Complexity are fun to watch. I think most people on the Faze side, I don't know if you noticed, but I went with the anti-maniac strategy of just picking whatever, the opposite of whatever he was picking. So I feel pretty confident, actually.
Yeah, he's been let's hold the thought, because here comes some aggression into the upper bomb site. Smoke in towards mini garage, and ooh, they want to drop down the vent. They're getting tagged up. coldzera grabs config, and that's a big time player taken out. blameF on his lurk, and if Faze have done their research, they'll know he's going to be coming in to backstab away from the action.
It's a pretty good bomb plant, but they did take a bit of damage for it, and they're also out of grenades. So now the rest is going to have to be up to the pistols. Nothing else will save them here, and showing your face to coldzera is generally a very bad idea, although he's missing a lot of shots. The final one goes through. I don't know why Poison kept sticking around. I feel like it was doomed to go badly. Brokey will take down Rush, and that leaves blameF. You know, a very, very tough 1 versus 4. He's going to bust open the door and get taken right down by Rain. And that's a nice retake coming in from Faze, and they will win the pistol round.
Yeah, I have to imagine they just knew they did so much damage over to the Faze side of things that they wanted to continue that fight. You're exactly right. They could have backed away, but I mean, look at the positions when Faze begins this retake. That's the other tough part. It's kind of hard to decide that you're going to abandon your teammates because none of them are any safe positions. They're all close up on that ramp taking fights. No one was able to get back in towards the doors and towards control. So that's pretty tough to hold off as Faze sends so many bodies in from ramp room. So 1-0, a nice little pistol round there from Faze.
Yeah, that was well done. I mean, they didn't seem panicked at all. They sort of knew that they had that they were in a 4-on-4 and the bomb was down, but you didn't sense any kind of madness of people running in trying to fight alone. I mean, coldzera missing a couple of shots, but that wasn't, you know, him panic clicking away. He was actually feeling pretty casual about the whole thing, so it's nice.
The scariest part of that pistol round was Nico had the kit with 1 HP, so if he'd been dropped far back, just a stray bullet, you know, that kit was everything. That kit might have made it very difficult to get the defuse on time. Regardless, the second round has a bye due to the plant. 2 AK-47s and blameF going to lead the way. One of the strongest fragging in-game leaders we have, and he's done it on Bamas this time around. No idea they were creeped up that close, and Faze must scramble to recover. Nobody downstairs just yet. It's Nico to be the first contact.
Ooh, but Rush is close with the FAMAS. They're both going to peek him at the same time. A good headshot, though, from Poison to take down Nico. That's actually not bad at all. Obo will make sure Rain doesn't get any more kills here, and now it's a 2-on-3, but they're so low on health. This is still pretty winnable for Faze, in my opinion. They've got the health for it here, and they almost drop Obo. The bomb will go down at the very least, but that is certainly the end of it. Nothing that Obo could do behind the silo, so an expensive and dangerous round. But, I mean, they held on to it, Faze. The bomb plant, though, I wonder if with the kills here as well, Complexity, would you want to buy in this round for them? All right.
Do it. Why not? I mean, listen, I'll be honest. I don't think I'd make the call, but I'm not going to fight against the call if Complexity pulls it off. I mean, they have the economy very low. They have 2 plants in these 2 rounds. They've been able to get into the bomb sites in both rounds and actually get that bomb down, but not able to defend it. So I think there's a lot of reasons why you could make the argument Complexity should buy. And this is a nice happy medium, obviously. The halfway investment, upgraded pistols, armor, a little bit of utility across the board for Complexity. A buy designed once again to keep some money low, get 2 to 3 kills, hopefully get a bomb plant, and set yourself up nicely for the first rifle round.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, this can work. It serves both purposes, right? It keeps the pressure on the Faze economy, assuming a couple of kills could be had with the Deagles or the Tech-9s, but it makes them able to buy the next round anyway. So yeah, the best of both worlds in some sense. Tech-9s, always exciting in my opinion. I've made a long-term call on Tech-9s coming back into the meta.
Yeah, you have. I like seeing their increased usage. I like seeing some steps towards that meta. Oh, they're like overalls, man. They're making a comeback.
Yeah, you made that prediction. I didn't see us getting into fashion so early in the day, Jason. But I'm happy that we're here. Look at blameF.
Yeah, we're with the best fashion of all. Yeah, and this is what I'm curious about. Like, we know Yanko very well. He's very hardworking. He's going to have noticed this. As soon as you watch one demo, on every single map, Blameff is away from the action, turning himself into an aggressive lurker. They have to know it's going to be happening on Nuke. We saw it ourselves in the Navi game earlier. He can be so deadly in this, so I'm wondering what Faze's plan is to contain him, because at least in this round, they haven't done it at all.
Well, they were certainly ready. Rain already looking for that heaven position. So far, they've done no damage here. It's very important if Poison can pick up another kill, actually, and he's not going to be able to. So, really well handled by Faze. That's excellent. And yeah, I think you actually bring up or open the door to a deep point, right? There are teams in the past, that's a funny Molotov, that have actually had this problem. I mean, I think the ultimate example you could come up with would be the classic NIP lineup, where as soon as you found Get Right, you could be pretty sure that the rest of the team would be somewhere else. And obviously, Complexity have to make sure that they don't, fall into that pattern of, as soon as you find Blame, if you're like, okay, well, we can guess some of the rest of it is here. Got to switch it up a little bit.
Well, at least this round, or that round, they handled it well, even though they didn't stop him at all from making progress outside. We'll see if that motivates him to continuously go back to that. This round, at least, Nico is there to at least get a spot, put a stop to it if he can. Pretty standard setup from the defense as well. 2 in the bomb site, 1 up in heaven in support of Nico. For the moment, here come the smokes on Complexity. Utility usage outside. A little bit of HE tossed out from Nico as well. Deep towards outside on the T side of things. Does no damage, and Complexity rotates back around towards lobby.
I really love this from Nico. He's so aggressive out here, but he's going to get a lot of information about what's basically not happening in the yard at all, and that'll make them more comfortable sticking around ramp and inside of the A-bomb site. A kill on Rain here would be massive, and yep, Obo had a big shot at doing that. If they get Cold Zero, this round's probably over. He's gonna get one big kill, but there's so many targets and a second pickup for Obo. A big double. Let's just see if they can get a random run for the smoke. That might be the only way to get back into this round. Nice spray and good damage, almost burning out Poison, but it's still a 4-on-3, and FaZe have to think about the economy. They have to respect the fact that they don't have that much money to work with. They're gonna be backing out. That is a nice hit for Complexity in the 4th round.
Yeah, that aggressive peek from Rain in towards Squeaky Door backfired. Not only did he not win the fight, there's no way for Cold Zero to help him out. There's no way from the player that was up in heaven to be able to help them out in any way either. That fight was way, way too deep. 3-1 will be the scoreline for FaZe, and Complexity have got the success off that second round, obviously. Taking, 3 kills in that round, able to get another bomb plant, keeping the money low, and they're rewarded very early on in this half.
Jason,
the Moss will be able to drop an M4 over, so will Brokey, so it'll be another strong buy for FaZe.
Yeah, they'll be able to manage, which I guess that's also good why they made that call pretty much early on, so I'd like to see it. How do you feel about the Anti-Maniac prediction strat? Do you think there's some sound logic behind that? I felt good about it.
Statistically it feels very viable when you consider that the only consistency we've had in this week of Counter-Strike, we've seen teams go up and down and weird performances. The only consistency has been Maniac getting 0-3s.
That's what I thought. So
I think you're onto something here. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're finding out right now. Rain is going to be going down rush with a clean opening, and my God, they just exploded this A-bomb site. FaZe looked like I don't know, they were all cleaning out their mice or something at that point in time, having a little conversation, got just caught with their pants down.
Cleaning out their mice? Why did you just revert back to the ball mice of 2001?
That was always it was a good thing. It's an excuse we've lost. I had too much.
Okay, yeah. There's a hair on the ball mouse.
Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. So, but yeah, I don't know. So I had to come up with something. They looked like they were a little bit lost in that defense.
Yeah, I'm not that's back-to-back rounds. Rain has swung and taken that fight into the Squeaky Door room. I'm wondering if that's by design, if he's thinking there's only going to be one person there, but regardless, 2 rounds he's been punished for it. And obviously, once he falls down, Coldzera has no help in that upper bomb site. He's even blind while doing it. It's a Coldzera flashbang as well, so some miscues at that upper bomb site defense for FaZe. At least early on. 6 kills on Rain, though. 7 on Coldzera, 0 on Bamas, and 0 on Nico.
You know what I just noticed? Rush was drinking that little cup of coffee, and it made him look real sophisticated that it was like a tiny little mug and not, you know, not a giant one. Because I think Simple has that giant one. I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start just getting smaller mugs. Just makes you look like you're smart for some reason. Have you thought about that?
No, I've never actually noticed that. You should get glasses as well, Anders.
Maybe we could get the
that supposedly makes you look smart.
I had glasses once, and it does not make me look smart. I fear nothing will, but we should get a replay of Rush and that. Ooh, nice peek and Obo to pick up Rain. This is a bit of a worrying sign. I mean, Faze can recover from this, but these are some early rounds where Complexity are just absolutely beating them up in that A side.
Yeah, and then now, Nico with the M4 able to grab 1 kill. Molotov out towards Secret Stairs just in case nobody's there. This M4 that's boosted up in Ramp Room could be so brutal. If Brokey can just properly bait, because it does look like the bomb is joining Obo. It does look like Complexity are going to head towards Ramp Room. And this could be the wrong decision. This could be the only decision, actually, that allows Faze to win this round. Here he is, waiting for his moment. Good tags from Brokey, and they swing for it. Everyone's looking for the boost, and Nico was even there. They had the opportunity, they had the chance, and Complexity handles it with great aplomb.
Yes, they do. That's we talk about protocols sometimes, and that was clearly one of them at work there. Config, he was looking for it. He wasn't worrying at all about the box. You're right, though. That was maybe the one big problem there would have been if no one had, or if Config went down as the first man in. That could have left Bimas with a pretty big opportunity to do a lot here. So, all tied up, 3-3, and Faze are able to buy. But that's the round loss bonus that's now started to kick in to help them a little bit. Still means no AWP on the Faze side, which they don't have to pick up, but just as a function of the money, they can't.
Man, as long as they have the economic advantage, it seems like Complexity is more than happy to just brute force their way into map control. And I don't think anyone's rotated downstairs in time to help out Bimas.
Nope.
This is...
Save.
This is, crazy.
I don't think it's worth it. You don't have the money to lose this round. It sucks, but no one is really... I mean, Rain is the only one that started to make his way down. Otherwise, they're just nowhere nearby. It's going to take so long to try and get here. And the fact that Blamev is holding ramp means that they don't even have to worry about ramp room. They could just look for the window and the vents, and that's it. They don't actually have to think about it. And yeah, already Faze has started to back on out. This is such an explosive start for Complexity, winning 4 in a row.
Well, I think this next round is where these fast rushes, these aggressive hits from Complexity just have to naturally slow down, and that's fine. Complexity's got 4 rounds based off this style. At this juncture in the game, you're going to be very pleased with what it's brought you in terms of the scoreboard. But now, with 4 M4 saved, next round you're going to see Faze with Molotovs, HE grenades, smokes for the choke points. Those fast tactics, if you want to pull them off, you're going to be running through flames. So, got to be a little bit careful if you're Complexity how you play this one out. Might be time to pump the brakes for a round or 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's always interesting, right? When something is working, if you just keep pushing that same button, eventually it's not going to be responding any longer. So you have to make that switch, and if you could do it before it breaks down, obviously you look like even more of a genius. So see what Blamev has got for us. Could be a change of pace there. Already being pretty aggressive outside. Swinging behind that wall. Nico going to be a grenade landing and does a lot of damage and some great spray, and they can't stop to try and fight him through the smoke. That makes no sense at all. But Rush again winning a fight against Rain inside of the A side, and he's ready in case someone wanted to drop down behind him. Bimas has to respect the fact that he does not have the weapon or really the backup to try and fight this alone. So could be a quick bomb plant coming in here if Complexity feel they have the space for it.
How are you going to get back in? Poison, close up. It looks like he wants to take a peek.
They have another
tagged
Molotov.
up just a bit. And all 4 players from Faze are going to be coming from ramp room, much like the pistol round. Good opening kill from Brokey. Smoke is down towards control windows. Flashbang out, and now the retake begins.
Pretty good smokes here. Config gonna jump through to try and be there early. Actually waiting inside for a minute. Obo has got a very dangerous gap, but they're pre-firing it. I think they know about it. That's some smart play. Config goes down. This retake is looking really good at the moment. It's just Obo, and I don't think you do anything to stop the bomb. It's just 1 second left. So many smokes here. And I think a big missed opportunity for Complexity. It was a brilliant retake from Faze, but the fact that all of Faze were retaking from the ramp, and I think Rush still had another Molotov, they could have pushed all of them onto one side of that retake, and it would have been super deadly.
I think also the fact that 4 players from Faze are in ramp room caught Poison off guard.
Yeah.
He's got a nice position close up, and I'm not even against that peek, but obviously if there's 1 or 2 players there, if he goes 1 for 1, that's a victory of sorts. When he peeks into 4 players, like, and you lose that battle, that's rough, and then it opens the floodgates. I don't think he expected that many bodies.
Well,
listen, Faze is showing that they can retake bomb sites. The crazy thing is they haven't shown us that they can actually hold the bomb sites. That battle between Rush and Rain at Squeaky Door and the upper bomb site is dictating a lot of what's happening on the map right now.
Yes, it is, and again, I think it can only be a matter of time before Rain starts to wake up. He's a monstrous player, but here's something else that really made that retake incredibly doable. I think they had 4 smokes on the Faze side, and you could see they smoked the door, they smoked the double doors, they smoked the window. They knew that there might have been a gap, so they were just pre-firing Obo, forcing him back. I mean, the amount of grenades that for Faze in the retake were great.
Here we go, all tied up. This is quite the battle early on. Even Nico in that previous round, that duel on top of the silo against BlameF, he's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
And again, he'll be challenged by BlameF, who's just biding his time.
Yeah, worried about that flashbang. Could be a sign that someone is out by the container, which Nico technically is. Let's just see. He's looking over it. They have a pretty good idea. That's a nice headshot. Looked like Configurus actually should have been able to spot him, but might have been looking somewhere else. Up on Brokey. Obo on the other side. Does see it. Yep, he definitely saw the shoulder. Good opening kills. And finally a round that starts off well here in favor of Faze, which I think is going to be just a nice little bit of a beginning for them in this round. If they can save the rifles here, I think that's the next goal, obviously. Don't lose too many in the 3-on-5.
No, you've seen Complexity, the huge win condition of controlling the economy. You can't let them have it back, right? Like, that can't be a thing. So you're right, preserving the weapons you have if your Faze has got to be priority number 1. Over towards Heaven we go. Bamas has dropped into the bomb site itself, so there's no one at the top of the ladder. He's got to watch it from below, and that's a bit dangerous. Rush is going to come up and see absolutely nobody. BlameF back in lobby to pinch this upper bomb site with 2 coming from Heaven. This is dangerous, and that Molotov was just too late. Rush with spectacular entries, and BlameF in a perfect position to shut down the rotation.
Oh, what? That is absolutely, definitely illegal. He just took him down. Oh my god, it's a 2-on-2 now. What a ridiculous kill. Poison's still gonna hit that shot. I can't deal with that. He came flying off the ladder. Oh, Brokey in a 1 versus 2 with the AWP. I can't even believe Complexity are in this round at all. They should have lost it a while ago. Nice shot from Brokey, but Rush is up there with the Molotov. There's nothing you can do about it, Brokey. It's actually going to go way too far. Brokey with a chance, and he gets the kill.
Oh, no.
Rush, he just gave it away. That just needed to be right on top, and they would have had it. And instead, that's a round that that's gonna really, really hurt Complexity. Surely, just mentally. That's just a Molotov, and they win. This is so stupid.
I didn't get to see this in POV. Yeah, he comes launching off
Call
that
the
thing.
police. That's...
Oh, that is all... that is all lucky recoil. Oh, dear lord. Well, they needed it because Complexity outplayed them entirely in that round. A 3-on-5 into a 1-on-1. And if it weren't for a missed Molotov, it would have been a Complexity win with no problem.
I don't even understand. His crosshair was miles away from him, and it's still a headshot. Man.
How you like them apples?
Yeah, it's when you're playing Counter-Strike, but you also happen to be a Jedi, and it just doesn't even matter, does it?
That'd be awesome. Someone should make that. That sounds like a great game.
Well, it's out there in the world now. Someone can pick it up. 10th round is coming in, and I mean, I don't know. We could go back and talk about that round like 10 different ways. The failed Molotov at the end, but the fact that it should have never been even close in a 3-on-5 to begin with. I mean, like, there's just so many things.
Yeah, and it's hard to pinpoint anyone. coldzera going to be peering in towards Hut. Oh, he's in danger. Rush has been so powerful on entries. Rush is spotted in the Hut. Again, Rain goes down first. This is turning into a nightmare for him on defense. They turn from the flashbang, and coldzera can get nothing else done. And without Rain's presence, coldzera and Nico just have all focus in their direction. I hesitate to blame it on just one person in Rain, but something's got to change.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to ignore. I don't even think it's about blaming him personally, but it's just that, you know, there is that thing about a chain only being as strong as its weakest link, and unfortunately, in a bomb site like this, if you can consistently find a kill on one guy, then it just puts so much pressure on. Yeah, definitely.
Well, the real problem too, it's not even the kill on Rain in isolation. It's the fact that Rain's not getting a kill himself. Like, if it was 1-for-1, that'd be entirely different, right? But when it's such a clean win, like 3 out of 3 times we've seen Complexity attack that position, it's been a clean win under Rain. And then there's nothing else that anyone can do.
Yeah, it's really a problem. So the good Molotov they throw into the corner there, but and I think again that was a coldzera assisting with the kill on Rain. Not that it's coldzera's fault, but it's just say that there is some off timing. There's something that's not working. In a perfect world, yeah, great, have coldzera for the flashbang and have Rain peek behind it while they're all flashed, but they're getting the timing just enough wrong that it's at least also affecting Rain, which is a bit of an issue. Here we go, Obo right through, and they're gonna get the opening frag once again, this time on coldzera, and it's mostly pistols on the Faze side of things. Rain is gonna be going down next, and save the rifles is the call immediately. I can't remember the last time I've seen a team being able to walk in really against anyone on this A bomb site in such a fashion. This has got to come to an end.
They did it against Navi as well. If you remember the game, that Complexity, the series that Complexity upset Navi just a couple days ago. The first like 5-6 rounds was all Navi, but once Complexity figured it out, they were able to get into that upper bomb site whenever they pleased.
Yeah.
So this is impressive stuff from the Complexity offense, and this isn't even like super tactical. The other side of the coin is, this is just like brute force, except you're brute forcing over players like Nico, like coldzera, some of the best players in the game.
It's really quite spectacular, isn't it? And you wonder. Again, I'm just waiting for them to make a change in the strategy here. Like, let's say they go fight Nico outside, all 3 of them, and, you know, try and overpower him. That would just add even more to it. It's a huge constellation of players here that are doing really well on the Complexity side. It's 7 kills for Poison and Ober, Config and Rush at 6. Blame's doing a bit less, but it doesn't even matter right now.
I think you got to start, if you're Faze, if you're those defenders, Rain and coldzera, you got to start looking at a fundamental change to your positioning as well. On top of Hut, up in the rafters, something that's going to make it more difficult, but they're obviously zoned in to the corner vent and to the bomb site itself.
Well, they're going to be sneaking past out here. Nico throwing no grenades and no spams or anything. That's with the bomb down underneath, and really only Rain is down here, so he's had a rough couple of rounds here. Let's see if he could do more if he's going to be the first encounter downstairs. He definitely could be.
Broki's transitioned into the upper bomb site with the AWP. So there's a bit of a shift for you. coldzera's there as well. Out in the opening on the floor. Rain is just coming up the vent at the moment. And actually, for Faze, nobody is downstairs. Not a single person is at the lower bomb site, and it's about to be a free plant for Complexity. This is weird. Rain is just down here. I wonder why Faze made the call to give it up entirely.
I have no idea. I mean, Nico outside wants to smoke Fates. Obviously, he sees no one. Maybe he thinks, you know what, that was just a fake. They're probably going to go A again. I don't know. It's a dangerous call to be making when you've got no info at all. Gonna get the kill on Rush, and Blame F will take down coldzera. And as long as he can stay alive, even low on health out here, he's gonna be a super big annoyance to them. He also has a Molotov, so if he gets over towards ramp, at some point, maybe he could even stop a defuse late in the round here. There is one single smoke on Bemasa. That's something that they're missing here for Faze, which previously in the B-bomb side, they had great retakes with a lot of smokes. This time, just the one. So let's see how this plays out. A must-win round for Faze. They are really struggling early on in this game. Nice flashbang flashbang right in the eyes, but it doesn't even matter as Obo will come in with a strong double kill. And Brokey, he's about to get shot in the back as well by Blamef. In Complexity, the Juggernaut is up and running right now.
This is insanity. What a great showing from Complexity to start this map. Look at the money. 15,000 on Config, 15,000 on Poison, 12,000 on Obo, 10,000 on Blamef. They have lost 2 players in the last 3 rounds during this 3-0 run, and Faze have absolutely no answer. Whether it's cold start individually that they can't even get kills, or just getting outplayed entirely, Complexity is steamrolling them, and there's nothing that can stop it. Fast-paced again, and what an entry provided by Config. He's gonna follow it up, and through the smoke, one more, up to heaven, and he makes it look easy.
What's actually going on? Did they all put on magnetic helmets this morning, Jason? Is it some sort of prank? Like, haha, bullets just fly into their faces all the time? Good Config just tapping through the smoke.
This is so ridiculous. I've got no explanation. 8-5 lead. Well, that's so incredible. No one's even necessarily going super crazy. Config and Obo both at 10 kills. It's not like someone's got like, 18 kills to just carry them. And now Poison's going to be able to pick off Brokey. Every time this defense shifts and tries something new, Complexity's ready. And Nico's got to overextend because he's feeling the desperation. He knows they've been getting absolutely decimated. Spots the head of Config but can't land the shot.
Try with a Molotov to help out. I actually like the play from Brokey. I think it's a nice idea to try and do that. And Nico getting the kill on Poison. You have to assume Poison was scoped up and looking somewhere else. Heads up play for Blamef. Sees it coming. Nico just trying to get his team back into this round. And he's doing a fantastic job of it. Finally going to get flanked out by Config, but I mean, fair play to Nico. He's really active out there looking for all those kills. And they've done a lot of damage on the Blamef and Config. So even the 2-on-3 here, it could be one. But there's a minute left. And Rush, oh no, the timing again. There he goes back for it. He sensed it somehow.
coldzera is going to be so frustrated. Pushing into lobby, looking straight down. Famas does win that fight on Config. He's down to 19 HP. Full nades on Blamef. And good shot from Rush. Even with the flashbang coming in, holds his nerve. A 4-round lead for Complexity.
This is such an absurd game. I don't know what I was expecting. I knew the Maniac curse was pretty strong, but I had no idea it was going to be to this extent, I'll be honest. It's wild to see. 15th round, and we got from Arceus, we got the MP9, we got the 1 M4 on Nico, and generally not that many grenades to be working with. This is just an enormously powerful performance coming out from Complexity right now.
Oh, here we go. coldzera and Rain finally holding on, but it's in the 15th round. The damage has been done, so the fact they've been able to stem the tide in this round is a very piss-poor consolation. No one from Faze is going to be happy about this half. It's going to be 9-6 in the favor of Complexity.
Yeah, that's how, I mean, if you rush A as many times as Complexity did in the first half here, that's how a lot of those rounds are meant to play out. Basically, yeah, you try and get through the smoke, but a FAMAS or an M4 on the other side, it gets the right angle, and you go down, or you get flashed, and it's... the fact that it's been working as well as it has is sort of head-scratching. So I am, I'm glad to see Faze pick up this last round. I think that's going to be a little bit nice, and it's not done. I mean, 9-6 is not great. Of course they can still win it. Of course they could go on a similar run themselves once they go on the T side. So it's definitely too early to be celebrating. Blamef sneaking in a kill, but there's still 45 seconds to find another 3 or get the bomb down, and that's never going to happen. 9-6 at the end of it. And what a strange start to the day, but also a really action-packed one. Let's see how this unfolds when we get into the second half after the break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
He's trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all! No! A beautiful spray! Electron saves it! 16-14! Navi do it!
Was ready for vitality versus complexity. I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course. 16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Complexity versus Faze here for Blast Premier, and this is a wild way to begin the day because Complexity took 9 rounds on the T side of Nuke and absolutely shut down Faze in a manner that really no one could have predicted. But it was really fun to see, and now we're going to need to see Faze start to wake up and come back into this game because it's looking a bit dicey right now. Let's win this pistol round and see what they bring us. A couple of smokes already out. They want to rush. They want to see if they can maybe do the same thing back to them. Config with a good headshot to try and stem the tide, but it's not going to matter. Cold Zero is angry, and we all know what that means.
Alrighty. Poison up top. That was quick. If I had to guess the strat call, that was Faze saying we can do the same exact thing. A nice quick upper hit. Poison waiting, and he's got Rain below him. That's a nice peek. Tagged up a little bit. Can't get the kill, and that should seal the pistol round. No chance of coming back into it for Obo in a 1 versus 4.
I completely agree. Say, you know what? We didn't enjoy that all that much. Let's make sure they get a taste of it too. So, a good pistol round of being picked up from Faze, and I'm so excited they pick up this round because I actually want this game to... I hope this is going to be all 3 maps. The way that they're playing right now, I have no doubt that Faze are going to be bouncing back either on this map or in one of the 2 next ones. So, like, I like the way that they're all playing right now. This is an exciting Counter-Strike. We've got Deagles, we've got a Scout on Poison, so Faze... Yeah, still in some danger here. Nico trying to go down the vent. I am not sure. Is he lost inside of it? Someone else went down. Oh, no. And it's Config looking straight up. I don't even know what really happened. I think Config went down, looked straight up. Nico tried to follow him, and it all went horribly wrong. He had a knife out as well. Is everyone crazy?
Well, everyone is a little bit crazy. That's scary. Config now with the Galil. Rush has moved in. This might even be the more dangerous one. The position that Rush has switched into.
Oh, yeah.
Over towards Squeaky Door. Pushed in during all the secrecy, all the quiet, all the attempted drop down. Brokey's tabbed up as well. And now the HP is starting to disappear for Faze. This round gets so tough for them to win. And they're going to start being split. Brokey has nowhere to go. Rush is found, but Coldzera, strangely, can't win the fight. That is a great follow-up shot.
I was about to say that could have been added to another potential screw-up there by Rush. He's had a couple of them so far, but he made up for it on that second Deagle shot. So take a sip of that sophisticated coffee, Rush, and just continue to fight. He almost takes down Bimas as well. So now it's a 2-on-2, but look at the health that's left here on the Faze side. This is really not good news. That bomb is right there. And they don't have any more grenades or anything to get rid of Config here. He's going to get the kill on Brokey almost no matter what. And another bullet will take down Bimas. Now there's some backup here. Oh, the grenade, actually. I can't believe Config lives past it. That could have been a real game changer here. But there's 18 seconds, and he's just trying to see if he can get down to the B-bomb side. Not going to be allowed, and Complexity will steal it back. That has me instantly worried for FaZe. Look at this. Config goes down, and he's like, hold on, there's feet right on my face. That's not meant to happen.
Yeah, what a gift that's given over to him. I mean, this was the big one. The Rush moving into that position. And this is really cool to see from Rush, because he had a really tough time performing to any kind of real level. Towards the end of his time at Cloud9, this Complexity team has been reinvigorating for him, and he's stepping up to the plate. That's really cool to see.
Yeah, there's actually just there's a lot of talking points to be had around his career specifically, I think. I hope one day they do a full recap and bring everyone up to speed. Ooh, that's a decent grenade.
His would be a fun story to go back and retell.
Yeah.
Fun might not be the right word. It'd be a sad, depressing tale for most of it, but there'd be some happy moments.
An educational story, I think, is the what we're looking for here. Yeah. Well, there's something really human about it, isn't there? Like, you know, like running into a lot of problems. Some of the problems being yourself, and then finding a way to.
And many of them not being your problem at all, just having to deal with them. Good shooting from Config on the cross. He's holding it down spectacularly, and this should be an 11th round for Complexity. And they're looking great. Okay. Obo just tapping away. This is craziness. How much longer are we going to be surprised by how well Complexity plays?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think it always happens, doesn't it, when you see a team really sort of shoot through the ranks like this? There's that moment where we're all just saying, like, no, surely not. I mean, they can't keep going. And every once in a while it happens, and they will. So 11-7, no money left on FaZe side, and Complexity don't show any signs of slowing down at the moment. Who was I thinking about just now for the major? I guess Gambit had a run like that once, where, you know, like, continuously people would just predict them to lose all games, and they just kept going. So yeah, there's been some examples in history.
Yeah, we've got a few. Ooh, Blame F sees one on top of this silo. Forces him away. That's Rain. All Glocks, Anders. They do have a flashbang. You happy about that?
Glock? Yeah, I'm kind of happy about the Glocks. And the flashbang.
What about the flashbang? There we go. For the upper bomb site, it heads, and we shall see the slaughter that ensues. Nice hold of the trigger from Rush. Config pouncing over at the vents, and Nico has nothing left to do but die.
Yeah, virtual high fives all around. It's 2020, so that's become a thing now as well. Didn't think I would live to see the day, but here we are. 5-round gap and Complexity. I mean, who's the person on the FaZe side right now, Jason, that will make this team come alive again?
Man, take your pick. Nico, Coldzera, I mean, Brokey and Bamas have been both performing very well at times. I think the scary part for me is FaZe, throughout times of their lifespan as a team, their T-side on Nuke has been spectacularly rough to watch. And I hope they don't descend back into that, because it hasn't been the case for some time. Pretty much since Coldzera had a reasonable amount of experience within this lineup. Ever since he's joined and had some time in the team, they've looked much, much better. But I hope they don't revert back to a very strange T-side.
I mean, the real issue is they're not going to have a really long runway here to figure out how to solve it if there are problems, right? Like, they're so close to the finishing line of Complexity that if FaZe lose a couple of rounds early on, it's not even going to matter. That's a nice flashbang in from Poison, setting up to for BlameF to get the kill on Nico, who was already low from an earlier grenade, or at least had taken 30 damage, so that's pretty good. 50 seconds on the clock, and they're waiting for the smoke to disappear, but once they come through, there's going to be some pretty good defense here. Grenade, it's going to land right on top. What an incredible grenade and M4 combo. And even then, Poison is hiding, and why would they check this? There's no reason for Poison to be here once Obo's already gone down. Oh, he wanted a big double, and that is a little bit greedy. I still think they've got a pretty good shot at actually defending this round, although Rain is coming in from behind. behind is Blameth running right back into his open arms. And now it's 20 seconds and Config will go down. I might have to eat those words. Maybe Poison did get a bit too greedy. Now the bomb is going to be planted here and Rush coming in, opening the door. Right time. Oh, he came off the bomb plant. Had some heads-up play from Rain. Now 10 seconds, and he has to go for the bomb plant in safety behind the silo. Grenade, it'll do a little bit, but it won't kill him. Now he's just low on health, and Rush, can he clutch it this time around? Rain is there. Oh, and what a headshot to bring him down. Nice triple, and a huge round out of Faze.
Rain just shoulder peeking so he can dial in on the location, and that is a spectacular one-tap. So very quick, and he was trading the whole way into this bomb site. He was the one, every time his teammates went down, he had the follow-up kill. What a difficult round for Faze to win. They had to grind it. I don't know, I don't think Poison was being greedy. I think that was actually a super smart, a super good play. Aside from the fact that he was actually like walking out into the open, out of the corner at the same time while waiting for the second player to come in. And that's what made him so exposed to coldzera. If he just stayed tucked into that corner, I think he would have been fine with a double kill.
Yeah, that could well be right. You might have been, you might be on point there. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's always hard to blame people for things like that because you're right. I mean, if he gets the kill and gets traded, you know, it's like a 2-on-3. Maybe they're still not winning the round. Hard to say. Anyway, little mistake there, and we'll see if they can make up for it. Good opening this time. It's Poison going down. Outside to Nico. Blameth is over by the secret stairs, waiting for his moment. Could be another flash in by a teammate. So he's going to go down. No flashes came at all. Nico hitting another headshot, trying to continue out here, and he'll find a third kill. He's so ready to fight.
Here we go. Nico setting up with a nice opening, and then the follow-up kills after the fact. 3-on-2, and Config is going to drop down. This is where Faze is headed as well. So an early smoke over towards the control side doors. Gonna block them off for the moment. I don't know if Faze is gonna be scared of it. And Config might get caught in transition. That's a bold play with the flashbang. And he's gonna move into the bomb site.
It's a long time to be waiting down here on your own. 25 seconds. It looks like they want to go back up, and Rush is actually in a really good position, but he's gonna go down. That's Nico finding a fourth kill, sorry. I mean, again, if he would have won that fight against Nico, how are they meant to get up without at least taking another casualty? Now it's Config trying to get back into the mix here. He's almost catching Nico at the right time. Could be a slow ace all across the round. Oh, he's almost had it. That is, I think he deserved that. He's put in all the effort to win this round.
Yeah, he did a phenomenal job. Every single kill that's been put up for the Faze side of things got him into the bomb site as well. But at least he finds Config at the end, and that kind of motivates Config to just fall back and save. Their position has been revealed. They know exactly where he'd be headed. So a 9th round for Faze as they battle back into Nuke. This is a nice comeback that's being put together, and now they have the advantage of money as well. There's $0 on Rush, $50 on Poison, so even with the losing bonus, that's not even close to being built up. Even if Config wanted to drop, it's not going to give them anything meaningful. I think Complexity have to save, and Faze have an easier time of getting to double digits.
A much easier time. And I mean, you see Nico in a round like this, there's no reason he couldn't do something similar, at least in terms of opening outside. You know, he could definitely win more of those fights out there. If that happens once or twice more, it's a very open game. The economy for Complexity is at a point where they could just have that one AK saved, and that is it. Game is not done yet.
Nade towards red box, and Nico's got an opening kill again. He knew Config was going to challenge. Knew that AK was going to try and create something for Complexity, and he's ready for it. And that's scary. You asked what happens if coldzera gets mad. Well, I mean, once Nico starts heating up as well. You have a mad coldzera and a Nico with the hot hand. Rain had a one-tap earlier. This Faze is going to start building into this game despite the slow start.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're seeing right now. And that's trouble for anyone in the world. Even a well-playing Complexity could absolutely crumble to some of those players starting to really warm up. Nico making the long move all the way towards the ramp room. The rest of them just have pistols. One Deagle in play, but they should be just fine. A little bit of a shooting gallery here, almost catching another USP. There's the Deagle down. He's doing it all. He didn't get the ace last time, but this time surely he's going to get it. Rush, he knows he's in here somewhere. He deserves it. Quad kill in the last round, and here comes the ace for Nico. So well set up. He's down to 5 health, but that's 9 kills across 2 rounds, and Nico clocking in 18 kills overall in the game.
Yeah, he's just doubled his frag total in the past 2 rounds. That's pretty impressive stuff. Rush almost stole that away from him as well. A dink afterwards. Nade forcing Config out into the open. Well, now we get to see, is this going to last? Is this Nico getting them started on the correct path, or is this Nico able to carry them through the entire rest of the map? FaZe needs 6 more rounds on this T side of Nuke, and now they're going up against the AWP of Poison. That's going to be outside.
I love watching Poison playing with this AWP, but sometimes he does go missing a bit. When he's on point, though, it's really spectacular. Again, he's one of those names that I just forget to mention whenever people ask about who's, you know, good with the AWP, and I can't even explain why. I feel bad about it every time. We'll see. Oh, Rain actually. Another hit would have done it. He's still hiding back there. That's bold. He didn't even move.
That's... There's the bullet hole right there. Nice little spam. 49 HP on Rain. Utility being used. Rain and coldzera outside as well, just waiting and biding their moment. All of FaZe being very patient. Look at all the utility they still have. It's only Brokey who's really used anything.
There is no kit in play. There's only 2 smokes left for Complexity, so a retake right now would just be very, very difficult. An attempted flash in outside, but Blamev is going to be going down. They were so ready for it. Rain to pick up the kill. 40 seconds now. And how do they hold this bomb site? Standard Molotov to land on top of the hot. Some more flashbangs to follow through. And they're going to divert their attention in towards the ramp room. Let's see if they're going to be able to make it down in time. There's only 27 seconds left, and they made their way past. A little bit more damage standing on top of the fire. Poison really wanted that kill, but he can't get it. And now there's 20 seconds, and there's no one downstairs for Complexity. This is going to be just an open bomb site. I don't know what would save this round. Yes, some attempted floor wall bangs are coming out from Poison, but it's unlikely he's going to be able to find anything, and the bomb will be planted. They find Nico, and I think they might just want to save what they have.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the safe call. They're already evacuated over towards T-spawn. Nico's going to be able to transfer that information over. FaZe will still be sticking around this bomb just to be sure. But that's another nice round put together by the FaZe offense. Smart call as well to save these weapons from Complexity. They were so out of position.
Yes.
Man, here we go. They're coming back into it. We've got ourselves a game. I thought for a moment after that first half, Complexity might just be able to rattle off, especially the 3 rounds in a row that they got after losing the pistol. I thought they'd be able to just kind of take this map. I'm glad to see FaZe fighting back. This is their 4th straight to get up to 11 rounds.
I feel like given how they've been playing for the rest of this tournament, you could have made a good bet that they were going to be able to come back. I mean, they've looked like such a fresh team that it would have been just a huge oddity if they hadn't been able to turn this around. So I almost felt like it wasn't really a question of if they could. It was just like more like when. Is it going to be during this first map, or would it have to wait to map number 2? But I can't see just a FaZe not showing up for a best of 3 like this. So great stuff. I absolutely agree. It's wonderful to see this turnaround. 12 to 11, and yeah, we're almost tied up. Aggressive from Poison, and looked like there was an opportunity there.
There was. That flashbang went past him. He didn't get blinded even a little bit. It might have just been maybe an inch perfectly past his sight. So, FaZe get away with one a little bit. Nico not picked off outside, but it has certainly made them cautious. And in the confusion of all the smokes of that peek from Poison, it's Blamef who's pushed up all the way underneath Silo for the CT side, but he's got no one in support. It's just him all alone with the FAMAS and waiting to see if anyone crosses into his vision.
Oh, he's going to start to move forward. He's actually tired of waiting. What a play this is. Again, this can really backfire. If he gets caught out here, it's going to open up a lot. It looks like they're setting up for it. He's almost found one person, but the timing here is absolutely everything. Let's see if this is genius or if he's going to get completely busted. It's Bimas going down to Poison next. Nico also falling early on, so that's a big kill to get. Now they're Molotoving into the corner, and they will get the kill. Rain, who was a victim of that same thing a couple of times, will go down to Blamef right afterwards, who's also going to get the kill on coldzera. But that was the same trick that they wanted to use against Complexity. They wanted the Molotov in the corner to force whoever was out there just into a fight. And with that kind of a flank, though, I mean, that's just beautiful. Complexity up to 13 rounds.
Okay, nice.
All right.
Nice.
The complexity fan cams. Yeah, that's a well-timed flank for Blame F. Coming around the back, and I think that's pretty much, I mean, you can only really use that trick once. I think that's going to put everyone on notice. Nico again going to lead the way, this time much faster pace, but I don't think the smoke wall is up nearly as much as he'd like. In fact, it's not even close. That's 4 smokes thrown outside and not even a completed wall. So a bit dangerous for Faze, especially knowing that Poison has the AWP.
Yeah, and he's up in heaven. He could just take a couple of steps back and he'll be looking out there. So, do they want to risk it, or all they have is another smoke, and that won't cover everything. So I don't really know what the plan is from here on out. They have time to go back, so they don't have to commit to this outside play. Could maybe try and see if instead of swinging out into the yard, just swing right around Mini into A and try and crunch it from Squeak, from Hut, and from Mini. That would be a cool play. It's looking likely at the moment. Look at it, 48 seconds. Here they come, hugging the wall. Blameth will find one, but he gets taken down. So Cold Zero now, the only one that's going to be coming through that angle. He's actually going to go down Secret instead. So I don't know if they changed their minds or if they wanted to do this all along, but now they got 30 seconds for a 4-on-4, and Obo in position with the M4, going to get one, and they just line up a nice triple spray down, taking that extra step to continue the fight. And taking the initiative always is a good idea.
Yeah, that was some poor spacing on that ramp take. Nice triple kill from Obo. But Mas and Nico both kind of backtracked into each other's crosshairs, and no one wanted to swing to get that trade. I think they were both kind of looking for the follow-up kill or the follow-up peek to come from that elbow. That's tough to swallow. But even if they had gone upstairs, even if they didn't change that strategy, the upper bomb site had 3 defenders inside of it as well. So that was a losing call also. Obo with 20 kills, Config with 22. And Complexity just 2 rounds away from taking this first map.
2 rounds away, starting to get a little bit of money in that round. And Faze without a bomb plant, so that's also a little bit of an issue. They didn't get one in the previous round either. In fact, all the rounds that Complexity have won here have been rounds where they've denied Faze any kind of plant. So that is cumulatively going to be some money that they're going to be missing down the stretch of this game.
Hey, outside, ever since Nico got those 2 back-to-back rounds with 4 kills and 5 kills, he's had nothing. Killless in the past 2.
Oh, yeah.
So, and also, I mean, outside of that, nobody else from FaZe has taken that opportunity of Nico essentially hand-delivering them to 2-round run to be able to get on the board as well. No one else has kind of really started firing at all cylinders. Cold Zera's at 15 kills, so is Rain. Nico's at 18.
Well, then we know what the call is from FaZe here. Just Nico, you get another ace or a quad kill, then...
The old Nico headshot strategy?
Yeah, set us up for it. I mean... It's worked.
I think it's been hard. This putting the AWP in Poison's hands, I mean, it's obviously not any kind of spectacular decision or, like, you know, genius decision, but obviously putting the op outside when he first got it in hand was perfectly designed to neutralize Nico from having rounds like that, because he had been beast moding entry kills outside a couple times. That's a great run boost. Poison has no idea. And Rain, there's the peek. Oh, but the shoulder peek gives it away. He didn't commit right off the bat, and Obo has another opportunity. First kill goes his way. Second kill as well, and Poison rotated over. FaZe is shut down again, and Complexity has 4 chances to close out the map.
That actually felt like Obo was using the ghost of his past self in the previous round to bait out, you know, for him in this round, because he was playing sort of the opposite side, and they actually ran in to try and check that corner that he got the triple from last time around, and then he's on the other side. That looked really cool. Nico in a 1 versus 5, and yeah, he's not going to get anything, obviously. Time running out, but would have been fun if he could have found a kill on anyone here. Do some damage. Anything, I think, to inspire the team to get the next 4 rounds in a row, which is what they need. And they don't have money or anything. This is not good.
No, this is not going to be a pretty buy. They're fighting with scraps here in the final round. 2 Tech 9s, 2 AKs, and a Galil. 15-11. And to outside we go. They have not been able to crack this defense 3 rounds straight now. In fact, 2 of them just spent timeouts. Flame F. Oh, they didn't check it. They didn't clear it. He is blind, but he's found the safety of the smoke. Relative safety as Nico takes him down. Poison with the op is just a little bit late to catch Nico.
Well, Rush is inside. He's been bored a little bit in the A-bomb side for a while. Going to get some action this time around. A big double kill. And Complexity now a kill away from taking the first map, which was picked by them here on Nuke. And it's been looking stunning. Faze are going to have a real comeback on map number 2, or this could end very poorly for them indeed. 16-11 as they bring down Faze, and they just look like such a solid team right now. What a revelation this was. The Juggernaut continues, and we will too with the second map that's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and Complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh!
This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
He's trying to get the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies. Oh no! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14, Navi do it!
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to kill Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Akita, it looked like you might have been able to close Nuke out a little bit earlier. What was the change, though, when they started to make a comeback in order for you guys to take this win quite decisively, at least?
I don't think we really changed anything. I think we lost both pistols, and then I think majority of buy rounds on T side we played better CS than them. And then I think the first gun round on one of the early round CT Nuke, we had a read and they did fast deep smokes, and we flashed, we got a kill, and we were even stacked 2 guys ramp, and Val was close, and he let them walk past and they had a bad time, and then Ben was already down. I think losing that round, if we didn't lose that, I think we would 16 whatever them. I think apart from that, we just kept playing the exact same whole half, and we had a good sort of grasp on how they played.
And now we're going on to Dust 2, right? It's their pick, and we know they're comfortable on it, but you just dominated Navi 16-8 on it. How do you pull that off again against the Faze, who is, in general, right, individual skill-wise, looking pretty good?
I think we just play our own game. It's actually like kind of surprising that they picked picked Dust 2. I thought they'd probably pick Mirage or something like that. But I think Dust 2 is a map where we've won like our past 10 Dust 2. So honestly, when we haven't got anything special prepared, we're just going to like pretty much play our own game.
It keeps coming back to bite us. We keep predicting against Complexity, and they just keep taking us all by surprise and just keep on. I knew I should have predicted. I knew it.
Let's get all that out the way. Let's not even worry about the predictions or any of that nonsense, because there's a reason that Complexity are the underdog, and there's a reason that they won in this game. And there's one word here that you have to use, and that's prepared. Go back and watch this. Look at the setups. Look at Poison spamming with the AWP through the box outside because he knows exactly the smokes they're lining up. Look at the pop flash timing as soon as the smoke pins get called from Blame, and he's stepping out getting frags. Keita, Jamie, he was bang on. They had that round in the bag. They flubbed it a little bit. I thought right there that they may actually have unraveled and lost the game in a tilt scenario, but I'm glad they didn't, because they were the better team in this game. There's no doubt about it. They forced Faze off of their A game. They forced them into their B game. They forced them to adjust, and Faze couldn't keep up. Complexity on Nuke, that was super legit, that win.
It was amazing. Their T side was a thing of beauty, honestly, and just the game plan and the structure around it, the philosophy behind it was amazing. But we have to talk about some of these entries on the A-bomb side, because I think that was the main takeaway from the first half. Unfortunately for FaZe, neither Rain or Coldzera had what it took to stop the rushes. Complexity, they abused the A-bomb side time and time again when they had that string of 4 rounds, and as a result, on the FaZe clan side, I can guarantee you they had to adjust. They were talking about it. How can we counter that? Do we need to start with 3? Yeah, come on, play ladder with us, we need you. And then Complexity, they slowly but surely abused outside because Nico, the poor guy, he was alone. So I have to commend the game plan from Complexity and the shots. I mean, they were on point.
They were just looking so confident. They knew what was going on. It started a little rough, and then all of a sudden, within 3-4 rounds, boom, they're back in this fight. And at that point, it turned into a grind. It turned into a battle. And all the fans tuning in as well. There you go. There's Lake. Top left. We see you, buddy. But there we go. So now let's just go ahead and just start looking, or trying to look forward, I think. Let's try and see where this wild ride takes us, because it's going to be Dust 2, Complexity or fragging. Is it enough firepower to take down FaZe on the map? This is going to be FaZe's map pick.
I think people should probably put some sunscreen on or something, because this is about to get really hot in here. I'm looking at the results for both these teams on Dust 2, and there is a tremendous amount of green all across the board. Both of these teams are coming in Dust 2 with a winning streak. I'll still say, though, the opponent that FaZe are beating on Dust 2 is a notch higher than Complexity in general. Yes, Banks mentioned that win versus Navi for Complexity, that was quite legit, but if you move over to FaZe, there are victories versus, in order, Fnatic, Navi, and Vitality on Dust 2. These are the last 4 maps they've played. So this is not done by any mean. FaZe have what it takes to push us to a third.
I'm a little bit worried about BMAS, because early on within that first half, they clearly knew the brokey BMAS setup when they went for a round. One of the save rounds that FaZe had there, and from there I didn't think he recovered as an individual, right? Because that was a place where we've seen him get multi-kills from before and actually save FaZe in Nuke games, and if that gets into your head as a youngster, that's a really difficult thing to get out, right? He's not well versed in the idea of having to play his B, C, D, E, F games. He's still trying to discover what his A game is, right? So that right there is my main concern, but I hope that FaZe as well don't go into this thinking they're going to get completely countered. What did I miss? My brain's not working today, Semler.
You know, right now he's on his O game, his Olafmeister game. Okay. He's taking over all of Olafmeister's roles.
Whoa.
That one would have been good. My brain doesn't work that way, man.
Boys, I'm going deep. Strap in.
I was super impressed with Complexity, I'm not going to lie. I really liked what they brought to the table here. They're clearly treating this like the old analogy we're using, their Super Bowl, and they are coming to play Counter-Strike that is not only tailored to their opponent, but tailored to their own style. And look, I was very impressed with Nuke. I hope that Dust 2 delivers in the same way and we can get to that third map.
Do we think that Obo can bring the same heat, the same level? You know, talking about the youngsters on the teams. I mean, Obo, this isn't the first time we've seen him up there at the top for Complexity. He's looking better and better. But this was an excellent start for him. Is he building his confidence going forward onto Dust 2? Can we see more of the same?
Yes, thank you, Selma, for asking. I was about to make the comparison between Bemis and Obo. I know that Obo has a little bit of a head start in terms of playing at the top level. He's had a bit more experience now, it's a few months in. But the ability to be impactful when rounds matter so much is absolutely insane. We could see at the end of that new game, there was a few rounds that could have been swing rounds for Faze Clan, but anytime Obo got tested ramp, he completely destroyed them. -2, -3. Sure, the game plan was in place, but he still had to do the job. And it does feel like pressure just doesn't get to him. And it is insane to display such calm, such serenity for a player that is so young. And the period that he's having right now, he could be stepping forward in terms of progression in his career in a crazy way. These past couple of months have been insane. And yes, I agree with you. I think he's gone into those two full of confidence.
I'm a little bit concerned.
To see.
Not with Obo, but with Complexity based off of Kita's interview right there, saying, you know, that they were more expecting Mirage. Because the key that I just said when we started out this conversation about Nuke was how prepared they looked at exploiting tendencies and positions. So if they haven't done that same level of homework going into this map right here, FaZe might be able to swing their way back into this one. The Betway odds, wow, how did that flip so quickly? That seems a little bit quick on the trigger.
Oh, buddy. I'll be right back. Gotta go.
Changing prediction?
Daddy needs to put a new deck on the house. This is nuts.
Okay.
Well, thank you to our sponsor, Betway, for providing the odds for this match, but I think it's time for us to take a break, gentlemen. So, we will be right back in 3 minutes' time with the action. Anders and Moses will be on the mic. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one.
That's
Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know if that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You can absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray.
Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping, was Napfly, and there's the head on display! He takes it! FaZe Clan winning a round!
Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins!
He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th!
Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second map coming up here. Still the first game of the day. It's Complexity and Faze, and the odds have actually shifted quite heavily in favor of Complexity. I think a lot of people were impressed by what they brought to that nuke map. Now, they did also pick it. It was Faze that picked us to where we're going right now. So, Jason, how's your feelings about that? You think it's a good chance that Faze will pick up the second map?
Yeah, I mean, I still would have them as favorites, independent of what we just saw on Nuke. Obviously, a great performance out of Complexity, but coming into this, I don't think, you know, the odds might shift like at a massive level, but I think our belief in FaZe can't quite shift all that much. I still think coming into this, they're able to have the reset. These are experienced players, some of the best players to touch the game in coldzera and Nico, so I think they're going to be just fine here on Dust 2, and a chance for them to just set their feet and calm it down, and realize they're up against an opponent in Complexity that can cause this upset. If for some reason they came into this undervaluing the ability of Complexity, there's no reason to be doing it now.
No, I tend to agree. I mean, you did see just the tip of the iceberg, Jason, when Nico was getting all those kills over at the outside area of Nuke with the AK-47. So, yeah, a little bit more of that, and you could be sure that it's going to be an amazing game here for FaZe. And he's, you know, this is the crazy thing. He's surrounded by a lot of people who could do exactly the same thing. Setup comes in here now from the catwalk onto the A-bomb side. They're going to be rushing right down. I like this. The Glock's trying to get them close and catching Bamas out of the open. He could have gone down, but Rain is there in the crossfire, and that puts a big slowdown on Complexity. Blameth now a little bit late to the party, but with a strong headshot, and now they should be able to get the bomb plant. It's a 3-on-3, and things have actually switched quite a bit. As long as Blameth is in the back here, and he could maybe try and flank them in for the retake, that's going to be huge. No kills yet. Retake is still on, and these grenades are doing damage, but not enough for any kill yet. Now down in CT spawn. Blameth is going to be found, and it's just all on Rush. 1 versus 3. Great retake coming in right here, and they're going to overpower Rush in the end. A moment of real worry there, but a nice start for FaZe.
Yeah, that was a really powerful retake. That's a long time for Blameth to try and make that rotation from long back towards CT spawn to get that flank, especially with the Glock poking up and trying to get that kill at range. And that just left those two isolated players way too many weird fights for them to have to worry about. Excuse me, it was a P250 that he lost out on. It was a nice attempt for Complexity, though, but much like Nuke, they'll get the plant, they'll lose the pistol round, and we're going to have a buy-up in the second. And remember, this is what gave them the power to grab a lead early on in that first half of Nuke, was that they were able to deal damage in this round behind the force buy. On Nuke, they got 3 kills, and let's see what they can do here on Dust 2.
But they tagged Brogy through the mid doors. That was a scout on Poison, doing a bit of damage. But yeah, FaZe won the pistol on Nuke and the following 2 rounds, and then Complexity just went wild.
But they had no money built up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Complexity reset that economy so early due to their performance in the second round. So Blameth going to lead the way with an AK-47. Config's got the other one. Putting their faith and trust in their Danish colleagues, something that I've always found difficult.
I can't imagine why, Jason. feel like it's unjustified in a lot of ways. I'd ask you to explain why, but you'd be in a position where you couldn't actually share any of it. So that's my shield.
No, those are stories that can't be told. Self-incriminating in most of them. A whole lot of issues.
That too. Meek goes down on long with a scout. All those smokes are going to make it a little bit tricky, but he does a lot of damage onto Rush. This should be getting a free bomb planting. Oh, wow! That's quite something.
That's so ridiculous. He's just trying to play retake. A long route to run against this scout. They would love to get it out of his hands. Rain does take a tag. So does coldzera. Low HP, and now it's time for the AK-47s to do their job. Clean up some of these kills. There's only the 1 kit on board, and if that gets dropped, it must be picked up. Here's the retake. 2 quick kills, and finally Rain in response, but Rush chimes in for 1 more, and it all falls away. FaZe dropped the second round.
Yeah. Well, if we get a replay of that first shot from Rush, I don't know. Make sure no children are around. This is really something. Look at this. Just such a nice peek. And Nico just laughing it off. I appreciate that. But Complexity doing even better. They don't just make it expensive. They actually win the round. And it wasn't even the AKs necessarily. I mean, they did a good job, but it was Rush and that double deagle.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Nico, all you really can do is kind of laugh it off like that. I mean, that's just a stunning shot. BlameF leading the way on Catwalk again. It's all 5 Deagles for FaZe. They've got a couple flashbangs as well if they want to go for a peek, but nothing that they can really hope to fight with unless they get a nice pick or two at range before the hit comes in.
5 Deagles and 2 flashbangs. Again, FaZe, exactly the kind of team that can make this work. We've all seen Nico's Deagle get into action. Definitely Rain as well. So, see. Chad was talking about how prepared Complexity looked on Nuke, and I agree there were so many signs of them having done a lot of research. And it'd be interesting to see if the same thing is going to be true on Dust too, if we're going to see some more signs of them just having a good read of what's coming. This time it looks like it's going to be a bit of a B attack, and I imagine if they put up a smoke and flash their way through, it's going to be very hard to stop them, even with a couple of people inside. No smokes, just a straight flash around the core, and the MAC-10 will open the whole thing up, and that's the only 2 kills they really needed to get into the site here. So things just looking good. Config continuing to fight, and that might be just a little bit ridiculous, especially with the AK-47.
Ooh, BlameF gonna cut them off. And oh, Rain already got by. Oh, giving it up, but Nico can't get the gun out in time. Rain might as well peek and fight for the AK-47. That's a pretty nice gift laying on the ground, but BlameF is gonna find him. 2-1 for Complexity.
Deagles don't really have the output that we were looking for. The AK is not saved. And so we'll see. Single smoke, probably just for the cross. See if they run long or if they try and do something else fun. Boost up on Catwalk, maybe. I still miss those boosts. I miss the sort of the mid crunches that you sometimes see attempted in the past, where you'd have like a double boost on Catwalk. You'd have one guy in middle, and you'd really try and fight that T side. They're all going to be out on long, which is interesting. They don't have a flashbang though, so let's see what they could do. BlameF around the corner, and there's a lot of targets there. MAC-10 on the other side will chew them up for sure. Still, nice attempt. They had the right read. It's a quad kill on Config, though.
Yeah, but without that flashbang, you can see the issue. As soon as Complexity realize the stack is there, they take some very narrow angles. They don't wide swing, and that neutralizes all the number of players that FaZe had. So an easy cleanup for Config with his quad kill, and it is 3-1 for Complexity. AWP is out in the hands of Nico. M4 is to surround it, and here we go. FaZe need to get started on defense.
Oh, wow. There's Nico in the middle, taking down BlameF. That's such a good start here to round number 5, but Rush comes in, and he could have easily got that double kill. Now they're swinging against the AWP, but it's also locked in. Nico trying to help out Rain, and in the process of which actually just gets traded. So a 3-on-3 and a big chance here for Complexity. If they win this round, it's huge, and the Molotov on Rain will take him down. This is a big problem. Brokey and Cold Sierra, they need a heroic return into this one. Otherwise, it's going to be such a good start. And there's already Poison going down. 2-on-2, and I almost think they could run to B at this point in time.
You know, look how aggressive Cold Sierra and Brokey are both being. Oboe. Ooh, that's a nice off angle. They know where both of them are. The bomb is going to book it. Brokey has to get aggressive here to win this fight as soon as possible. And Oboe in the sight. That's a tough headshot to hit. It is so barely just exposed, and Brokey is going to go down. What a great win for Oboe at a 2-on-1. He's got 4 kills in the round so far, and he picks up the AWP. This is wild. 4-1. And Complexity just seems unstoppable. I have to imagine that FaZe is just caught off by the pace. Like, the fact that nobody from Complexity is slowing down from these fights, I feel like FaZe is used to a little bit more finesse in their opponents, and Complexity is just bringing this brute strength style.
I mean, you could see it out on long, right? As soon as sort of Rain is actually falling back, Nico wants to get in there and help him, and they end up getting picked apart and just well, Nico, he got found. He's playing hide and seek, and it ended badly.
Man, I'm so impressed with how BlameF has got this team working together and playing on pretty much every map we've seen them in.
Yes.
What a cool experiment this Complexity team is turning out to have been. Nice kill as Cold Sierra peeks into it. 5-on-3.
Flashed around the corner. Rain going to be dropping down. They'll hear that, obviously. And now just creeping in with the AWP, hoping for an overextension, for someone to go take a look. But both Bimas and Rain are standing in place for the minute. And Complexity, I mean, there's kind of a hold-up where you just sort of say, hey, let's give him 20 seconds to make a mistake. Let's give him a little bit of a chance to do something. If they don't, well, then we'll just group up and take a bomb site. But why not see if they're going to give you something for free?
Nice shot from Rain. Try to get a second one. Damas is stuck in the fire. He's going to go down. There goes Rain as well. Fifth round for Complexity on the board.
Someone had to go first, and it was Rush. Feels bad, doesn't it?
He's been doing that. He's another one of those guys who's kind of been the entry fragger for his team pretty much throughout his career.
Yeah.
Much like Apex. Although I feel like there's got to be a decent amount more stress in being the entry fragger for North American teams than for European teams.
Yeah, I think you might well be on the same point. In every fan cam, there's a pretty good representation of Brazilian people. I mean, they love Counter-Strike in Brazil. We know that, but it's pretty impressive, isn't it?
It's wild, isn't it? Yeah, it's really cool to see. They're just lending fans out to all the different teams, which is great. Flame F. Gotta challenge that smoke, but not go through it.
I mean, it's not even the time zone.
The default spread.
They're still early, isn't it?
I think they're about the same time zone as me, maybe
Yeah.
an hour ahead or behind. So it's got to be around 11 a.m. noon.
All right.
It's not too bad. It's
They're
perfect
making
time for Counter-Strike.
Well, it always is. 7th round here, and yeah, as you said, a default spread coming out for Complexity. Just again, hoping to catch someone, maybe get a bit of info. They've seen no one in middle. Haven't heard anything going on either. Mid to B split could be pretty huge here, especially if they could if they could win one fight here. They're going to be all the way in middle, so there's going to be very little delay. They're going to put up the grenades, and then they're going to go for it. Only poison coming in from upper dark, and in the middle, Coldzera smoking that off, hoping to take a fight. This is a risky play, but I actually love it. Let's see if he's going to get rewarded for it. 40 seconds, and Nico, also actually Rain coming down in the middle to try and help out, and that's too early. He gets dropped. And now they're waiting. That smoke is about to go away. They're just waiting him out, testing his patience, and they should know this is coming. Coldzera back in the mix. Nice shot from Brokey, but Cold could only get the one, and Brokey, a champion at the back of the bomb site right now. He almost gets the triple, and that would have won them the round for sure. Now, it's a 2-on-2, and the bomb is going to be planted. This is a one Molotov left on Nico, and that's what they have to retake this with. Just picked up a kit as well.
He wants that AK, and he's got it now. Oh, but Rush. He goes for the early peek, and Nico goes down shuffling weapons. He's going to be continuously getting more and more frustrated. 1 versus 2, and Bimas, he's trying to find anyone to peek. There's the first headshot. He has no kit. That was on Nico. He might have to go back for it. Unless Brokey's calling it out that he's got one in the sight. Dropping down, still no kit. And now I think it's pretty much faded away, his chance of winning this round. Hoping for a peek from Blame F. He's going to get it, but not the kill. Must chase him down. Bomb's going to go off. And Complexity now with the commanding lead, 6-1.
Ooh, shuffling those weapons around. You understand the idea of it. But that absolutely did backfire a little bit. I'm actually so impressed they slowed down to wait for that smoke to disappear, sorry.
Yes. That's what I was going to call for. They're making Faze sweat on the defense. The mid to B smokes, everything is put up. Coldzera has all that pressure. And when they hit the pause button and just sit and wait, 2 players go back to double doors. You're forcing Faze to make an information play because Cold has himself smoked off. He has no idea what's coming. He's not hearing footsteps. Players in CT spawn have no idea what's happening. So they almost need to get the information so that they know where to go, because during this whole period of silence, Complexity could have all fallen back to mid and readjusted to hit a different side of the map. So FaZe is just getting outplayed, and they're losing the information battle.
Yeah, it's a lot of patience to have to hold if you're Rain down there in CT spawn, and you know, if you go too late, the B defense could be wiped out, so you end up going just a second early, and that's also the wrong move. Up on Nico. Obviously saved from the previous round, taken away from Blame F there, but yeah, this is such a tremendous start. 6-1. Nothing. I actually in my mind was thinking this is going to be one of those maps where Faze just, you know, blow right back and end up winning it like 16-8 or something. Just, you know, really just have a great game. But they're struggling right now. Going out long though. Ovo leading the charge. A lot of flashbangs behind him to set up that play. They don't want to chase it down. But that's some early long control, which we'll see what they make of. Oh, well, not the best start now that Poison goes down to Nico. Don't know if did he jump over for Nico to see? That smoke looked like it should have blocked everything.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, it was only a matter of time before Faze, you know, had a nice 5-on-4 advantage. Problem is, this is the only gun they get to play with. Complexity going to stick around and want to challenge it. Oh, Nico, a little bit blind, but he almost was able to get the flick. He saw the body jump
I almost
before
want
the
to see a
flashbang
replay.
popped.
I want to see a replay of how close that was. It looked like it actually hit the light pole. Maybe not. Oh, nice flick from Conflict. That's lightning fast. And as you said, that was the only gun. So now the rest of it would have to be crazy deagle kills. Waiting down here, and BlameF, he's going to be probably a little bit upset. But that also, he saw two people, so they pretty much know what's coming next. And 3-on-3, again, that AK-47 is a valuable weapon for Faze to have. Obviously, winning the clutch here would be, or winning the 3-on-3 would be amazing, but it's so low percentage.
They're going to boost over the smoke. Coldzair with that AK-47 wants to find something. But yeah, if they're actually going to go for this with hopes of winning it, it has to start right now. And nothing happening. Now going to start swinging around the smoke. There's a flashbang available. Obo able to get the headshot. He controls it so well. Look at what he's brought down to. And Brokey went down at long. Another round for Complexity. They've got a 6-round lead.
See, okay, so he does jump over. That's why Nico is able to see him first time around. And this is the second one. Let's see, he's... Alright, he looks like he's dead on him. That is actually unbelievable. What he's shooting right underneath his arm, he probably deserved that kill.
Yeah. Probably put a hole in his jacket.
What a great replay. Appreciate it. 7-1. Round number 9 swinging in here. 3 men out at long, and a late flank around, late push, and they almost get both kills. Rain is going to be going down 2-for-1 for Nico, though, and that is how you bring it back. Can't obviously design that, but Poison is still fighting, and it's a 2-on-2. BlameF taking down Coldzera. He turns for the flashbang. He's out in the open here, Nico, and low on health. I can't believe Complexity fought their way back into this round.
Yeah, this is crazy. What a great shot. Pins BlameF's head to the wall behind him. And Poison with 12 health in a 1 versus 2. Now he might as well just pick it up and get into the bomb site, make the wrist jump. Hope that Nico's gonna miss, but he's not there. They're relocating it. If he can find... Oh, this is a bold plant spot. And he's gonna get away with it. Molotov's gonna come in. He's gotta bail out right now. Nico doesn't take the opportunity for the shot. Poison still thinks he might be out at long. Oh, great flick, great miss. And does he realize he's close up? He hears the drop, and Poison holding the trigger, and there it is! One more! 1 HP and 8 rounds. How has he won that clutch?
Oh, that is thoroughly disgusting. He's on 1 health at the end. I don't know. This is just meant to be, isn't it? I can't believe
that's so crazy.
He gets tagged. The patience. I mean, look at that. Even his team can't believe it. They're like, what? He just won it.
Nobody can believe it. Complexity can't believe it. Faze can't believe it.
And now they're
Poison
just
probably
it.
can't believe it. The viewers can't believe it. It's
Maniac can't believe it.
Oh no. That poor guy.
Yeah, this is a rough day, but also funny. They decide to roll into the B-bomb site this time around, just probably guessing the economy a little bit and saying, this feels right, everything else has been working, why not go for a B rush? About to be 9-1.
what are you supposed to do if you're Faze? Like in that last round, right? Nico even got like a double out towards long. You had a situation where Poison had to come out of the long cave through a smoke with an op to fight against an M4, and he still wins that battle. Like, it's not even necessarily the 1-on-2 that's the craziest part of that, is the way that they just come back in the round. Like, things are going the way of Faze. The 2-for-1 shot should have put them in a near unlosable situation. And unfortunately for Faze now, like they have to just get on the board. They have to just start winning. They have one round going into number 11, so you just need more volume of wins on the board.
Yeah, this needs to be a really, really good, I mean, a 5-round run at the end, get 6 rounds on the board, and then we can pick it up again. Rain sticking around for more action could probably justify falling back. Coldzera is going to be catching Blamef, so a 5-3 lead early on in this 11th round. And again, this is where you want all the fundamentals to kick in. This is where Faze should feel real relaxed about how to win it. Wouldn't have to take many more risks here. I don't mind Coldzera pushing up, but ultimately, yeah, this should be a clean round.
There's no comfort in this game for Faze for the rest of the way. Like, when you're down 9-1, there's nothing, even the 3-on-5, that is going to make you feel good. They're at least playing it smartly. Everyone's kind of paused and waiting as Coldzera's making this flank, so they're letting that come to fruition. Poison's doing what he can out mid. He's about to walk into an AWP, and surely, yeah, he doesn't win that one. All that's left is to play at long.
Yeah, and they see it coming. They've got Coldzera flanking them. This is all very well set up. So good round. That's all they needed. 1 kill on Brokey, that's just absolutely fine. They're going to be... they could have maybe tried to save another orb in middle, but I guess they didn't want to go the double orb route, which is also, you know, just fine. But finally a second round on the board from Faze, since winning the pistol, by the way, Jason.
Jesus, that's not an ideal situation at all. At all. Well, we'll see what they can do with it now. 9-2. Nico's gonna take an aggressive peek and then gonna back away. He got a kill with that earlier, and this might be helpful. Rain won the first battle out long last round. He's gonna do it again here. Finds that opening kill onto Config. Smoke is out to defuse any Molotov thrown his direction, and there it is.
Yeah, still in some danger back here. Another Molotov to force him back into the corner. HGs would be even better, but they don't have any. Now, here's the question, though. I mean, Rain, he's in a little bit of a distress out there. If they over-rotate, you could see that's what Poison is thinking about. Or not even over-rotate, but just over-react. If they say, oh, no, let's go get Rain, and then that ends up going badly. Friendly smoke to help him out, so that's just exchanging grenades into that corner. They've got 2 more Molotovs. They could do this again. Keep throwing the grenades.
Yeah, but is it worth it? Look at what they have left. They've got to use that stuff to get onto the bomb site itself. So even if you kill Rain, it's almost a victory of sorts in his favor if he's forced you to use all that utility. Here comes the Molotov, but Rain was already leaving. Oh, checkmate.
They had no more smokes. That would have been the final play for Complexity. I'm so sad. Well, 4 versus 5. 38 seconds, and a nice shot there from Nico. He's not playing around any longer. There's a Molotov on top of him, and he's going to go down to Blamef, who finds a second kill. Quick back-to-back ones coming through, and Poison just needed to pull the trigger, but I guess he was a little bit shocked from getting shot in the face, and it's a 1 versus 3 for Blamef here. 20 seconds. I'm not even sure getting the bomb plant down is possible at this point in time. Maybe just that default plant, but that also locks him into the bomb side, which he might just be anyway. He tries it once, goes for a bit of a spray, and now 8 seconds, and he's going to go straight for the bomb plant. Oh, actually fakes in another person to try and fight him, and he finally does get dropped. So it cost them a fair bit to get the round, but Faze, again, I'm not even sure they care that much. Right now, this is about just a confidence way to build your way back into the game. 9-3, they need the next 3 rounds.
Yeah, they need to claw themselves back into this half. What a tense round for Rain that entire time. Blamef almost does a great job of taking this round. Some spectacular kills to get into the site. This is that kill on the upper. That's a nasty little angle over the smoke. And Blamef just ran out of options and ran out of time, and there's another pick. Nico's done that to Blamef twice so far in this game. He's looking for that exact pick, and the nade to keep them back. That's an impromptu mid-to-B smoke. It looks like there's a gap in it as well, but Nico's burning. And Coldzera with the double up setup is able to spot that out. A double kill for him. And Brokey in support. 2 players left for Complexity. coldzera's on point. He's gonna get 4. And he's got Faze up to the same amount of rounds.
I appreciate that Nico is trying to revive the, long-lost tradition of AWPing mid-CT side. That's been dead for years.
Yeah, well, I would imagine that's something they've spotted, that Complexity's willing to make that drop down so frequently, because he got that exact pick on BlameF earlier,
Yes.
then he just got it in that previous round, and he's gone for it another 1 or 2 times in this half. So I have to imagine that's something that's part of the game plan, is to take that peek and say, they're a bit lackadaisical on covering, the drop down to suicide, so let's just make sure we can punish them or at least go for the shot. You have an opportunity to get the pick.
Maybe time for Smith to revive his career. Get back in if people are AWPing middle.
Now that CZ is still taking, a whole day to pull it out.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it, though? But
it's one of them.
If you buff the CC, Flusher becomes unreasonable, so gotta keep it in check right there.
Yeah, the only thing that neutralized Flusher is sacrificing Smith's career.
Listen,
sorry, you took one for the team.
Choices had to be made. It's for the good of everyone, really.
The greater good.
Rain and Nico up at the A site. They don't have that many grenades here on Complexity, so I feel like this next round of grenades, they might just throw this and could leave Config to jump down, and then the rest of them are going to go for a little bit of a split towards B. But Rain is so close here. They think they've just checked Catwalk. They think they have that control. Rain's gonna go check. He sees no one, and he immediately makes the reaction. This is great informational play, great reaction coming out of Faze. I think they're finally starting to play their way back into this game. Poison going down to coldzera. That's the bomb as well. Dropped in plain sight. 20 seconds now. He's sneaking out middle, but BlameF is gonna get caught. And yeah, this whole round has been read by Faze, and that's Rain making that one play, just peeking through the smoke. So brilliant. He's only gonna get the 1 kill, but that'll completely, undersell just how much he did in this round.
Yeah, the information he gathered was massive. That's really nice. And Faze now, thankfully, coming back into the game. 4 in a row down the stretch. And finally, in this round 15, the final round of the half, they've got Complexity out of money. Scout on Poison, Mac-10's picked up otherwise. Wow, 4 Mac-10s. All right. Well, you'd have to imagine this is going to be... They have the spawns for a B hit, it looks like. I'm interested in what they're going to do with these Mac-10s. You have to think it's going to be super aggressive.
Nico, lucky that's not an AWP. Yeah, I mean, I actually thought that made sense. Go B, just try and rush it. See if you... Especially if you thought coldzera was going to be there again with the AWP. Could have made some amount of sense.
Well, maybe it's the Mac-10's going to attack him in middle. If he keeps speaking like that, they might want to go for it. Up catwalk we go. It's Complexity. They're going to clear close catwalk, at least force someone back. Flashbang, and nobody is here for the moment. But this will pull Rain back to railing. Nico's here tagged up, so Rain kind of has to be committed, since Nico doesn't have the ult for an extended fight. And it's going to be the 2 players in middle who are tested.
Oh no, yeah, and that's not good news. When the Mac-10s are coming, they're all around the corner. Broky's going to be here, and he gets a big double, continues it into a triple. That is a massive hold. This could have definitely backfired, but Broky standing tall. Nice triple on him. He was almost dead at the end there, but 9-6 overall. Still a really, really good first half in favor of Complexity, and they just need another 6 or 7 rounds here, and they'll be good to go. Let's see if they can make that happen at the second half. That's coming up after the break.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, you called me a noob. You called me a noob in 2016.
maybe it was just a joke. And then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an Internet Cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Isa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Isa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as f***. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so I'm gonna...
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh, dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, no. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right. See you, dude.
Go, Bell.
What HP, you lucky dude. That's so lucky. That's crazy.
I like the calm. Like, you think for a minute, is my headset broken? Like, is there something up? Like, can I not hear the audio? And then, boom, celebrations are in. 9-6 at the end of the first half here in favor of Complexity. Second map, first map was also won by them. So if FaZe are going to wake up, then this is their last chance to do so.
Well, they did kind of wake up in that first half. They rattled off the final 5 rounds. As you can see at the top of your screen, FaZe are on fire to kick things off in the second half here on Dust 2. Remember, this is, you're just joining us. Oh, dear. What a smackdown. Hold the phone. It's going to be a B-rush for the final 4 players. BlameF, he's got a teammate with him. There's Obo. One more scalp is taken, and the forces of FaZe are being whittled down and shut down, and no issues for Complexity. I was going to say this is the upper bracket final at the spring finals for Blast Premier, so neither of these teams will be eliminated. The loser would drop down and face the winner of the series that we have coming up right after this, which is going to be Navi versus Vitality.
Yeah, another exciting game that's coming up for sure. Have you noticed that every time we cut to Config and he's drinking something, it's another can of soda? Like, it's a different one every time.
I haven't.
Well, I have, Jason. I pay attention to these things.
Man, Nico's playing soccer, so there's obviously not a whole lot of stress going on.
No, maybe this is part of the plan.
You're gonna get so turned on by this strategy, aren't you?
Yeah, look at that. They're showing them the ball. Obo, he's worried. Or you could see he's scared. They actually shot it back at him, I think. All right.
Wasn't it like the old World War II thing where like the captain would kick the soccer ball, punt the soccer ball in the air to tell everyone to charge?
That sounds like a myth, but
yeah, I saw it in a movie, but maybe I'm just
investing
too much in the movies. Yeah, well, you know, it's Legends of the Fall, so.
Okay, well, people will tweet at us and correct us or confirm it. Here we go. Run boost going to be in. Is there going to be a double run boost? That'll be twice the amount of fun. Yes. Double run boost. Can't do more than that, unfortunately. Oh, well, it's
double
working.
The pleasure, double the fun.
They have solved it. I hope they win the round behind this. That would be justified. Oh, they're going to run down into the waiting arms of Obo and Blamef. So they were so inspired by their own madness that they just decided to double down. Cool, I guess.
I like that. I'm a big fan of the SWAT drop. I mean, it's much better than just sitting in the bomb site and waiting for your eventual demise, for all the nades to come raining in. So, yeah, cool stuff. Good way to get a plant. And look at the money that they have. I mean, after losing the first 2 rounds and getting no kills in the pistol, that's a decent amount of cash to bring into this.
This is the replay, the best replay I've seen so far. Yeah, there we go. It's like, maybe it was like an invitation. Like, do you guys want to have a round where we just chill out and play some soccer? And then Complexity said no. Shooting the ball is definitely
ironically,
no.
that also happened on World War I, the Christmas truce, where both sides laid down their weapons and played a game of soccer together.
That is very true. And, well, yeah, we'll get into that later. Poison goes down right afterwards. It's a really big opening out here. But Master take down Config, and that leaves Blamef alone over at long. Still more people out here, but surely cannot stop the entire Faze clan that's on the other side. And indeed, he goes down. Good round here for Bamasa. Triple for him. And Obo in a lot of trouble. Looking for the headshot, but he's going to get taken. That's a flawless round for Faze. After, as you pointed out, building all that money, they just picked that right up, and that forces Complexity to, I don't know if Rush wants to buy some pistols, but it's not going to be much more than that.
I like this. I mean, that's Faze just bullying their way into long control. And also, I mean, establishing it early on in the half, establishing their ability to control that corner in the very first gun round sends a nice little message to Complexity. And we're going to watch how that plays out for the rest of the half. 4 Deagles and a Scout, and that Scout is tagged down to 29 HP from the AWP of Brokey. Faze just 4 rounds back on this T side of Dust 2. Pop flash for Rain. He's going to turn the corner. There's one to the right. It's Rush, and that Deagle has been deadly all day long. It continues. One more in the cards, and Rush is only going to be able to get the tag, but he's done the damage. A real opportunity for Complexity to take this back.
Wow, that is going to be just ice running in the veins of Rush as he gets both those tags. That's amazing. Just no fear at all. Poison out here with a Scout, and even if he's been tagged up, I mean, there's still a good chance he could do some more. Oh, he's not going to be quite quick enough. Brokey, on the other hand, is lightning fast, it seems. 3 on 3, and I don't know, there's still a really good shot they can win this round on the Faze side. I don't know if Bimar saw that, but still a minute left.
This is a nice little flank up catwalk. A good utility as well. Config and Obo both concentrated towards long. Oh, and he missed the chance. I don't know if it was the footstep that caused Obo to turn or just a weird feeling, but Obo has his number. Cold Zera. Now his turn to flank up catwalk, and you can see Brokey with the bomb just isn't moving. Waiting for Cold Zera to get to catwalk, but again, the timing of this is everything, and that's so strange. Blamef didn't even look towards mid, so he never saw this. Obo's still watching, but he's pinned down at the corner boxes, and Obo, one more chance for a headshot. It's not to be. Config is pinned down in the sight.
There's the jump to spot him out. He's really trapped. He needs backup. Blamef. It's about a second away. 9 seconds left in the round. Config just trying to be hard to find, and there comes Blamef with the spray. The bomb will be planted. Deep grenade landing on Brokey and softens him up just a little bit, but he can still win this round. Blamef has some armor, though. A little bit of a jump to see exactly where he is, and here comes the Csgo. Walks right into the headshot. A close round, but Brokey saves them at the end. Oh, man. If he had seen Cold Zera running down the middle there, that would have been such a giveaway.
Yeah, that's I'm so surprised to see Blamef jump across and not even peek towards it. But man, Rush has been delivering the goods, especially with the Deagle. He had that spectacular shot on Nico in the first half that allowed Complexity to win the second round. A 1D at long range. So Faze has to be cautious. That does a number on their economy. Easier to manage on the T side. Still have some cash left in the bank, but it's not anything special. And certainly here, any damage that's dealt by Complexity, even a losing effort, will go a long way. Nico's gonna get caught, and Obo not able to transition to the second kill. There goes Config pushing into Upper Dark as well. And the rest of the stack is on Catwalk.
Yeah, Rain, he might actually get attacked anyway here. Nice backup from Brokey, trying to help out Rain a little bit, so otherwise they maybe could have just fallen down on top of him, but now it's looking really good. And I think what's even more important is this is about to be 11-9, so the gap has really closed up here. It's looking like it was about to go horribly wrong for FaZe on map number 2, but I think they've got a good shot at actually making the full comeback and winning this one. I hope they do, because I really want to see more of this. Inferno would be the closing map, and we all love that. So let's see if they can survive for another couple of rounds here, FaZe.
I think they can. I think this should be a FaZe map. We should be getting a third out of this series. We deserve a third out of this series.
We do.
Yeah. AWP on Brokey, same on Poison on the other side, and I think this is the first time we've seen the AWP come out for Poison on the CT side.
Yes.
In round number 6 of the second half.
Brokey, on the other hand, has been running wild with his AWP. He's up to 17 kills. He's topping the board on the FaZe side. Only on that by Blamef on 19 kills on the Complexity side. Rush alone on long. Much more of a defense towards middle and Catwalk. It's a pretty decent grenade to set it up. Poison, though. He's just scoped up in that corner. The Molotov, see if it's going to force him back or not. I think he could have stuck around, but he's going to put out a grenade, and that'll only do a little bit to Nico and Rain. Catwalk control for FaZe here. Man, Poison is really alone in this A side. That's making me nervous.
Yeah, with nothing to really save him either. Just one flashbang. He doesn't have a smoke if they're to Molotov his position, so he's going to be over on railing. There's the flashbang out. He's out. He's got to fight for it. That's a risky jump. That's an even better flick. Holy hell. And he's going to come back for more. He's got the line. Flashbangs must be used. Brokey's going to challenge, and he misses his shot. They're lucky that Bimas is still alive, but Blamef now. He comes and adds one more. It's a 3-on-5 post plant.
And that was Cold Zera in the middle. He was supposed to be the insurance policy for the afterplant, but that's gone now. They know exactly where the entire FaZe side is. This retake is looking incredibly good right now for Complexity. Brokey, he's in trouble back here. They know exactly where he fired that AWP from, and he's got nowhere to hide. He's going to be going down. A single point of health left on Rush for the double, and that's Complexity at 12 rounds. That first flick on Poison is nuts.
That's real filthy. This is so fast. Oof. And this was an important one. Cold Zera, I guess because of that kill, maybe feeling like he was forced to help them try and get into the bomb site, but a little bit early. Obviously, lurking probably heard all the rotation and knew he had a clean fight to CT spawn without anything coming from the B site, but nothing works. And Nico there frustrated, I don't think because of the round or because of the game, but he missed maybe an easy shot or two on Rush when Rush was not looking at him.
Yeah, can't really be doing that. Rush has been pretty deadly throughout this series so far. He's up at 15 kills right now, tied with Obo and Config. It's a really good team effort. Config wanted to try and see if he could do what Nico was doing in the first half. Almost gets the kill on Rain. It's not a bad start to the round. He's sticking around and now just no-scoping through the smoke. Don't know if I would advise that.
You're never gonna stop it. Might as well just roll with the punches. Config gonna back up into the B-bomb site. Rain is gonna have to play the majority of this round with very little HP, so you have to think he's gonna be passive, watching for the flank. The only other way that he's effective is if maybe he leads into a challenge against the AWP with that low HP.
They're doing the same thing.
But it's gonna be a tough round for him no matter what. Yeah, Cold Zera's back in T-spawn this time, though, and he's going to go over towards B, so we might want to lurk into the B-bomb site and come towards mid in that fashion.
They need to get past. Grenade takes care of Rain again. So soft from the earlier engagement, and they actually take a lot of damage. They're waiting for someone to peek, and no one's coming. Poison is just in the same position. The big difference is if he actually hits a shot, Blamef could peek behind it. Now he's going to look right over, and a great double spray. He gets the last headshot falling off the ledge And Cold Zero is going to get that one, but the bomb is down in A, so it doesn't even matter. 1-on-3 that he can never win. They're going to go look at him, and there's no reason why. Just, I mean, wait until maybe the clock is run down, but ultimately, it's going to be a 13th round, and FaZe actually don't have the money to not just lose the round, but not get the bomb plant.
Yeah, it's not an ideal scenario. There is a little bit of a benefit, though. The double op was taken away from Complexity. Actually, I think both ops are taken away for Complexity. No, Rush gets one right in the last second, which, thank God. There's going to be money for another buy here on FaZe. It's not so much the money I'm worried about, but those catwalk hits are not effective whatsoever. That's twice now they've ran it, and twice now they haven't even gotten close to winning the round. So FaZe going to take their first time out. And... Yep, go on.
I was wondering, because last time they encountered Poison there, and he got that one kill, and then he did a bit of damage. Maybe they thought, okay, listen, if he's alone on A, let's do the same hit, and then, you know, be way more aggressive in isolating him, and then blame if is there. So that, you know, instead of encountering a solo AWP player, suddenly there's two.
That's possible. I think the biggest issue with that hit was they used so much of their utility to get out, and then they had no flashbangs to actually flash Poison off the corner from the angle that he damaged him in the previous round. So I mean, they kind of paused over at Gandalf, as you've coined it many moons ago, and BlameF was given so much time to jump up onto the railing and grab a couple of kills. So I think a little bit of a mistake on the utility usage and not having the resources to cross by the AWP. So Cold Zero has that saved op, and they're going to save around it. Complexity, a chance to get up to 14. They might 2-0 this.
That would be spectacular. It already is spectacular. But yeah, they're getting so close. Rush out here, all bleeding on the other side for Cold Zero, waiting for the smoke to fade. They're just aiming at each other. No one knows yet. Cold Zero will get the opening, and now Rush feeling a bit uncomfortable. It's going to be a pistol leading the charge. He'll get the one, but he knows that AWP is back there. He doesn't want to overpeak it. Good spray and a great triple, and Rush will hold the round with the bomb down there at long as well. And yeah, good recovery.
That's so filthy. No matter what happened on the other side of the map up catwalk, that bomb is dropped and is secured. You even have the B defenders now pushing through to T-spawn. 14-9.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello? Anyone there?
That's... Alright, that's uncharacteristic. We'll forget that ever happened. Nobody clip that. Let's,
yeah.
Let's move along.
Oh, oh my God.
Definitely clip that, though. Definitely clip that one.
Quake Zero is in the house. You just... Oh, man. 14-9, and a nice shot from Brokey. Flashed and all. Didn't even matter. They're at the end of the rope here. They must make these next rounds work. There's nothing that could... They're just so hard to beat down Complexity. They just keep fighting, seemingly completely unfazed by the fact that, well, FaZe are trying to fight back.
Yeah, you walked right into that one.
I know, I couldn't get out. There's no good escaping from that.
You saw it coming.
I gave up.
There's just basically nothing you could do about that joke.
Yeah.
All right, 5-on-4 advantage. Nice op pick. Top flash in. Config out in the open. Oboe, Molotov is going to slow things down, but it doesn't matter. Poison's going to start evening things up. He does get away. 4-on-3.
If I'm Brokey there, I might be wondering why is no one looking catwalk? There's 3 people down the middle. How is he allowed? That's annoying.
Or how was he allowed to even get away after the fact as well?
Yeah.
Man, they're going right at him too. I can't believe he gave up that angle. That would have been a great chance to thin out a couple of players. Complexity started to take over upper dark, but it's all on Poison here. There's a nade out. He's going to get aggressive. He tags them both. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Complexity have money issues of their own.
I mean,
and if this bomb goes down, they have a decision if they want to go for this or not.
Pumas is sticking around. If he dies, then Obo has an HE grenade that he could actually kill one of them with. So it could be a bit interesting. It would be Rain on the bomb side, so it wouldn't be him actually going down, but having a bit of a standoff on opposite sides of the smoke, and I guess it's entirely possible Poison doesn't even know that he actually got any damage at all. Grenade goes a little bit further back, so Pumas will barely stay alive, and yeah, they're going to be saving. I don't know if Poison would have known that he got the double tag there either.
No, I don't. He was so blind when he took that shot. I don't think he had any idea. He just, I mean, that's actually a pretty nice shot from him and altogether. Peeking into the angle while blind and just pulling the trigger. You know you have it lined up correctly. 14-9. Alp and AK saved for Complexity. Config can buy. Rush and Poison can get dropped some FAMAS. It'll be interesting to see the decision. I'm imagining that they're going to buy here Complexity. BlameF can drop the AWP over, pick up an M4 himself. Config can buy whatever he wants. And Rush could be given a FAMAS, as I mentioned earlier. So I have to imagine that's still a pretty solid buy, even with a 4-round lead. In my mind, it's worth the risk. I'm starting to come around, Anders, to riskier buys. It's changing.
It is. I mean, especially when you're playing this well. I guess you could say that if they don't, it's sort of a sign of discipline that they're saying, you know what, we've got the lead, let's not throw it away with the economy. But you could also read it as just a sign of, you know what, we're winning this. It's meant to be. Let's not slow down now. So an MP9 has been picked up, and see Config just having a conversation while they set this all up. But 14-10. It's not that Faze are so far behind, you know, mathematically that it can't work out. It's just that they don't seem nearly as solid as Complexity do right now. Second AWP being picked up there on the CT side. This is not the FaZe clan that we've been used to seeing for the last couple of days.
It's crazy to think of, ooh, that's a nice pick for Brokey. He's opened things up 2 rounds in a row now. He got that pick previously towards long A, and with that pick in middle, it's going to be a free round for FaZe. Rushing B on the back of it, maybe just lucky they got the pick in general, but Complexity is going to call for a save once again. That's a harsh way to lose the round. But this gives us some time. The progression of Complexity in this Blast Spring series over time. Remember, this tournament started all the way back in January, where Complexity had just put this team together and was handed probably the most difficult group of that stage in January in London. Yep. They upset Astralis, and they qualified to move forward. And now you fast forward 3 to 4 months or whatever it's been. Yeah, 4 months or so of them actually just boot camping in Europe and learning how to play this game together. And they're a force to be reckoned with at this stage.
I mean, yeah, it started off so well, but yeah, they could have maybe slowed down in the meantime. It seems like things are just increasing all the time for them. No one's going to die after the bomb, so sort of a weird round. Just 1 kill and it's done. And here we go, here it is. Oh, he saw him.
I think this ooh, he did see him. I think this Complexity team actually has like a really, really cool mix of players. When you look at Config and Rushed, experience, they've been on the big stages. When you look at Poison and Obo, young potential. BlameF having to prove himself as an in-game leader. Poison and Obo having to prove themselves as potential stars. They have such a good mix of players that are working together so well. This is going to be a dangerous team regardless of the result here in the series.
Yeah. They actually want to try to do the same thing with Brokey sniping down the middle. They don't get the kill, but they still want to go for it. Obo going to be standing up, tapping for the smoke. That's so much damage already, and now they're done. Obo spraying 4 people down, but the calm with which he did it, just picking them apart, and they never saw what hit them on the other side. Brokey in a 1 versus 5. My God, that's 15 rounds for Complexity.
I cannot believe that he just hit all of those shots. What an incredible sequence. Oh, Brokey in a 1 versus 5. FaZe is going to be so disgusted with that round.
Yeah, flawless round right off the back of the other one. That's... Oh, man. I don't know if there's any recovering this. The only good news is that FaZe still have money to buy, so they can continue the fight. They need 4 in a row here, and this is so good.
So Obo is going to be such a good player. He's shown such incredible progress as well. 15-11. Complexity with 4 chances to close out this map. And it looks like they might be able to just do it. One final knockout punch to close out this series 2-0.
It's all set up. It's all right there in front of them. A couple of people in middle playing. Rush has got an MP9 over at long, so that's not the worst thing in the world, but it could be if he has to go back and try and assist the A-bomb side on the other hand. Obo's taking a bit of damage. And Faze, do they really want to go back to the catwalk play? We haven't really seen the effect of it yet.
No, but where else are you going to go? They've been shut down at B. Long has been a pretty big 50-50 gamble with Rush playing there. I think really the only actual attack that I haven't really seen FaZe pull off or can recall them, you know, trying to pull off in any kind of a mid-round would be like a mid to B split.
Yeah. I mean, that could be what they're building here. 40 seconds. Obo and Config in B. Poison and BlameF are far away from helping out in the event of a B split, so might actually be worth it. Flashed and jumping down, not catching anyone there, but that's still great news. Now the question becomes, can Config and Obo stay alive inside of this site? They're going to be trying to smoke off the upper part of it, but Config has to go big here in the window. He's going to get one kill. No one's coming in behind him just yet. They're all flashed. They drop in front instead, and a good double kill for him. Is it enough, though? That's the question. Rain is very low on health, but he could catch a single kill on a player here off guard, and he's not going to be able to do it. Somehow gets no-scoped. And now it's Brokey and Bimas. It's all on this round here. Do they want to go for the retake? They have got a little bit of money behind them, Complexity, but still, it all matters at this point. Losing these rifles would be really bad news, but at the same time, there's a chance to win it. Brokey getting flashed into the fight. He gets one big kill, spraying down Rush, and I think now they might be running low on time here. They're going to back on out. They see that this is actually not looking doable. And Brokey will even find the kill on Poison. Good round out of FaZe, even if it looked a little bit dicey for a minute.
Yeah, well, just as I say, we hadn't seen that in a while. They execute it perfectly with Rain dropping in off catwalk to hold CT spawn. Even though he goes down, he had the information of numbers, and FaZe, they had just enough utility left. They had 2 flashes, a smoke, and a Molotov, and those remaining 2 players inside of the site. They block off the door choke point, focus on window, and it works perfectly. Nice peek from Brokey, even better that he's able to stay alive. 15-12, bit of stress coming out now for Complexity, and their money is almost gone. If FaZe can win this, we might be staring down overtime.
Yeah, that is not that far away right now. Complexity wanted to... I mean, they had the chance to save 3 rifles. They made the call at 2 being left, and one of them got taken away, so just like that, it's a lot of money down the drain. coldzera taking a lot of damage, but he's still going to win the fight against Rush. He got burned, I think, a fair bit there. What a big win now. Poison running into 2 people. He gets 1, and he can't pull the trigger fast enough on the second one. That would have been mental as well. 3 versus 4, and again, you're going to be tempted to want to save this as early as you can almost, because these rifles are what's going to prevent overtime if that's possible here.
Yeah, and I don't think FaZe is going to have the guts to kind of go for this hunt. I think, you know, for the next 10 seconds, they might be thinking there's a possibility of a retake, so everyone's going to stay put where they are. You can see coldzera already hustling over to T-spawn, but the benefit of these early calls to save for Complexity is they're already bunkered down in that B-bomb site. There's going to be no taking this over. So their weapons never fully cleaned out. And at this stage in the game now, at 15-13 when this round is over, Complexity will not invest anything. Maybe these 3 players pick up some extra smokes for the upcoming round, but Rush and Poison aren't going to buy anything. They're going to wait. They're going to see if those 3 rifles can win them the round, win them the map, win them the series. Otherwise, they're going to be playing at 15-14.
Ooh, nice pick off. Really, really good stuff. Even that 1 kill, that's worth it. Cold, he's standing in the fire waiting for it. If that shot would have gone off for Poison, what a different game.
It's good that coldzera, the webcam of coldzera, not fixed still. Still just staring at the ground. It's good that coldzera actually went and challenged Rush, because he's been such a monster at log A. It's good that they put someone there who just says, you know what, I'm going to put a stop to this. I'm going to make sure Rush does not feel comfortable here. That's a nice win. Late flashbang. Nico comes out, leads the way. Double kill for FaZe. 1 round away from forcing overtime, more than likely. Just this one M4 on config to turn the round, and that should be near impossible.
Oh, nice shot. Could he go for another one? Poison, nope, he's gonna get taken down by Rain. We're setting it up. That seemed like it could have been a fun little sequence. Now the USP won't be doing anything. That means we're gonna go the full distance. We're gonna go to round number 30 to figure out if it's either OT or maybe a chance for Complexity to steal it away right at the end. I wonder would they try and make any kind of wild changes in this round, or I mean, are they just gonna be banking on the fundamentals? It's not. I mean, their second half here has been pretty decent. They want to string around as the 3 in a row in the middle of the half here, but they haven't had the same ridiculous dominance that they did in the first half. So you could argue for a bit of a change up if you want to go, like maybe double push into upper dark or something, catch someone, take some of this away from Faze.
That's a huge risk to go for in this kind of a round. I feel like Complexity is just the team to do it. The biggest problem, the reason why I think that could be a possibility is 5 of the last rounds at Faze have won. 4 of them have been plants, but the battle is going to be decided at long. Oh, look at Obo. He's so blind. Into the pit we go. Rush. He stood tall this whole game, and he might just do it. 3 on 5. He's got a double kill to force Faze back. Complexity had 4 players at the point of defense.
Yeah, and Rush, I mean, even on his own, has been great at that defense, but yeah, backup was called in for 5 versus 3, and that is, and probably will be, a knockout punch here for FaZe. How do you bring this back right now? They even steal a rifle over there, so I mean, one of those FAMASs is now an AK-47 instead, and there's Poison taking down Cold Steerer. The last 2 on the catwalk. I don't see them doing this. 2 on 5. Everything has been called. The backup is coming now, and they are so screwed up on catwalk. There is no defense here. What an amazing game this has been. The Juggernaut continues, a 1 on 5, and Brokey going down. Complexity taking out FaZe in a 2-0 fashion. It was first on Nuke, and then on Dust 2, and a real upset once again, as it has been pretty much all throughout this whole tournament for Complexity. It's brilliant to see. I can't wait for the analysts to break this down. That's coming up after the break.
Config, this juggernaut continues all the way to the grand finals. But Dust 2 just then, right? You were one round away from potentially going to overtime. They started to come together on things. What was said on that final round?
I just said, come on, boys, we only need one round. Then the team finally did it on long. We had some troubles closing out long when they rushed long and when they did A things. Obo was pretty strong on B, so we just found the solution. I mean, that.
And you certainly did find the solution to it all. But this is one of these crazy things right now for you guys where the dream continues. Everything seems to be working out right now. Do you think, though, when it comes to maps like Dust 2, that any team can just be confident as that being a pick?
I don't know. I think Dust 2 is really random. Like, I got shot through the mid doors in one of the last rounds. I was so fucking sad right there. I think Dust 2, I think we need to play the updated version. That would be better, more enjoyable. This map, I don't like it that much, actually.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. Now, Jason said, right, that a lot of people were saying that, oh, we should go to NA for an easier bracket, but it certainly seems like that wasn't needed. You got anything else to say to everyone out there who thought you guys couldn't do it?
Nice try.
I'm going I'm flashing over, Val.
Flash.
Once.
Okay, flash man,
twice.
Wanna fight with him? All
flashing
man.
Yeah,
I'm rushing short, Both there. Quad one. Dead one.
Nice! One more, one up.
Quad. I'm behind him, you can chill. 10 HP.
Nice!
Go!
He hit his keyboard with finality at the end there. You know, just like a job well done, period. I mean, what a series from Complexity. The massive win over Faze, getting it done. So even in terms of performance as well. If you look at the scoreboard for Dust 2, it's unreal. It's just even. Everybody did their job. And again, they come through.
I guess unreal is probably the term that comes to mind right here. That performance from Complexity, how they started this second map, then Faze actually fighting back on the back of Coldzera, having some nice rounds, and then when it gets so tight at the end, you think surely this is where the experience is gonna shine. This is where, you know, Faze will close it, but no, Complexity, they actually closed the one, and I actually wanted to pick a round that I thought was the end of Faze. I thought that this was it. Look at the scoreline, 7-1. That's this famous first half I was talking about, and for once, Faze will have a good start. Rain wins the duel versus Rush, then Nico gets a beautiful collateral. It's now a 4 versus 2, and I thought to myself, okay, this is it. Faze they're actually back. Poison hits a point-blank no-scope onto Bemis. That was absolutely disgusting, but still it's a 2 versus 2. Now Nico gets the head of Blame clean off. 2v1. This is it. Surely this is where Faze can actually go back, but now we will see a man that we haven't really talked about too much in that series. It's Poison with the absolutely beautiful 1 versus 2. Look at the Csgo pick coming in from Brook. He tries the best he can, but not enough. And at that point, I thought that was it. I even typed in our WhatsApp group, I said, guys, this is it. Faze is done. There's no way they can bounce back from it. But they actually did, so props to them. But Complexity, man, what a madness.
They're counting Cold and Nico out of it?
Well, they were frustrated. Both of those were frustrated. We saw evidence on the... I haven't seen Nico have one of those meltdowns since he was back in Mouse Sports, having an in-game lead and carry the 4 guys on his back through bloody trenches. Like, he was getting real frustrated there, and for good reason, right? They started under an avalanche of rounds on both maps. When you think about how the pacing of the game was coming on through from Complexity, they were dictating the game to Faze. Normally, we're talking about Faze doing that to their opponents. There's so many occasions here that Faze were getting, like, out-aimed. The individual ability of Complexity, we always talk about it, but I didn't think that they would be polished or prepared enough to be able to take it to some of these big names in this context, right? Just go back and look at their history online. They've been playing a lot of online games, and they have a lot of series against teams who are outside of like the top 20 that have been split. They've been winning them, right? But they've been games that are 2-1s and this and that. And when you pull that all into the context here, and we're talking about tier 1 Counter-Strike teams, Complexity have impressed a lot. They're impressed back in London. They're impressed here once again. And this little boot camp, well, this long boot camp that they've had, you can see what it's doing to this team. They are getting a massive leap forward as far as their progression is concerned. This is great stuff to see.
Without a doubt. And once again, I mean, it's so impressive that they can continue to progress at this rate. Being in Europe, practicing against the best in the world, getting that constant workflow and constant progression, it's working out wonderfully here. And I don't think that Lake with his tweet where it's like, oh, we'll get easier brackets. I don't think it's exactly like, oh, we're going to get easier brackets. I think it's just he put his team in the deep end. And he's like, sink or swim, boys. Whereas the rest of everybody else is kind of stuck in NA, and it's getting, as Rush was talking about earlier, going into this series, how it's a little stagnant over there in terms of practice. When you're out here with the variety of teams in EU that you're going to get to play against the best in the world, you're going to have to get better. You're going to have to. And so, a lot of frustration here on the side of Faze. It was an excellent series for Complexity. But where are we going now? I mean, if in terms of Faze, they go down to the lower bracket, don't they?
I guess you're right. Absolutely. They're not out of it quite yet. And if we want to talk about Faze for a second, one of the elements that I mentioned in the pre-show was the question about Brokey and Bemis. And unfortunately, the latter didn't show up today. He had 19 kills over the entire BO3s. It's not going to be enough when you go up against a team like Complexity, but I think it's okay. I think it's a stepping stone. If there ever was there was going to be games like that, that would be now. That'd be at the beginning of it. We know he can be an emotional player. We know he can be a little bit anxious in some of these situations. He'll have to go through these. Now, what matters is that the team actually come up together and help him go through this. Don't let him just snowball into a dark mindset because he knows he kind of ducked up that series, It's gonna happen. Just bounce back and improve.
Yeah, I think that's...
So we actually had a chance real quick there towards the end of that series to catch up with Rain from the losing team, who is now going into the lower bracket.
Oh, Rain, you suffered defeat at the hands of Complexity 2-0, and it's certainly a tough one. I'm going to come back to Nuke real quick, that you guys got off to a bit of a slower start, where we've seen Nuke be very good for you guys. What do you feel went wrong at this point?
We had a good game plan coming into the game. We knew what they were going to do. We had some off timings and some bad timings with flashes that would eventually ruin their game plan, especially in the start of the half, which made them snowball us a little bit. We never managed to get into the grind of CT, and kind of just steamed over us.
Well, straightforward. I mean, it's a tough one, especially Dust 2, where on CT side, it can feel lucky at times. Either you're getting shot through the doors, which, for config, sorry, bud, new version, old version, you can still get shot through the doors. But, either you can lose somebody, or things just don't go your way. The aggression doesn't pay off, the gambles don't pay off, and you feel very flat. And so sometimes it's going to go and sometimes it isn't. And this time Faze, it didn't go, and they're going to go down into the lower bracket. We, however, are going to go to a quick break before we start discussing the next map. And so, guys, we'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll be getting into Navi versus Vitality.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Well, there you have it, guys. TW Steel and Blast Premier have partied up, have partnered up for a giveaway. And so you can see here one of those beauties, fantastic watches. They were kind enough to send us one as well. So that was probably the best gift I ever got in esports, hands down, apart from obviously the good studio. So how do you get one? How do you get into the giveaway? You go onto the Blast Premier social media, Twitter, Instagram, check it out. The details are there. We'll be giving away one of these watches to a lucky viewer. So you want to get involved? You want to have a chance? Go to the Blast Premier social and check for the details there. You can get involved and, well, maybe you walk away with the watch on top of everything else. So now let's go ahead and get into our next match.
I didn't know Nicholas was an arm model.
Pardon me? Who was that? Was that Nicholas?
Nicholas. That was
the tattoos look familiar.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
He's really, pushing himself up there, getting his arm in the shot now. We need to get him on camera a bit more, I think.
Dude,
I got sick. Yep. All right. Sorry, guys. Mine's here. It's not on.
Hey,
but
buddy.
It's here.
It's perfect. I just got it right here so that I'm not always doing this in the broadcast, but like I've got it right there now. It's really nice. All right, cool. Big thanks to TW Steel, obviously, and Blast Premier. Those really sick of them. Really nice. But let's go ahead and actually start talking some CS, guys. Navi versus Vitality. This is what we got to look forward to here. As far as the lineup is concerned, here is Navi. And as far as where this stands in the tournament, this is the lower bracket semi-final. FaZe Clan have just dropped down into the lower bracket final, guaranteed third place here in the tournament. Now these teams are going to be fighting who's going fourth and who's going to get a chance to obviously make a run for the grand final. So Navi, as far as Navi are concerned right now, what are we thinking?
Well, if I can set the scene, I do believe that Navi's reaction versus G2 was a key game changer in this tournament, because remember, we have witnessed a complete meltdown versus Complexity. Disregarding how good Complexity is, we've just had the proof right here in front of our own eyes versus FaZe, but the Navi that's shown on map 2 and 3 versus Complexity was completely defeated. Then we had a Simple's interview talking about how frustrated he is, how unhappy he is with his teammates, not only performance, but investment as well, the fact that they don't play in bootcamp together, yada, 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 a lot of problems and plays really back to back, and then versus G2, suddenly, just like miracle appears, Navi shows a better phase. They're actually fighting back. They don't give up. G2 makes a comeback in the third map, but they stay calm and they go ahead and clear the map. Electronic and Simple shining. I think strategically that was an interesting Navi as well. So this is an exciting Navi. If you can guarantee me we see the same as versus G2, it's going to be a banger, but I'm not exactly sure quite yet.
I'm off the roller coaster, or I'm locked on the roller coaster. I don't know which one it is right now. Look, the thing is, when we speak about the G2 Navi game yesterday, I take away that G2 and their mindset is strong, right? The only thing that beat them down into position was fatigue. Whereas Navi, unfortunately, one day I have a team that looks like the best in the world, who are operating, everybody's friendly, the communication's good, the vibe is good. The next day I have a team that doesn't even look like they want to be there. So I have to kind of take Counter-Strike out of the window when I talk about Navi, which is ridiculous because we're here to talk about CS, right? These guys, when you break it down mechanically, individually, what the other 3 supporting cast members should be capable of doing, Blade there as the coach, they should be a team dominating. They should be a team who are going into every match with confidence. I don't expect them to win every game. It's Counter-Strike. Nobody is expected to win every game. Nobody's expected to win every round. But I don't expect them to capitulate, right? Why would you when you have Simple and Electronic? And Electronic is one of those names who hasn't been showing up consistently for the team. So going into today, all I want is consistency. I don't care if they win. I just want them to be consistent. That's it. That's all I want. It's not. Is that too much to ask for, Semler?
I don't think so. I think everybody can hope. You know, hope springs eternal, Sponge. So, you know, don't give up. Don't give up. I'm sure someday it'll happen for you. Well, going into the match, we actually had a chance to catch up with the in-game leader for Navi, Bomich and Flamey. Quick interview with them.
Now, how do we ensure the same level of play happens today like you did yesterday?
Can you repeat, please? I don't understand this.
So how do we make sure that you guys have the same level of play, like same skills, same way of winning as you did yesterday in today's game?
Oh, you know, it's like already you have only 3 matches maybe, because it's like a semi-final of lower bracket final. So we want to win this tournament because we didn't win any tournament in online, and we want to prove to everyone we can win tournaments in online. So we will try our best and try to revenge the complexity and Faze clan maybe in finals.
Prep for today. What is the normal routine for Navi at the moment online before games? What do you guys do?
For us now, I think it depends on the time we start the game. But for example, today, the game starts at 8 and we have team meeting at 5, and personally have some psychologist work at 3 or 4. Then we discuss tactics for 1.5 hours. Then we have some break and have some psychologist stuff again. Then we have 1 hour for warm-up, and then we have a game.
Quite the focus on psychology there. I mean, they got to be too careful. They might get lost in the woods. I mean, what's going on in the mind? Is it worth looking too closely there, Maniac? Is that a good thing to be spending so much time on the psychology?
I think it's a scary prospect, but if you are not afraid to do it, you're gonna gain from this trip down, you know, the rabbit hole.
Okay.
Now
I like
we need
where
it, right?
going. Please enlighten me.
Let's keep it on Counter-Strike for now, because I could talk about it for 5 hours now. The team that we have in
Well,
front of
apparently
us.
this is Counter-Strike related, right?
Yeah, it is. Obviously it is, if you doubt about the link between the two, but that would be too deep of a topic, I feel like.
Okay.
I can steal this one away.
Hit it.
Let me dive into Vitality, right? They're emotional too. Navi and Vitality are both emotional teams. Blade says when they get emotional in the comms for Navi that it's actually a good thing because it puts importance on situations. Vitality, the playstyle that they have and the way that Apex likes to in-game lead is very momentum-based, and that usually comes off emotion and the way that you're feeling the game. So if we want to tie that whole thing, put a bow on it, make it look good, and throw it into CS, that's how the emotions could have impact the game here today.
Well, gentlemen, you know what else is going to impact the game?
The maps.
Let's go ahead and there you go, buddy. Let's go ahead and find out which maps are going to get picked for this series, and for that, I hand it over to you.
All right, I guess we can start by saying that Navi will not allow Vertigo to be here. I think Vitality will jump on it, and you have the Eternal Train ban coming in for Vitality. I can understand now in terms of picks. I would like, and please can I get it, Vitality not to pick Dust 2. Could I please get an Inferno, for example? Inferno would be great. Navi will leave them open. There you have it. Yes.
There you go.
That's a good start. For Navi, I'm not exactly sure, honestly. Overpass could be on the cards. That would be the curveball. Yes. Oh my God. See, it's working. Overpass could be on the cards, or Mirage. I don't know.
Yeah, look, I think Overpass they played a while ago now. My memory is getting worse and worse. But I remember they played, and Navi kind of just stomped them. You're not getting anything done here, boys. Now, with the Inferno one, I do like that choice coming through. We liked some of the things we saw from Vitality on Inferno the other day. Now, both the teams right now may as well just go, okay, Dust 2. Okay, no, not Dust 2. Then maybe Mirage is the third.
That would be the
Navi get to choose.
Wait, hold on. I have sometimes a hard time figuring out what's the other map that's left in there. So they remove Mirage, which leaves us with Nuke. Okay, well, you talk about momentum, Chad, and we know the T side of Vitality might run into a brick wall.
Yeah, Nuke's a scary one right there, especially with what we've been looking at. Sorry, Semler.
Well, you know who would run through? No, it's all right, Chad. It's all right. You know, delayed from Malta. You know, you're on an island. You're in the middle of the ocean. We gotta allow certain, certain mess ups. But you know who else could run through a brick wall is James Banks, and we're gonna hear from him now.
running through a brick wall, yes, and this time around, at least I'm not the only Navi fan when I'm looking at this. Now, one thing I wanted to say when it comes to this one, right, is everyone's talking about this Zyru versus Simple Madness that goes down. Just look at these stats that we have throughout this tournament. This is actually a little bit different than what you might expect, right? Everyone's like, oh yeah, what Zyru can do, but the big problem for Zyru, and you guys are talking about it on the desk, the emotions here, right? There's so much that revolves around Vitality getting Zyru to be happy, to be comfortable before a game, and many times they can't seem to get him to hit that mark. Now, when he does show up, yes, he takes over games, but Simple, he's got a point to prove right now, and he's really trying to show up. We've seen him drag his team kicking and screaming, and alongside you can get the rest of the Navi camp, say like Perfecto having a good game yesterday, for example, or Flamey trying to actually be back to Mr. Consistent. That to me is where the difference maker is going to be. But this is the battle we love to see, and this time around, Simple's going to wreck Zyru.
Okay then, big words, fighting words. What do we think of that, gentlemen? Maniac, is Simple going to take Zywu down, or is Zywu going to go ahead and slap him around?
Oh my god, what am I supposed to say to that? I have no idea. We'll see on the server. I'll divert the conversation towards Shox. If Shox can show up the way he did the last series, not only is he going to obviously help with the frag department, we've seen it, but also helping Apex out with the IGL role. He's going to come in with the ideas, he's going to come in with the impulsions, and that was one of the key factors in that Vitality win versus an IP. So the man that we have right here, I want to see more of that, Shox. Maybe not 56 kills, I might not get that, but at least be a talking point, be bringing ideas to your IGL, sorry. I want to see that.
Both of these teams, we usually say they live or die by their stars, and that's why I'm going to put it on the supporting cast of both teams to be the difference makers here, right? We talk about Shox, we talk about Zywu, we talk about Simple, we talk about Electronic, but it's the other 6 members in the server. If they can step up and show a better level than usual, then that's the team that's going to be winning this one. And I'm going to go with Navi. I think I like what I saw from them the other day, and hopefully, please, give me that version of Navi.
All right, well, let's all hope that Chad gets his wish, because then we're all in for a good show. Time to hand it over to our commentators to get into this first map. Thank you, gentlemen, for your analysis. But now, Moses and Anders, it's all you.
It's all us, Jason, and with some Vitality and Navi mixed into it. I can't wait to get this on the way. I think this could be a really, really fun game. Navi, when they're playing well, they're fantastic. The odds have them slightly favored. But, I mean, I put my hopes on Vitality for this one. What about you?
I have my hopes with Navi, but I don't know. These teams are like exactly in the same position. I feel like you could flip a coin. Every prediction, every conversation you have feels predicated around the if statement of, because we've seen, especially with this online era of Counter-Strike, we've seen the dominant Navi, and we've seen the down in the dumps Navi. We've seen the dominant Vitality. We've seen a down in the dumps Vitality as well, all within this past week of gameplay. So, I mean, it just depends on which team is going to come out for both sides. The real wish that we should all be hoping for is that we get both top level, both high level Navi and high level Vitality in an epic clash right now, because that could be fantastic. The top 2 players of 2019, Simple and Zywu, you have excellent supporting cast on both sides, and let's see what each team has got.
Yeah, this is a dream, isn't it? Having Simple playing Zywu in any match is certainly going to be a lot of fun, so I really can't wait for it. Strap in, everyone. It's going to be exciting. Best of 3 coming your way. Navi going to be starting on the CT side, Vitality on the T side here at Blast Premier, and we start on Inferno. So that's a good battleground to begin this whole thing with, and ultimately, I mean, yeah, we mentioned Shox. We've seen when he's been playing well, it's really been mind-blowing. Misutra is one of the new sort of revelation in the French scene. I think it's been impressing everyone. Apex has been playing way above his level, but he's been doing it consistently for a while, so that's exciting. And actually, in some sense, that leaves RPK as someone we know has a high level, and I think maybe he's had to do a little bit less in some of these games, but if he has, an odd map here even throughout this best of 3, even that could tilt it a lot in favor of Vitality. So I don't know, man, this is an interesting game right here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I'm pumped for it as well, especially on Inferno when you think Electronic over in the pit, RPK over in the pit and on the balcony as well. Those 2 players always, I mean, Electronic is one of the best pit players we have in the entire scene, and I always feel like RPK has a round or 2 on Inferno every single time they play it where he just pulls something out of nowhere. The real issue for Vitality is if you're the up and down nature of not just the team, but of Shox as a player. Like, we're all getting a little bit baited, as we always do, into the performance we saw out of him yesterday. 33 kills on Dust 2 to close out that series against NIP. We can't just, we so rarely get to see 2 of those in a row from Shox, but if they get it, Vitality is going to be a team to be reckoned with. And here we are, live into the pistol run after a short tech delay. And everything, look how far back Vitality is playing. They don't want to mess with any aggression. They don't want to get caught off guard by anything at the moment from Navi.
I mean, we do see some really creative pistol rounds on the CT side of Inferno, so I don't really blame them. Boomich sniping away, throwing some bullets. Could have easily been a couple of headshots there, but he's not going to be rewarded just yet. 4 people in the A bomb site, and Boomich playing alone with... He's got no tools to hold him back. If they decided to run him down, then he would have to try and escape and just get, you know, fleeting headshots as he starts to fall back. I mean, the threat on Navi's side outside of Simple is obviously Electronic as well, and when both those players are playing well, it just seems like Navi can't actually be stopped. So I look forward to seeing how this is going to be playing out. They're wrapping around towards Arch, and this is going to be a B-crunch. Boomich, oh dear. A lot of weight on his shoulders right now. He's going to have to come up big. He needs probably a double kill to make this retake really doable. Otherwise, it's just going to be tricky. They're setting up for one, but he can't get it done. And now Apex is waiting in middle, hearing them as they're stomping. At least Flamey is stomping right on top of him, and there's no reason why Flamey should check this at all, and it doesn't look like he will, so he might be dead, and then it's a 5-on-3 retake, and Apex, yeah, lurking in it, jumping up right behind them, Glock in hand, and that should be a free kill, and it will be. And there's Shocks on the other side. Man, what a round out of Vitality. This was perfectly set up. No one goes down.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Navi didn't try and pounce on that wrap strategy. Obviously, they don't know it's going to be a split towards the B bomb site, but once the attack, you know, diverges into CT spawn, you that's kind of a fight that you wouldn't mind taking with Boomich in that position. You could even have him fall back from the B bomb site, but having that site split, it means there's no way that Boomich can delay anything. You know, normally when you see one player over at Coffins in a heavy B hit, he tries to go for the 1 kill, falls back into ruins, and plays it safe for the retake.
Yes.
When the bomb site's being split, there's nowhere for him to fall back to, so I'm just shocked to see Navi not trying to be a bit more aggressive in supporting that side of the map, especially when you know there's just going to be 2 players attacking in CT spawn. Nade is out, smokes are out, Deagles and CZs for the Navi side.
Yeah, and especially I think the smokes are what's really interesting in this round for Navi. If they can keep them, sometimes you get down to the sub 40-second mark. You've got 1 or 2 smokes left, and you could get into some real interesting tricks, faking out or forcing really the T side to run through one of them. So also means Vitality would do good to try and keep the pressure on Navi early on here to actually force them to use the smokes as much as possible.
Well, I mean, I think they just got given a gift. They didn't really apply any pressure, and a couple of smokes came out. So that must be nice. That must be real nice. So it's going to be all on the Deagles. You've got Boomich on wrap side with the CZ, Simple with a Deagle at the A bomb side, Electronic on the balcony with the CZ of his own. And it looks like all 5 players of Vitality are going to hit up in this direction, so counter flashes might be the only thing saving Navi in this round. And coming towards the wrap side, long-range fights, 4 players. Boomich is going to spawn out, fall back into the site, but he won't get away, not at all. And Simple hasn't been involved. Electronic gets nothing done. And Vitality are going to get a second round.
I'm going to see a replay of that run boost. I really want to see that. Did he jump on top of the little pallet that's out there and just... I don't even know how that's meant to...
Impromptu, improvise, Tony Hawk a run boost in the middle of a bomb site take?
Yeah, I really desperately need to see that. That actually kind of blew my mind. Maybe it's not as cool as I'm making it out to be, but I do have a history of building these things up, but still.
Of that? Oh, that would be cool. Maybe it's designed. Maybe they've practiced it. 2-0 for Vitality. A very good start here on Inferno.
So, is he going to make the jump up? Yeah, so he jumps up here, and he's going to continue on to his team and just run. That is so cool. Boomich must just be wondering, how? How were you that quick? All right. That's interesting. Don't know if it's worth, you know, incorporating into a permanent strategy. Probably not going to be that many times where it's actually going to work out that way. But still, it looked cool. And that's important too, you know.
Yeah, style points very underrated in Counter-Strike, I feel. Simple with the Deagle again. We'll see if he can do any damage this time. Didn't even have an impact on the previous round. I don't even know if he got a shot off. And plenty of MAC-10 still on board, so Vitality can investigate. You have Vitality for this one as well, part of your anti-maniac strategy of predictions.
Yeah, I've realized since Maniac is essentially fighting reality, and just in my experience, reality usually comes out on top. I thought I would I picked that side too. Worked well in the first game.
Okay. It did indeed work well in the first game. That's some pretty crazy stuff. Up mid we go. Molotovs are out. Utilities out. Surely Electronic knows he's going to burn, and now he's blind, and now he's dropped by Masuta. Did Zaiwu burn on his own Molotov because Simple did just enough damage?
Yes.
That had to have been what happened. Maybe he jumped to his death?
Well, yeah, he definitely was tagged by Simple. It did look like Electronic had just accepted his fate at one point in time. It's like, you know what? I'm not even going to put in any effort. This is happening. Ooh, nice little run around there for Boomich, and he's pretty good with the MAC-10. That's the bomb on the ground with 20 seconds. This is actually a little bit worrisome. They're going to pick it back up again, but Apex is a little bit low on health, and Simple trucks RPK, and that should be the end of the round. What a comeback here from Navi really early on. Not just getting the round, but also getting those AKs of the Galil. That's huge.
Nobody had control of lane, of quad. That's a massive victory for Navi. That's a round where they don't even really bring a whole lot into it. And I think even the bong being planted, that's like rule number 1 of that A bomb site. Was he actually, let's see the replay. Was he actually planting, or was he just going to the default plant spot? Because rule number 1 at that A bomb site is if you don't have control of lane, you don't plant default there. And that's what allowed Boomich to be able to grab that 1 kill and delay everything. The big win of that kill is it actually forces Apex to leave the pit.
Yeah.
So there's no one to set up a crossfire with the players in sight. So a nice positioning victory from Boomich as well.
That's really huge, and you know, Vitality, we've had some great games out of them, but that's giving Navi a round in some sense a little bit too early in this match. Makes you feel uncomfortable. Let's see what Navi do with this gift, though. I mean, as much fun as it is to win a round like that, it can pretty quickly be wiped away if you can't continue to build something behind it. A lot of Molotovs here, keeping Apex feet warm for the minute. Grenade landing on Boomich, and he will just fall back. It's no fun anymore. His ears are ringing.
That's a nice victory for Vitality. They forced the defense passive just right off the bat. Flamey has 1 smoke. Boomich has used everything but a flashbang. Simple's going to be the one rotating throughout this game. You can see him at the moment on ramp side, spawn arch side with an AWP. Looking towards middle for the moment.
Classic smoke over towards the little pit. That smoke goes up in just almost every round. They're going to try and see if they can catapult down towards the pit, and they haven't checked it yet. Electronic is still back here, and he's surprisingly still alive for a big kill. Simple and Perfecto helping out. Now the bomb is stuck in there, and it's going to be hard for them to fight their way out yet again. More backup is showing up. Apex getting a kill, but Electronic is just down here the whole time, and that's brought enough for the rest of the Navi squad to show up. Almost a kill there. That could have been really dangerous, and Apex, he almost has to go and fight them a little bit here before they can even think about putting the bomb down. He tries to transfer onto the player in the corner. That's Simple with the AWP, but hasn't found him yet. Now it's going to be a bomb plant, but they're boosting over. Oh, they could almost kill the bomb planter here, but they don't do it. And just like that, it's a 2-on-2 with now finally Apex falling back and Shox trying to play it safe. If they turn this Vitality, it would be so upsetting for Navi. All of this round looked like it was going to go in their favor. They had the 3 opening kills, but now Shox is in pit, ready and waiting with the AK, and they have to cross that line. They only have 1 HE grenade. They're going to dunk it on Shox to take him down. That's a big start. Apex, a little bit of damage, and he's back for more. Out in the open as well. He should be dead, and he will be. Flamey takes him down, and Navi barely win the round. They have a kit there.
Yeah, that's a good retake, but oh, you're right. It feels like it never should have gotten there. What a great sequence from Apex, being so aggressive towards small pit. He knows he needed to get that 1 kill before they could feel some kind of safety. That is a great play. Electronic did everything possible inside pit. That's what we'll see throughout this half. How good he is at holding on, and his decision-making there is spectacular. And what a grind of a round, and it comes down to utility. A perfect grenade placement onto Shox, and a nice follow-up onto Apex.
Yeah, that was In some sense, around that 2-on-2 at the end, if not for the HE grenade, you wonder how that plays out.
Oh, they don't win it, I don't think, without that grenade. I mean, that makes it so much easier once you take away that pit player.
Expensive nonetheless for Navi, obviously, but they could buy everything they want more or less in this round. I don't know if Simple has an AWP somewhere on the ground. AK picked up on electronics.
Yeah,
All right, well, perfect then. Saiwu has his though, so we could get to see some of that battle that we're all anticipating.
Simple doesn't peek down mid too often with that AWP, at least wide enough. He is peeking down it at the moment, but he stopped that angle all the way towards ramp, and we know Saiwu loves that battle. Loves getting aggressive in Banana and leading the way. This time, a nice easy pick on a Perfecto.
That's done really bad things to that A defense. Simple and Electronic on this side. And remember, Simple's going to be close up with the AWP, so even if he gets a kill, if they're close enough, they could try and run him down. If he keeps going, it's so dangerous. Saiwu's there on the other side, and here's the impact. Saiwu will take him down. He was so ready for it. He knew it made noise, and that almost bait Simple into the fight as the Electronic. Yeah, it's raining men right on top of him, and they are going to be saving these guns already. No doubt about that.
Well, Saiwu, that's a great, easy way to win the round with just 2 kills. The opening pick and the supportive angle that you have as your teammates run up mid. You're looking for that follow-up peek, and you get it out of Simple. He goes for the delayed swing towards brackets and is shut down. So good movement, good kills from Saiwu, and Vitality have 3 kills on the board. Saiwu might be like one of the, maybe the only player I can think of in my mind whose production with the AWP doesn't really drop off on the T side of Inferno.
No, he's...
Like, when we switch side, Simple, for the most part, still uses the AK-47.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people will try and just avoid that. And again, there are so many fights where it is sort of like a one-and-done type scenario, but he loves it over at Banana, you're absolutely right, and you could see he feels so confident. He's just in there in the middle. He's the last guy in, so no one could have refragged this. If Simon went down, Simple could have swung against them or, come back to maybe try and take this kill on Shocks, but... it all works out really well. So now, a little bit of reward for Vitality as they win the round. The only downside, I guess, is the fact that Navi got to save some of the guns, so they could still be a bit dangerous. But if they win this next round, it's actually starting to look really good for the French side. And this is early on in the half.
Yeah, well, I mean, remember, even Navi just got given that gift of the round with the Deagles as well. Ooh, Saiwu spotted one jumping around the corner. 2 M4s on the board. Look at Boomich. He might be able to wrap around. If they can cause any kind of a delay, and Simple is coming back now as well, they need to get someone to take attention and just slow this down. Let this flank come to fruition, because Navi know where Vitality is heading, but they're not able to actually get in position to stop it. And I have to imagine Boomich is just going to fall back to the B bomb site and save the weapon. Decent enough damage from the USP, but there's no reason to get these M4s involved in this round.
No, I agree. Excellent shooting from Perfecto. This is a great double tap with the USP. But yeah, Boomich is sticking around, and that is going to be one of the M4s possibly lost here, unless Electronic can make his way out with it. Looks like he's just going to escape. I would say that's, again, probably not worth it here. Regardless, a 4th round for Vitality. And again, they look really focused. This is the kind of Vitality that's actually great fun to watch.
Yeah, now we just need to see that out of Navi as well.
Yeah,
4-2. A small lead for Vitality. But Navi still, I mean, even with winning that round, they've only had the 2 and obviously put in a weird economic situation right off the bat, so never even given a chance to kind of grow into this game and build any kind of economy up. Here's a weird one, Anders. 5 of the 6 rounds that have been played so far, Navi have survived with 2 players alive. So, I mean, they're doing what they can to keep some guns moving forward, to recycle some cash and not have to spend everything, but time to start winning.
Yeah, well, and that kind of statistic is, it's one that sort of, it could be good in the future of the half, right? Like, it could be good later on if suddenly that saved economy means you win another round and then you could keep building on it. It's not so good if it's just, something that keeps on going until the end of it.
Yeah, and well, here's the bad side of that stat as well. 5 of 6 rounds Vitality's been able to get into the bomb site and get a bomb plant. So the reason why 2 players are surviving, you know, those rounds is because they're not able to stop Vitality from taking over the bomb sites, and they're not able to really even go too often for the victory. They just have to save what they have in those 2 players. A nice stack in middle, underneath and on top of Porch, with Simple having the AWP, but we've seen this a number of times. We always mention it. The kryptonite for this is any kind of play out of halls, which Vitality is not heading for. In fact, the bomb is backing up RPK and Apex up banana.
Flamey and Boomich might be put to the test. Actually, deep grenade lands on those players over at the quad side, so they take a lot of damage and they're still stuck all the way over there. The rotation time is going to be a really long one, unless they're coming back. Here's the problem, though. I mean, you said it. You can either jump out halls. There are a lot of Molotovs that people can throw to that corner as well. That can be really uncomfortable, and there are no more smokes left on the Navi side. So both Electronic and Perfecto in that corner, they could be in a little bit of trouble. Here's the early fake aggression coming out. They're shooting into it. It's Irving over there on the other side. Electronic, really good double kill. It still leaves Simple inside. 18 seconds. The ball making its win. They don't know that he's there, and that's going to be an easy kill. Now 10 seconds. They must go and fight him, but they're so far away. Actually, they can't even make it. That's 1 kill to win the round just because of the time that's left. Really, really interesting. I think that's actually a very cool strat from Vitality, but because there's a 3rd man in that A bomb side that never rotated out, it completely backfires.
Well, actually, it's because all 3 players, like Simple, if he was actually playing where he normally does, on Rap side towards Arches, he rotates to the B bomb side, and he has no chance of stopping that play. Because they actually have the setup of 3 at quad, 3 in lane, the fact that Simple starts rotating, he's still at the bomb site when the information from his teammates come across that it's actually a fake and they're coming up mid. So he's able to recover it very quickly. So that defense still kind of, while we didn't see like the exact stack work the way it was supposed to, it still has a good impact in winning the round. Simple gonna go for a late peep, pop flash over, Shocks is blind, and ooh, something scared Simple away.
Yeah, didn't want to hang out for too long in the middle. I mean, AWPing mid on the CT side like that, I don't know. People used to do it similarly as the way people used to do it on the CT side of Dust 2, but I feel like it's really, really dropped off.
Yeah, we only really see the peaks from CT side when they know, like 100% certain that there is going to be an economic advantage and there's going to be no AWP down mid. All right, 5 players of Vitality and Banana. This time it won't be a fake. Excuse me, there's 4 of them. It's Masuta back lurking in alt mid. That's a role we normally used to see Shocks in for this team. And man, Zywoo's got just a straight up opening pick. It's a dry peek. And Boomich, RPK did not get blind by that flashbang. Holy hell, that is a decimating hit towards the B bomb site. Vitality's going to be up at 5, and once again, it's so quick, it's so quick and convincing, and Navi can't go for anything.
I mean, that's an unreasonable luxury to have going into a B bomb site, right? 1 opening, boom, and it's done. You're in there. I don't know what kind of a setup Boomich would have needed to get, you know, any chance for them to win the round. He's gonna have to basically get both the first 2 kills instantly and then stay alive long enough for more people to rotate in. And that's, I don't know how that even would happen. So, yeah, well done. 5th round on the board for Vitality. Another round over where Navi, this time not even saving 2, but 3 rifles. So, I mean, this is sort of interesting. There was a point in time, remember back in the TSM or early Astralis days, where we would actually credit that team a lot with, you know, on these CT sides, being able to save a lot of guns throughout, you know, these halves, and that would give them, you know, more of a chance to fight. So there is like a history of being able to do this well enough, but ultimately, again, that needs to become a string of rounds for Navi, that they can, you know, pick up like 4 in a row behind all those guns, and that's not what we're seeing at the moment.
No, not quite yet. I mean, that's twice now Vitality's attacked that B bomb site, or at least initially, and Zywoo's got 2 opening kills. 1 in Banana on Perfecto, that one onto Flamey. And I think, the solution to that, obviously, is if Zywoo's going to continuously go for that kind of a peek, a dry peek with the AWP to try and get a pick, the easy solution is to put someone with an AWP there and beat him to the punch. Boomich has his trusty SMG and Banana at the moment. They had 3 defenders initially. Now it's just down to Flamey and Boomich again. But up lane we go. At quad, a huge amount of Vitality players ready to apply some pressure, and they're attacking both bomb sites at the same time.
Yeah, RPK did a lot of damage to Boomich, and Thought maybe that grenade that he threw would have caught him as well. Still more than a minute left, and I mean, all this aggression, look at what it's done to Navi's grenades. They pretty much have none left.
And the important thing is the aggression from Vitality hasn't been punished. Nobody's gone down. They've been able to apply that pressure without overextending, without risking themselves too much. So you're exactly right. That is the last smoke that Navi's going to have. That will disappear just around 30 seconds. But back to middle we go, and this is a nightmare. Simple's rotated away. 2 players tuckered inside the bomb site. I don't know how they're going to be able to win this. Vitality is just going to swarm this defense.
Yeah, one good flashbang, and this is a done round. Nice shot from Electronic. Oh, big double. Can he continue? Perfecto goes down 20 seconds. Electronic, a triple. One more kill would do it, but Shox will take him down. Still, what a heroic stand. They're finally going to get the bomb plant here, but look at how low Vitality are. That is such a monstrous defense out of Electronic. Now his team, they have to follow him up. They have to make this worth it, or it'll be a really big giveaway. Shox trying to go a bit aggressive. I think was he spotted there, or is that just a random shot? It's really hard to tell.
Yes.
A single flashbang on Apex as well, and I think you're right. He might have been spotted, so Apex could be the only one to save them here. Goes for a little bit of a shot. Missed AWP as well. The FAMAS doesn't connect, and they need to go right here. It's Shox to die, and long spray from Apex. He tries to pre-fire it, and Boomage comes flying around the corner. They have a kit, so they're going to have the round, but that is so close. If not for Electronic, they do not win this round.
Yeah, and maybe if not for Boomage's jumping shot right at the end. What a tense retake for Navi. And man, I cannot believe Electronic delivered the goods here. A triple kill in defense. If ZywOo hits that shot, it's all over. There's no chance for the retake against that AWP added in as well. What a tough round. You could see how desperate it was when Shox is trying to get aggressive towards Small Pit with low HP. 5-4, but I mean, still, even in losing these rounds, Vitality with the plant, it's giving them so much extra money, and Navi's still not able to build up any kind of safety net behind them in these victories. There has been 7 plants of the 9 rounds played so far. And there's another opening kill delivered. This time by RPK with the help of an Apex flashbang.
That flashbang happened just as Boomage decided in his brain to just start shooting through the smoke. So he was looking straight at it and completely dead. Grenade on Flamey. Gonna be a bit annoying. Nowhere near as annoying as when the follow-up Molotovs start to rain down, and he will have to sort of run into the bomb site as they're flanking around the corner. He's going to have a good defensive grenade, and actually they just run straight through. They don't even care. Good shot from Flamey, but they're already through in construction, and he's alone in the back here. He has to get a double kill and buy time, otherwise this retake can't happen. Electronic is still over at the arch. They're not even close to doing this, and Flamey runs in. There's one big, there's the double they needed, but Simple also went down. Nothing could go right for Navi. Even if they have great individual performances here, it's still really tricky. I mean, Flamey with the triple, is it going to be enough? Electronic showing up, tapping at range, and Shox will put him right down. 6-4, and that is all of the money gone for Navi.
In the craziness, no one from Navi saw Apex push through the spawn smokes and get that position to eliminate Simple. Excuse me. The only thing they could do in rotating, because they had an early rotation over to the B bomb site, as soon as Boomage went down, Simple and Electronic both rotated to the wrap side of the A site, so they got there quickly, but all they could do is throw those flashbangs. Apex with a perfect assassination, and Vitality is off and rolling. 6-4 lead on this T side, and they've delivered a knockout punch to the economy. Again, another easy access to the bomb site, another plant, and another round win.
I mean, when you're getting rounds like the ones Vitality have been getting throughout this first half so far, where you know, you keep getting bomb plants, you keep putting on the pressure, now we have to save the rifles. When you finally get that breakthrough round like you've just got, it's set. You've really been set up nicely to go on a bit of a run here. It's crazy that the most they've won is 2 in a row, Vitality, and yet they're up 6-4. It's not like they've, you know, just been winning 4 rounds in a row here to build this. It has been a little bit scattered, but this is their big opportunity to really, really crush Navi in this first half.
All right, Apex boosted over. Boomage again goes down blind. What a transfer up. And Apex has opened the bomb site. Another round, I mean, you can save, but it's not like you have a whole lot to you know, be happy about saving. Still in the next round, it'll be Deagles and P250s.
What was that? What was that World War II mod that you used to play in I guess both in Source and Half-Life? Why am I blanking on that?
DoD?
Yeah, DoD. It looked like his AK had the recoil from. You remember the machine guns and that? They sort of like would track all up and just keep going. That's what it looked like.
I mean, I do, but I feel like I'm a part of a very small subsection of the viewers these days.
You think
remember
that's
that.
Lost reference? All right. It's a real shame if people haven't played Day of Defeat.
DoD was sick.
Well, Simple is going to get a lone headshot at the end. But that's probably not worth celebrating. 7-4 right now. This is a very strong start for the French side. Apex is again leading the charge. I don't know, again, how much longer. Look at this, it's just going. That is actually so ridiculous. You actually see the bullets tracking on the wall, like they sort of creep closer on the wall. That looks really cool.
Yeah, they follow up. Man.
HEs.
3 rounds back. I know. 4 of them. They're definitely getting kills with them this time. Ooh, they have a chance. That one deep onto Shocks. 2 more coming in delayed. So staggered nade stack. And it hasn't gotten the kills just yet. Flamey's still holding on to his.
He's thinking about it. Yeah, actually, great amount of grenade damage early on. Might just need that third one to make the real difference. Here it comes. It lands a little bit between them. I don't think that's maybe quite enough. The smoke is still going to be pretty good. But here's the counter grenade, and that almost took down Boomich.
Oh, and the spam as well onto Flamey. So 27 combined HP on the B-bomb site defenders. They've had a really rough time in this game so far. Vitality is bullying them in a really painful way.
Yeah, just so many things that are working out well for them. It actually feels like Navi are really, really struggling to hold on at all to anything in this first half right now. Here come a lot of utility into the bomb site. Shocks is just checking to make sure that they're not getting flanked down the bottom of Banana. 40 seconds on the clock, and yeah, once those grenades go out, I don't know, it's going to be very hard to do anything. They would have to get a magnificent amount of kills, all 3 of them pretty much defending this bomb site, because Simple and Electronic are so far away that there's no way they can get here in time, so it's unlikely, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. 20 seconds. First round of grenades are through, and they're going to try and see. They're actually just pre-firing the boost as well. That's pretty clever. Boomich, nice triple with the USP. That's so impressive. They were low, and the rest of them are too. Maybe a chance here. 5 seconds, the bomb has gone down. Let's see what they could do. Electronic and Simple, this would be such a huge round to win.
They have no kits, so they got to get going relatively quick, but there is low HP. P250 is picked up by Electronic. If they can find Shocks, RPK isn't really in a position to recover this, but again, the timer is running down very, very low. It must begin right now. Simple's just turning the corner, and here's Electronic. Shocks is right in front of him, and it's an easy kill. He knows where RPK is, and he's got him as well. And they have plenty of time for the defuse. Off the back of Boomich's triple kill, the damage done by the nade stack, and Navi has miraculously found 5. Their second save round they've won in this half.
I almost wanted to say for a second there, Shock should have just pulled out the Molotov, like pulled it and ran back onto the bomb and just waited for them to try and kill him, because that was looking like yeah, I mean, that probably would have made a difference. He did have a Molotov, but I obviously didn't want to make that kind of a play. That, I mean,
I'm more surprised that Shocks turned around at Coffins to look towards Banana. Right? That he wasn't just keeping his eyes behind him. I guess maybe he thought that RPK would be able to watch that well enough, but that's a lot of faith in a teammate when you're 1 bullet away from death.
If ever there was a round to get Navi to wake up and get them to start to feel like, you know, they actually want a say on what's going on here on Inferno, then that's the round. triple kill by Boomich with the USP, and now they're going to be crushed over here. Electronic and Simple, I don't know how you survive this. Simple already slightly flashed. He's going to turn back for it, but they're coming in from either side. Good start from Electronic. They need so much more, or they're still going to get wrapped on. Deep grenade, and Simple's going to go down. Electronic burning. He takes someone with him. That's amazing. What a nice double kill.
Man, Simple had nowhere to go. He couldn't drop off, and he was exposed from middle. Now we have a flank coming in from Boomich, and there's 2 flashbangs on Perfecto and Flamey, and he's going to need them. Boomich coming in through halls. 2 players in sight, 1 in pit. It's Apex that's going to be the tough one for Boomich to find. Another Molotov for Lane. AK's picked up, and here's the pop flash from Perfecto. It better be perfect. Boomich doesn't swing with it. He's looking for Graveyard, but no one presenting themselves. This retake has to start right now.
I think they're really hoping that someone is in Graveyard, and we could tell that's not happening, so they've thrown all these grenades, and there's been no effect. Apex and Cyber, and then Apex with the follow-up yet again. A triple here for the captain of Vitality, and he's up to 13-5. Apex is... I mean, it's been incredible to watch him play at this level for such a long time now. I'm just really enjoying it.
No, but again, this is another half, not only his individual level, but calling as the in-game leader. Yeah. This is another half that is just being so well put together. They have been abusing the B bomb site, and in response, Navi placed 3 players at B to start. This is a timing hit in halls. There's only 2 defenders. They're both in lane. Nobody's in pit. And make no mistake about it, Vitality has had access to any bomb site they want at any point during this game. And now Simple with the op, a force buy out of Navi. And he's on the wrong side of the map again.
Perfecto is, well, he can hear the army coming, so he's just going to turn around and down in the pit. Electronic, he's going to be called upon to do much more than that yet again. Perfecto, CC, big kill if he could get it. He's going to be reloading in the corner, and he won't have the time to do it, but Electronic is still down here. I mean, he's doing such a good job, Electronic, throughout these rounds. He just needs a couple of people to join him, and it could get real interesting. Up to 11 kills right now. One more would probably do it. Boomich is going to find RPK, and now it's a 2-1-4. This is, again, a very unlikely round for Navi to pick up, but it looks like they will, although Apex and Shox are fighting their way back in, and a headshot taking down Boomich. What a turnaround, the 2-on-4, and right back into their favor. Simple missing a chance, and he's been tagged up on fire, and Apex will take him down. What a victory. Back-to-back triple kills for Apex. This is amazing.
Yeah, they are playing such a good game. 16-5 for Apex. This shot right here is a thing of beauty, and that's the shocks that Vitality need. You're not always going to get the 33 kill performance that we saw yesterday, but the clutch factor of this man has always been there. 9-5 lead, and that is a round where Navi had an incredible advantage. Electronic played it just as perfect as you possibly could. Alive in pit, keeping that position clear for the retake. Boomich was able to wrap through halls and join him over on the pit side, and it just didn't matter.
Oh, they know. I think they know. He's going to put out the Molotov at least, but it doesn't even matter. Grenades on top, and Navi, they couldn't even invest into this final round. I mean, they've got nothing to work with. In any other game, the kind of performance that Electronic has been putting up here will net Navi so many more rounds, but they just don't have the weapons, and they keeps being Electronic and one guy with a pistol somewhere. It's not enough. I actually think it's amazing that Electronic has 11 kills, given where we are right now.
Think of where this game could be, right? Because Vitality has just destroyed Navi. The 2 of the rounds that Navi have been save rounds.
Yeah.
One was that triple kill from Boomich with the USP. They cleaned up off a nade stack. If it's not for those 2 rounds, Navi has no business even being in this server.
Yeah. They do have that all-access pass to Inferno. They don't have to pay to get into any bomb sites. It's worked out real well for them. It's a good investment. Shox spotting Perfecto's leg and taking him down. What a powerful first half we've seen here from the French side. About to be 10-5 at the end of the half. A little bit of a flash and a grenade, and there we go. Really, really well done. Apex ending the half, top of the scoreboard at 17-6, but right behind him is Shox at 15-6. This is going to be nearly impossible for Navi to bring back on the second half. We'll see if they can, though, after the break.
last one? Okay.
No. No way, dude.
Sonny's a god. What happened?
Yes, I don't know. Someone else is playing. Is his webcam on?
No.
Okay, that jump is actually hard. Okay. What are you trying to do?
Oh. Guys, I'm still stuck, guys.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm also gonna be stuck on this one. I made it.
Oh. I'm getting mad.
I made it, boys. I am the champ. Yeah, man. I still lost, I think. I still lost. That's a bit awkward. That's true.
Where should I go now? Okay. Yeah, pretty close.
A blazing hot start for Vitality here on Inferno. It was, I mean, the scoreline doesn't even really do it justice. 10-5 is what they had in the first half, but it could have been probably 13-2 or something like that if things had worked out even just a little bit differently. Electronic tried his best to stop them, but he did not have a lot of backup, and Apex and Shox on the other side were just too good.
Yeah, and I mean, there was no great resistance from the Navi defense. There were 9 plants in that half for Vitality. They got access to the bomb site whenever they wanted it. I mean, 4 of the 5 rounds that Navi won were diffuses. So yeah, some nice retakes, some very good job in that front, but no way to actually build up any money if you're constantly losing players and have to scramble to try and get back into the bomb site. So for Navi on offense, they've got a huge job to do. They have to rattle off 11 rounds. They have to grind out 11 if they want to take this in regulation. It's going to start here with the pistol round. You have utility on Boomich and Electronic, no upgraded P250. Sorry, Anders. It's Apex with armor and a CZ on the CT side.
For shame. Actually, on Inferno might be one of the maps where actually I could be okay with not having the P250 because you're probably going to get close with the Glock anyway.
Get over it. Yeah, or have to jump around a corner at a weird angle.
Yeah. Oh, Shox. He's going to go on a mission here. Flamey is around the corner, so this is either genius or very dangerous. I think, yeah, his gun must have been spotted. Nice kill for Flamey. He definitely saw that. The tip of the USP. Now, 3 people on the B bomb side, so let's see if Navi are about to make a big mistake.
I think they are. Bomb's been here pretty much the whole time, and you can see how far back the 2 players in alt mid are.
Cyber's going to blow up, though.
They don't want to progress at all. Ooh, double nade! What a great pistol. You're exactly right. Good call. 2 nades land on Zaiwu. Now Masuta's still boosted. There's some danger still in this pistol round if he can land the shots, but they now know where he is. RPK's alone and in the open, and that's it. Navi going to get the plant. It'll be a pistol round for the T side.
Do you want to do something interesting, though? I'll tell you this
I would love to.
while we wait. you could tell next time we go and check out Apex webcam, notice how he's actually got like a slain lion that he's wrapped around a chair or something. That it looks like the North logo. Yeah, I think he's sending some sort of message in the background there saying, you know, I mean, not that I know what North are doing these days anyway, but I like it. Psychological warfare.
I really enjoy just the entire feng shui of what Apex has going on and wherever he's playing. I just imagine him in like some mountain villa somewhere in France, playing these games from isolation. He's got like a baguette oven right behind him. He's, you know, as soon as he gets done with his games, he cooks up a fresh loaf of baguette.
I imagine that probably the sun is shining outside. He's got a pool out there. He's probably look at the background. That's the North logo.
Look at it.
It has to be.
Bro, yeah, everything he's got going on there, I'm into.
Yeah. Do you think there are just like people sunbathing outside? He's got like in the you know, in the break between maps, he's just out there partying a little bit, and he comes back in, sits down, does his business, and yeah, I imagine. I feel like Apex is winning at life.
Probably. French cheese. He's probably got some winemakers back there as well. Like there's all those people, you know, hiking up their dresses, stomping grapes to make the wine later on. It's probably a beautiful image.
From scratch, yeah.
Yeah.
Similarly to the way that Vitality are stomping Navi.
Yeah, he's like, I'll be out in like half an hour. Just you know, give me some time. I just need to beat up this team really quick. I'll join the party in a moment.
Now let's see if we've oversold this. Maybe Vitality CT side is dreadful, and Navi just, you know, run it right back. We don't know yet.
We've seen that plenty, and obviously the way to do it is the exact way that Vitality have such a big lead after their T side is economic control on Inferno is the name of the game. And if Navi can keep coming back every time Vitality win, you keep resetting them, changing up where you're going to attack, they're going to have an opportunity to just run up the scoreline. The problem is this is a map that I feel, again, another feeling that's not backed by statistics in any way, that this is another one of those maps where I feel like Navi generally have 1 to 2 rounds where they have that heartbreaking lose track of time moment.
Well, they've been smoked off with the bomb out here. 25 seconds. Good kill down into the pit. So now it's just RPK and Shocks for the next 20 seconds. We'll try and hold on to the site here. They're being really slow about it, Navi. That's one good kill and nearly a follow-up. The bomb in the corner, and I don't think there's anyone that could stop it. Apex inside were already backing out, so looks scary, but all is fine.
Listen, if I'm simple, though, I'm biting my tongue at the moment, because I'm saying, why am I the one who has to initiate the attack into this bomb site on the second round when I've got 2 teammates with MAC-10s playing patty cake in the corner? Like, let's get it together, Boomich, and I believe Flamey. Like, get into the bomb site. You have the MAC-10s. That's the entire job of the MAC-10 in this situation.
Yeah, I could imagine. I know what you mean. I'd be a little bit upset, too. Maybe we could get some listening and some translation going on.
Yeah, you obviously have to hold back because you don't want to, you know, tilt the whole team. You don't want to start yelling in round number 2, but at the same time, it's just, 20 seconds on the clock, and your MAC-10s aren't making the move that you need them to.
Yeah, definitely slightly annoying. Maybe that's what he's saying just there. 10-7 though is the scoreline, and it's not quite interesting yet. We still need to see Vitality with rifles in this second half, which hasn't really been possible yet. So this is curious. I didn't even look at the scoreboard, but Perfecto has 3 kills. Misuta has 3 kills. So that's not a lot for those 2 players in the first half.
No. I mean, Perfecto was probably the player getting shuffled between A and B on defense. Between him and Simple, every time they cheated over towards the B bomb site, they either got absolutely wrecked or they were just on the wrong side of the map. Good nade damage onto Boomich, brought down to 37.
Yeah, Navi want to spend what's left of this round probably figuring out if there is a stack and how to avoid it. Sai was sitting inside of the smoke that was put up there from the Navi side. He has a flashbang, so they pretty much got 1 shot at landing that flashbang perfectly when Navi turned the corner. Not that many Molotovs on the Navi side, so I mean, it could actually get a bit interesting here. It's still obviously heavily favoring the Navi side, but it's not impossible that this could be, a real a real upsetting round. There's the early flashbang out. He tries to tap away. He went a bit early, I thought. Still a bunch of people in the back lineup here, and it's going to be Shox and RPK with 2 big shots coming out. 30 seconds on the clock. Rotation is coming from Apex. He's just running to try and shoot them in the back, and they're really waiting, Navi, and they don't have that time. Now, finally, they're going to break through, but that is so dangerous. That could have absolutely backfired on them. They'll pick up the round, and I think that's really all that matters, but I'm so worried for Navi in some of these rounds.
Yeah, it is a bit scary that these second and third rounds have both gotten down to, what, 20 seconds on the clock before they're really making progress into the site. You can imagine how much Vitality is going to be able to delay once they have all the nades and all the utility and the rifles. If Navi's not going to be attacking aggressively against pistols, the M4 and this AWP on Shox could be an issue.
8 to 10. Yeah, I think this is where it's really going to get interesting, because the pace and the confidence for Vitality on the T side was just completely unmatched by anything that was happening on the Navi side. But it's been a little minute. I mean, we had the break between the halves, and obviously 3 rounds to start off Navi with here. Maybe that's enough to get the engine up and going, and maybe they could find some of that confidence themselves. Boomage again is going to get grenaded on Banana down to 40 health. That's annoying, but it's kind of par for the course when you're that Banana lead. That tends to happen a lot. That's a lot of grenades used by Navi, and what if they actually got out of them? Why have they only got 2 smokes and 2 flashbangs left?
Yeah, I don't have a great answer for you. I was looking at the same thing. And they're already committed to this B bomb site, and the clock is going to get run down. That smoke goes up. It'll fade right around 29, 30 seconds. Navi
Sideways,
taking a little bit more damage.
He's got more.
Yeah, they're in trouble here. Another smoke comes out. Flashbangs as well. They're going to have to go through this on the reload. This is their best opportunity. Apex blinded, transfers over. Zyru must be traded, and he is. Flamey's got him. And now they can set up, but no nades to slow down the retake. Simple's up, in position, in ruins.
Ooh, Simple getting RPK. Did he ever throw the Molotov this side? Well, they're going to back out of the round. They're not going to get many more chances to defend the B-bomb side that effectively. That's actually kind of upsetting for Vitality.
Yeah, well, he didn't throw the Molotov because he was spamming through the smoke and then got caught in the reload. And then he just had to fight for his life. It was too late for the Molotov. So a bit of a miscue on the defense, and that's exactly what Navi needed. It's going to be 9 to 10 as they close the gap in the second half.
I think that first Molotov, or the first smoke there, runs out at around 35 seconds or something. Then he puts down another one. So I don't actually. That's real strange. They probably should have won that round. Like, if you could replay that particular round again with the same position just from there on out, I just think Vitality probably win it almost every other time. Like 9 times out of 10, that's the round they pick up. Not the best start for the first rifle round.
No, little bit of a, you're right, little change in the utility there, and Vitality might have been able to put a stop to that. Tense game. 17 kills on Shox, 18 on Apex, 12 on Zywu, 15 on Electronic, 11 on Flamey. Simple and Boomich both at 9.
This is so interesting now, because with the rounds that have passed, and again the break between the halves, all that momentum and strength that we saw, it's a little bit of a memory now. It's a little bit further away in everyone's mind. And when you don't get that first rifle round, things do get interesting. Now, we do have a lot of HEs picked up here on the Vitality side, something that Navi couldn't make work, but it can work in the odd round. Shox opening down middle. Oh, he does not see that. I can't believe it.
That is pretty crazy. Listen, the desk talked about this game. A lot of it is going to depend on the supporting cast outside of Simple and Electronic, outside of Shox and Zywu. At the moment, the supporting cast of Navi, 26 kills. For Vitality, it's 29 kills. Just a 3-round split between those other 3 players on each side. So still pretty close and reflected in a 1-round lead.
Aggressive retake of top Banana, but they don't actually catch anyone with the grenades. They really wanted to to find someone out there they could isolate and kill, and it doesn't work out. Look at Electronic, though. He's been doing this the whole way through. He's just infiltrated the enemy lineup, and he actually looks the wrong way. What a steal. That should have been the round-winning move, and now instead he gets caught, and inside of the bomb site, RPK a little bit close. Shox not able to get the first shot in, and Cyber will go down as well. It's just a matter of finding Shox now, and they have time for it. 40 seconds, he can't get that follow-up, and Flamey will make sure that this does not get out of control for Navi. I mean, I feel like Electronic got robbed.
Well, I'm amazed he didn't hear ZywOo running. I'm amazed he never heard a footstep. Maybe there was some communication. Maybe he was trying to talk. But either way, ZywOo spotted him out and waited for him to turn that corner. So, 10-10. And it has been 5 rounds straight for Navi. They're on fire after this round victory. Vitality have yet to put a round on the board on their defensive side. Masuta still with just the 3 kills in this map.
Yeah, just the 3 kills and saving the gun out here as well. Man, this is looking like a great comeback for Navi. It's 10-10. They've tied up the scoreline. They're starting to get a bit of production on board. There are actually people trying to help out Electronic, which must feel good to him.
Yeah, it must be a new experience.
Yeah, he's loving it.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, yeah, they're doing it. And it's simple. I mean, I guess the saving grace for Navi as well, when you think about it, is we haven't really had to say Simple's name a whole lot, and they're tied up 10-10. You're not talking about him finding opening picks with the AWP. You're not talking about his heroic sequences, his multi-kills. So still without their all-star player, delivering a good map. Perfecto with an opening kill on Apex and moves forward of the nade, but he's got ZywOo over at Sandbags. Nade, Molotov combination, ZywOo staying alive just barely. A lot of utility being sent out by Vitality to keep him protected, to allow him to retreat.
Yeah, Perfecto, another one of those players that's had a bit of a rough game, but being able to find just 1 kill in 1 round like this, maybe especially an entry on Banana, is huge. I think Vitality made a call just now. They said, if they come B, save the rifles. If they come A, maybe we win. And it looks like they're going to be saving the rifles at the moment. So I don't really mind this. I mean, from an action point of view, it's going to be a little bit of a letdown, but I think tactically it makes sense.
Oh, especially, yeah, it makes 100% sense, especially considering how much, as I just mentioned, the amount of nades they had to use to get ZywOo away safely, the fact that Masuta has 5k, so he can drop any weapon that Apex wants over to him. They'll have a full buy in the next round. I think this is a great call for Vitality, even if it is painful. Now, here's an interesting tidbit, and this is going to have some echoes throughout Counter-Strike history, is on this CT side, Shox has been the AWPer, not ZywOo.
Yeah, which is, I mean, I guess it's not a dreadful thing. Maybe ZywOo's just made a call. I actually don't like doing it on this round or on this particular half. But yeah, it's definitely a bit of a change up. And they could obviously go double AWP, but that carries some risk on Inferno too when you're on the CT side.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about the same thing, because Masuta with 8300 can drop an AWP over to ZywOo. ZywOo can pass off his M4 if need be. They have a lot of different options here for Vitality. But I don't know, it's a little bit scary that they're not able to find the solution quite yet. I'm almost kind of shocked we're not seeing a timeout out of Vitality. Maybe we'll get one at the end of freeze time. But 6 rounds straight to start this second half for Navi, and they've taken the lead. It's their first lead of the game.
Yes, it is. Good grit and determination on Navi. That first half must have been real painful, and yet they just kept their heads down and kept fighting, and it's paid off right now. That's in itself, I think, kind of impressive, and it's a feature of Navi that we've seen fail them in the past, where things do tend to spiral out of control, and you end up having yelling on TeamSpeak and all the rest of it, and they don't seem to be able to recover some of those losses, but not so right now, which I think is really positive news.
Well, and also, I mean, if they were on the verge of maybe breaking after the first half, obviously the start they have in the second half, drives them further away from the edge. So only positives for Navi to be thinking about at the moment. Creeping up towards the end of halls. There's a flashbang. This could be brutal.
Yeah, it already is. Masuta, they don't check the corner. He's going to get 2 kills for free. A third man comes jumping down. It's still a 3-on-3 that is very hard for Vitality to win this retake. Shox has posted up, but that was actually the perfect time to make that call that they just did, Navi. Deep grenade, won't kill anyone. It's not even going to touch anyone, it seems. And there's Apex going down. And now they're at the risk of losing all of their rifles here. Vitality, I mean, it's even shocking that Masuta got those 2 kills. This could have been over 20 seconds ago.
Listen, perhaps the biggest difference between these two halves, because both teams have had incredible success in their entries and getting into bomb sites. This is going to be 6 of 7 rounds played in the second half that Navi have planted the bomb. The difference is in the first half, Navi was able to have 2 to 3 pretty stellar retakes.
Yeah.
Vitality haven't even gone for one, or haven't even had the ability to go for one. In fact, I mean, if you look at the scoreboard with how many players of Vitality have survived in some of these losses, the past 4 rounds, 2 people survive and a bomb plant loss this round. Last round was 4 people surviving on a save. The round before that was 1 person decided to not go for it. The round before that was 2 to not go for it. So, I mean, Vitality's making the conscious decision to preserve their economy instead of going for the retake. And I think it's been smart. It's probably been the right call up to this point. But now when you're down 2 rounds and you haven't mounted any kind of a defense or mounted any kind of a retake, it's time to start going for retakes.
Yeah, we're not seeing the same kind of assertive, explosive Vitality, and I guess that is partly due to them playing the CT side. It's really hard to do. How do you could maybe try and do it at Banana. There are other ways to do it, obviously. I mean, we've seen people go for fights all the way down, even into second mid, but that is a little bit of a gimmick play, and it can obviously backfire. So, otherwise, they're left waiting for a long time.
We need to see if Vitality's, they just switch into a double op setup, and I think they need to be a little bit aggressive with these ops. I think we need to be seeing ZywOo start to peak and start to try and influence things early on, because if you're having troubles retaking, the double op setup in Inferno is not the answer. It's going to make retakes even harder to go for because it's a much bigger investment of economy. It's a much bigger risk and harder to clear things out. So they better win some of the early battles with these AWPs.
Well, look at this setup here. There's 2 people up in apartments. Masuta down on the quad side. Trying to see if they could maybe flash their way in. Not going to be peeking quite yet, but a lot of this is on Masuta. I mean, he has to stay alive at the very least for a kill. Timing. Oh, it's directly against him. And RPK not going to try and swing for it, and they've fallen back. They're ready. Simple. I can't believe he missed that shot. That looked like it was a free one. And now, Electronic, he wanted the revenge, but it's not going to be possible. Does ZywOo want to join them over on this side, or is it going to be up to RBK and Shox to deal with this?
Man, Simple never expected that player to peek from the close angle. I'm amazed that Navi's not going for this at this point with that 1 pick at the bomb site. Look at the utility. 1 smoke, Molotov, and flashbang each. They need to make this work, and this flashbang better bother Shox. It better hit Pit, because this is going to be a difficult setup. And last time, they didn't clear out Masuta in RPK's position. You have to imagine they're gonna clear it out this time.
Only thing is Shox has the AWP, so that actually it could be hard for Shox to do much. If he misses a shot, then RPK could be going down while he's trying to get the next shot in. Oh, there are a lot of questions in this one. 20 seconds, and we're going to find the answers right now. Here comes the run-in. Initial grenade doesn't do that much, and the Molotov on top of Shox, and the kill on Flamey there, or from Flamey, taking down RPK, and that's the round. They're going to go for the bomb plant here, and no one can interrupt them. Everything is working for Navi. That's going to be 13 rounds. Wow. I'd actually love to see that from Shox's point of view in exactly what he's able to do in that position. I don't think the flashbang is what did it, but maybe the Molotov is what made it just impossible for him to do much of anything.
Yeah, the flashbang might have been distracting, but it might have held him back from peeking, because normally that flashbang means someone's going to be holding the angle, and he's obviously wants to peek to help RPK, but then the Molotov on top of it just makes everything real uncomfortable. Oh dear. This is turning into a bit of a nightmare for Vitality. 13-10.
It's got real awkward. They got 10 rounds in the first half, and anyone quick with the math could figure out they've got 0 in the second.
That's That's the other part. Flamey's jumping off the balcony, and so when Shock swings, he probably sees Flamey first and goes to target at him instead of pre-aiming, you know, towards the holes where you know that player is holding your peak.
Yeah.
That's a really rough sequence to deal with if you're Shocks with the op. They've gone back to a double AWP setup. This time ZywOo does look like he wants to flex. Here comes the peak, but it's Simple on the other side, and he's got it.
Whoa, back in, giving it back to Shocks. Oh man, there's a bit of a fight, but Apex is down, and that's the B-bomb side lost, and Boomich knows it. He's immediately gonna react to that. Smart play from him. He actually picked up another smoke.
They have to go for this, Sanders.
Well,
yeah, if Vitality doesn't go for this, I know it's tough to swallow. I know it's not going to be easy, but come on, you cannot let this game drift away by just saving your weapons over and over again. This is the winner's final. You got to risk something at some point, and you haven't done it yet.
Flamey knows no one is coming from this side, so he could either flank them or try and fall back to Banana. It's a little bit up to him. They are setting up like they want to try and go for it. Again, that could cost them everything, but you might be right. Otherwise, they're just going to end up losing the game rich, and that's not really that good after all. Going to be a kill on RPK, and now the retake is doomed. Electronic will take down Masutra, and Shock's saving the orb as much as he can, but they're surely going to be coming for him. 14-10. What an incredible comeback this is for Navi. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, I am as well. This is awesome. Simple ready for that peek from ZywOo. I mean, and the tough part is, I don't even necessarily think, like, the peek from ZywOo I don't think is wrong. Retaking, I obviously didn't think that was wrong, but they've waited so late in the game to do things like that that at this point it's their only option. It's like the last thing they haven't tried, so Navi's going to be ready for it now. And the real issue is, because they've held off on so many retakes, there's 4 players in Navi that have like $10,000 plus. You're never grinding this economy out of the hands of Navi, especially if you haven't stopped them from getting into the bomb site. It's been... I don't know, it's been...
depressing.
Like 10 plants in this half.
Oh, yeah. RPK will go down. Shock's on the corner. Sees it. Misses the chance. And that cannot happen. He's going to get crushed and wrapped on Masuta. Well, Shock's going to be shot at the back, but Masuta's now alone on the bomb side, and there's nothing he can do. My God, this is absolutely done. I don't know what happened to Vitality in the break between the first and the second half, but it wasn't good.
Yeah, this is a complete capitulation. Navi has just hit the critical mass where everything they do is the right decision. Everything they do, they have so much confidence in the fights they're taking that Vitality just can't contain it. And ZywOo knows he's being hunted as well. He's got to move forward while he tries to save this up, and there's no money behind any of the Vitality players, so this is all they have.
Yeah, wow.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. 15-10. I really feel like, I mean, there is that big difference in momentum and who has the initiative when you're playing CT and T side. And I think Vitality probably just came into the second half thinking that was such a great job. All we need is for our default setup to work more or less, and we'll probably grind out the next 6 rounds and things will be all right. And then they've been playing very passively, been making the calls to save for all along, and it just feels like Navi, on the other hand, said, okay, it's our turn to make the calls and dictate the pace of this game, and Vitality haven't been able to stop them at all, so this is... go on. Crazy comeback.
You want me to blow your mind real quick?
Go on, I'm ready.
Navi has not lost more than 2 players in a single round in this half.
Wow, I wasn't ready for that.
Vitality has never killed 3 players in 1 round. That's got to be some kind of record.
Yeah, that actually very well could be. If you were on the Navi side, on one of the Navi fan cams in that first half, you might have been real quiet, but you probably can't believe what you're watching here. I almost can't believe it. This is just very, very cool. Down the middle, Shock's going to get at the 1 kill there, but in the B-bomb side, alone is Apex with a FAMAS and 0 grenades. Now, there is a bit of a flank coming in. Now we have a timer on this where they need to go or they're going to get shot in the back. 45 seconds. They're sort of looking for it, and they realize, yeah, no one's been checking it. Now, Boomich He's so exposed in this position. 40 seconds, and they're going to start to move their way in. Apex hiding in the back and waiting for some backup. Misuta coming through construction. There's the peak. I mean, it's heads-up play for Boomich. They know what's coming. They know they're boxed in, and now they're trying to fight their way out. Electronic getting the kill on Apex, and that might be it. 24 seconds here, and fighting their way back. And look at Electronic. He's running. Boomich with the bomb all the way to the A side. It's not even needed. 16 to 10. They don't drop a single round in the second half here. And Navi with a crushing comeback against Vitality. That is going to be hard to recover from, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if they can in the second map. And that's coming up after we get to talk to the analysts, so stay with us.
Navi, described by chaos.
That's an easy kill right there.
Navi are going to be an actual challenger this time round.
But here comes Simple!
I believe that we can win any of these teams.
Force him to walk forward, and that's it!
I have high hopes for them. I think that replacing Zeus was something that was inevitable. He knew he had to step away.
Firepower. I think we have the best team as an individual.
And it's going to be an easy two-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
But definitely the wild card has to be the new guy, Perfecto.
Electronic is the player that everyone needs to be scared of. One of the best players that I played with.
Can he stand tall one last time? He lines them all! No! A beautiful spray!
I feel like their standout characteristic for Navi is its potential.
Say surprise. Everyone is tired of losing, and we just want to prove that we can win tournaments, we can challenge best team in the world.
Armor. Oh! Simple. The device is lying in wait, and Simple's ready for that as well.
And I think it's the most that I want, just to show everyone their place and just to play our best A+ game.
We're like a very momentum-based team. Like as soon as we get like rolling, we're unstoppable. There's just no way that we're not gonna win trophies. Anything you do, you just can't stop us.
I haven't really gotten to see that Liquid. I've seen a Liquid that goes deep into tournaments, but I haven't seen that Liquid that dominated tournaments.
Last year it was a little rough. We had a big downfall the second half of the year. So this year we're just looking forward to have a more stable high than a really low low.
They're one of those teams where we saw having time off doesn't help them.
I think that Twist, like when he's going off, like he's just going off.
Runs forward, grabs himself that AK, but Twist takes down Bulls.
He is a monster.
I think Twist is our wild card.
I'm keeping an eye on him. I think that he's going to be one of the players that could really be the card that sets Liquid above the rest.
Player that people need to look out for on our team is Stewie2K. I know that like all the pro scene like really respects him, but I think the like general public doesn't as much, and he's a really good player. If we had to pick out one, I think everyone has the same person in mind. I think it's going to be Elish.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second.
You know, looking at him from the outside in, he still has a lot more potential to grow as a player, and he still has a hunger, so I can see him being higher up in the ranks this year.
It's hope. That'll be the word that I'll choose to sum up Liquid, right? That hope that they will be the ones to return and hoist the flag once again at the top of the peak.
Let's go, Liquid!
Blade, the map's changed around this time, but not massively much in there, right? Still the potential for Nuke, the Inferno picks coming in, but you guys take a convincing win on Inferno. What has been going on with you guys? Did you just need the pressure of being in the loser side of the bracket to make sure you can just perform to this level?
Maybe, I don't know. I think anyone can be under pressure when he's one step from elimination. So, you know, we played convincing on T side, but we didn't play so convincing on City side. It was a rough start, but we managed to pull it through and played really good on T side.
Now going into Overpass, right? This is a map that they don't play massive amounts of. You beat him last time around on it. So what do you need to do to keep the guys focused and ensure you just get this 2-0 clean win and stay away from any drama in close games?
Yeah, the main thing now is not to lose focus, absolutely. And we have a good game plan. They have pretty good overpass, actually. They won, I think, NAP lately.
Yes.
But we think that it's much better to play overpass against them than Dust 2.
And, well, how can you take that away from him, considering Vitality just got destroyed on Inferno, and I can see the little grin there in Sponge's corner. But it's all right. It's going to get wiped away when Vitality turn it around on Navi's map and run this series back, because I will be standing victorious at the end of the day, and Sponge will be begging for, like, to change up again on the third map, on the third series. Can I change my prediction again, Coach? Can I change my prediction again?
I didn't ask for it. Yesterday, you said, does anybody want to change their predictions? And I said, can I? I only asked the question, right? Now, if we want to get stuck into this game right here, there's one thing that Anders was harping on at half, right? It was 10-5. It was like, oh, how did Navi get back into this? I think that Navi are a T-sided team. I think on the CT side, they're extremely disjointed. We saw in that first half that Simple was actually getting exploited. But when they're on the T side, as soon as they're able to make space for their players, they just obliterate. And Jason pointed out something amazing in that game up until I think it was the last round. He was saying that only 2 Navi players were eliminated in each of the T rounds at most, which is, that is what we call a bit of a spanking, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a pure spanking, honestly, and I'm glad we didn't have a segment between the halves, because I would have been standing here saying, hey, this is why I wanted Vitality to pick Inferno, that's amazing. I mean, we can still give props to Apex and the squad for the T side they had. I thought they were looking fresh, they had diverse strategies, they were working, the entries were here, but then you flip over and I don't even know, Sandra, I don't even know.
You don't even know, but the thing is that I'm turning to you for your opinion. So, Maniac, I hope we're going to be able to do a little bit better than that, because we got a second map coming up. We got a second map coming up. That's going to be Overpass. I mean, to be fair, you're right. That second half for Vitality, they just got broken. And Misuda, I think, he ended with like 5 frags on the map or something pretty, not to throw him under the bus, but that was like a really rough performance where some of these guys just didn't show up. RPK, nobody looks at him to be at the top of the scoreboard anymore. But I mean, we need a little bit more here.
Yeah,
I can give more.
I can give you that, Sam. I was joking, obviously. You know me. I actually pointed out. I wanted to show you a clip, guys, to show how Vitality were completely in the dark on their CT side, and this is why I want to give props to Boomich, the coach, everyone in Navi, because they kept them guessing. Just look at the radar. Shox is absolutely not in the action. It's 50 seconds, and it's poor Misuta and RPK in a 2 versus 5 on the A side. Even if Misuta gets away with a beautiful double kill, it's just not enough. So this right here, this action, that is the illustration of my point. Navi, they kept Vitality guessing this entire CT side. Vitality never knew what was happening, and I guarantee you, after this round here, there was a huge discussion on TeamSpeak. Why are we losing? What are we doing wrong? How can we take banana? We don't know what's happening. That was the key for me. Vitality had never any idea. They were reactive instead of being proactive, and you have to give props to Navi because the game plan was sound, honestly.
Oh boy, Boomich. This guy right here, right? We talk about him as an individual who occasionally disappoints us, sometimes completely surprises us, and other times he just seems to be a bit of an animal, right? Now, I don't know which Boomich is the most consistent. I don't know which Boomich is the one I think we're going to get all the time, but what I want is not the Boomich that went into Mirage the other day and lost control of his team starting on the T side. Now, I just said a few moments ago that I think Navi are a much better T side than they are CT side, and when they're going into overpasses, their own map choice, that's where they'll be starting. But remember what happened the other day, boys? They started out limping out one at a time. It felt like they were one step ahead of themselves. They're just like, oh, we'll just go take some jewels, we'll win these fights, and that wasn't the case. They can't go for a playstyle like that again, because Vitality, they're still in this, right? They're still able to play to a decent level. I don't like Overpass for them. It's not a map which I'm in love with because of their T side and the way that they kind of go for snowbally types of play. But here, there's always an opportunity, and once again, it has to just come back to the mentality for Navi. You heard it from Blade. They have to stay on top of it. They can't lose focus.
What is it that Vitality can do to try and destabilize Navi here on this map, Maniac? I know I'm asking for a lot after that performance on Inferno, but I mean, you're there on TeamSpeak, you're getting a little bit of insight into the team. If there's one thing that you could take away from that first map, what would it be?
Well, I think if you're a Vitality fan, what you have going for yourself right now is the fact that they were starting on the CT side. And Overpass CT side has been great for them recently, and it's been the T side that's been lackluster. So on the CT side, I want them to be proactive. I want them to go and grab information. We know Navi can be flustered on the T side, specifically when they cannot imprint the rhythm. That is their problem. We refer to Mirage, they didn't really get the first kills. They never knew when to go into that second gear. I want Vitality to do just that on Overpass. Be in their faces. Take B-hole's control, push on the A side, push Fountain, and then pull back. Make sure that Boomich is flustered, make sure that there is frustration on the side of Navi, and then with a good CT side, which to me is a sine qua non condition, we will talk about a third map.
Well, in that case, that's where we're going to leave it, gentlemen. We're run out of time. It's time to get into this second map. Excuse me, second map of this series. After the break, we'll get back into the action with Anders and Moses.
Everything is new. The team, the players.
I'm feeling very confident considering the practices we've had and the talks we've had.
Honestly, I'm just enjoying it a lot so far.
For a bit of a tight time here. Nicely done. Point blank. Finds one. Gets a second. A third. Looking for it. And he gets the fourth.
But just always, you just want to do your best. It's just in the nature of being a competitor.
Other teams need to look out for Mantu at the moment, just because he's unknown.
Mantu, he's like a new guy, pretty unknown. He still has his whole career in front of him.
Mantu, he stops Defuse and takes Kenny!
Absolutely living the dream.
I'd say the wild card is Isa, the emotion he has for the game and the passion.
He's like a true joker, and some of the things he says sometimes.
That might be what gives OG the final round.
I think the standard quality is excellence. If something bad happens, we don't accept it. And in the end, it's gonna go for the better.
I'd say being international, a lot of diversity to the team. Some people might see it as an obstacle, and maybe it is in the beginning. Over time, it will get way better as we get to know each other and get to play.
NBK could be here to deny it, though. And sure enough, he gets the second. NBK with the clutch.
We have to have our standards higher.
Our expectations are quite high for the upcoming year.
Right now, it's our chance to prove that we're capable of beating these teams.
G2 is best described by a system. Their coach has gone about putting together a systematic approach to the game.
Momentum. I think when we are starting to have a strong momentum into a game, it's almost impossible to beat us. We are playing like brothers, we are talking too much and everything is fine. So I would say momentum.
Able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job! Oh, what?
It's a unique approach with how G2 look at the game and decide what their strategy is going to be in the game.
We'll try to give our best always, and we'll try to win every next match.
He's coming!
There's a chance for this, and he gets down to 1v2.
The player that all the other teams in this tournament need to look out for is Kenny.
Kenny is the guy who was the best player before, and it will be easy for us against everyone. Is it really if I say me?
Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Volda.
Amalek because when he's starting, his shot is really impactful. It's a really huge benefit for us.
Amanek's gonna rush it. Whoa, his teammate. Amanek robs around.
We'll try to give our best always, and we'll try to win every next match. I can say maybe top 5, top 3 NHL TV at the end of this year. To keep working, to keep practicing, and just to have good luck.
Here we go, map number 2 coming up. It's going to be on Overpass, and the odds have tilted so heavily in favor of Navi. And the reason for that really is that while Vitality really were off to an amazing sprint in the beginning, they just ran out of steam, Jason, and towards the end, Navi overtook them, losing no rounds in the second half, which is rare to see.
Yeah, it's hard to not lose your confidence in Vitality after you watch Navi just rattle off 11 rounds in a row. But it's not just that, it's the style in which they were lost. I don't even really feel like Vitality put up a struggle or a fight of any kind in that second half. Like, I don't know. I left that map. I sat down during the break. I took 5 minutes to myself, and I still just can't feel like Vitality. They just didn't get themselves into the game. They didn't even attempt it at any point in that second half. So that was rough, and I think that's the biggest reason why there's a loss of confidence. We'll have to see that all switch here on Overpass. This being Navi's pick, not as great of a map for Vitality. This could be a very rough time to start this first half, especially considering Navi's going to be starting on offense again.
Yeah, I really look forward to it. I think this is, I mean, I'm interested, right? Because so much credit to Navi for sort of taking the beating that they took in the first half and then coming right back and you know, feeling fresh and alive. Vitality could do the same, although it probably is going to be a harder job for them to do it, considering they just lost the map. But if they could, then, you know, I'd be super interested to see that, and we'd learn a lot about the team and how much strength they actually have in this if they were able to turn it around. But, man, yeah, I had the same feeling going out to the break here. I was like, what actually happened? Like, why was there no, like, individual fight going on there?
It just felt dirty, I don't know. At the end, as soon as I saw that stat that like Navi hadn't lost more than 2 players in a single round after like 10 rounds played, I was just like, what? Like, that shouldn't even be possible. You know, like, I can't recall ever even experiencing that as a commentator in what, 6 years of casting Counter-Strike. I was just like, holy Lord. Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be happening, but it did, and we'll have to find out. And we all have to live with it. We all have to live with it. Yeah, this has been an interesting day so far. First match, obviously, a huge upset. Complexity taking down Faze, and I guess the Faze is going to be playing the winner of this game, right? Am I wrong? Am I right? Yes, Faze play the winner of this game, and then the winner of that will play Complexity in the grand finals. Yeah. That should be real exciting. Well, I mean, I'm excited for the fact that Complexity have made it that far already. And I think it's going to be a great game no matter what. Be interested to see Navi versus Faze. Obviously, be super interested to see Vitality Faze. And in the end, Complexity get a chance to look on, wait, see, maybe learn a little bit more. They've been doing a lot of prep work, you can tell, for their game. So might actually be a big benefit for Complexity to be sitting that one out and just observing it. Especially waiting in those finals, and the team that plays them is going to have to prepare for the matchup tomorrow and then have to go into playing Complexity. So they're going to be going in with a blank slate against the Complexity opponents, as either Navi or Vitality will be preparing for Faze, and Faze will be preparing for one of them. But first, we've got to find who gets to that lower bracket final. Navi, Vitality. Navi is up 1 map after demolishing Vitality on Inferno, 16-10. Yeah, Vitality on the CT side, Navi on the T side. So as you pointed out, I mean, they're going to be the ones who are going to be dictating some of the pace here. Although Overpass, unlike Inferno, is a map that does allow for a lot more moving around on the CT side. So maybe that will help out Vitality. You better hope so, because otherwise this is going to be real weird. Masucha landing a good headshot, not reloading yet, back behind the rock, and he almost could have had that second headshot. Perfecto sees this coming and executes Sidewhoop on entry. So 4 versus 3. And he wants that P250 fight. Simple, he's ready for it. Hunts him down. It'll be Electronic to get the kill, but wow, they are getting picked apart. Now, they are coming where the bomb is. Apex and RPK are actually both here. This could turn around even from this 2-on-4. This can actually be a bit of a chance for Vitality to bring it back. Apex with 1 more shot, and he's got 2 more targets left. Well, the CZ and a Glock on Flamey, a 2-on-1. And man, the tough part for Vitality, they didn't even have any teamwork. That was 3 players going down immediately in 1-on-1 battles. They didn't get any teamwork until this very final fight. And Apex is going to try and do some trickery. He knows with a man down, he's going to try and wrap behind them. Will Navi expect this? If they grab the bomb and fall back into bathrooms, there's still 35 seconds, so Navi can afford to be patient and vigilant. And Apex, he's not been spotted yet. Now they know, and now the game is up. Perfecto's going to run. Apex is going to challenge. He's got to swing. He's got to win this fight. And he has. He's found Flamey. A nice headshot, and Perfecto's got no armor. But the Molotov smoke combination is going to be tough to beat. Yeah, it definitely will.
Oh, he's going to shoot straight away. Now, that will, I mean, maybe give it something away. Perfecto has just gone really far away. He can Molotov the bomb from here, but he has a kit. He has to throw it right now. It's already too late. Now he has to go for the shot. 1 second left, and Apex, what a huge win. He just held it down. Absolute nerves of steel.
Well, it's also, on top of those nerves, it's the smart play because he picked up the kit after the engagement, after the battle. I mean, you have to imagine Perfecto never expected him to have a kit there. That's really unfortunate. Nice win from Apex, though. Yeah. His team needed that. Some kind of life. That's the first CT round they've won in this series.
Oh, man. Some claps coming out. Yeah, I mean, the problem with relying on a Molotov to stop a defuse is that you pretty much have to throw it as they're, you know, on it. If they've already been on it for a second, it's not going to kill them. They'll get the defuse in time with a kit, so... Still, yeah, close round, obviously. AKs, a Galil, and some pistols. And Navi with, again, a good shot at just bringing this back. And for Vitality to try and forget about that first map, and especially the second half of that first map, they will probably need to go on a bit of a run here. I think for them it's mentally way more important to win a string around, start to feel like this is actually, you know, working for them again. If they get reset right away, yeah, I mean, that is going to really suck, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly losing the second round as well would just be so soul-crushing. And there's a real possibility it happens. 2 AK-47s and a Galil on Perfecto. Some dangerous weaponry for Navi to have on board. Electronic with 1 AK out towards long. He's looking for that peek. Shox is lucky to be alive, and Electronic doesn't want to let him get away. A double flash is going to spare Shox. And that's now Simple's turn to step up into action. He knows Shox has moved here. A dink will not slow him down either. Scout shot rings out. Half HP on 3 players from Navi. He's even ready for that. He's got the follow-up. A miss from Electronic. Oh, ZywOo just puts down Simple and Electronic, and that might have saved the day.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock here for the bomb to try and be planted. Flamey gets the one here, and he's actually picked up the bomb in the meantime, but coming up from behind is Apex, and 1 bullet did it. What a close round there. Really costly for Vitality, but they managed to win it. I think in large part due to ZywOo and the scout. This shot is great.
Yeah, that follow-up onto Simple is brutal. Good to see ZywOo flex a little bit early on in this map. 2-0. Navi not able to get a second plant. And they'll be back. Some pistols upgraded, though.
Yeah, do a bit more here. One of them is going to run in to ZywOo there at the playground. And Shox far up with an MP9. Only real target would be Electronic, who's sneaking out there. Bomb is quite far back, and I think Navi are just spending a bit of time hoping for a free kill, for some aggression. There's no reason why Vitality should be very aggressive in this round, though. So, I don't know. That they're going to have to give up that hope at some point and actually come look for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is an economy building round for Vitality. Any loss they take is just brutal. Nice flank from Shox, although even better awareness from Electronic. Now they have an isolated player they can go attack. It's still going to be hard to take him down. Flamey forces him back into the open, and not even the cleanup. Good drive-by from Shox, and look at this mobility. He's playing it so well. Finally does fall, but he gave himself a chance to get out of a tough spot. It's up to Simple now to provide some economic damage.
Yeah, and he had a bit of an opportunity, but not really much of one. Electronic low on health, Eagle at range, and he can't do much. So, good recovery. That helps Vitality make up for the last round where it was a one-on-one. But now comes the real test. Let's see if there's a reason early on here that Navi picked the map, if we could start to get a sense for their level of preparedness going into round number 4. No open play. And at the moment, Shox and ZywOo being really aggressive out here. they can't really help each other out. I mean, Shox is alone, essentially,
Ooh.
even though Sai was nearby.
Oh, he's got so much information. This is going to be so rough. And obviously, I mean, at this stage in the round, at 1 minute and 25 seconds, you don't want to press the flank. You want to just keep the information and keep the retreat, keep them boxed in. But, man, Vitality, all these B defenders, it's not so much they've been able to cheat anyone over, it's that the B defenders know exactly where Navi is, all lined up outside of this bomb site, so they're always ready to go, always ready for a fight. Pop, flash, peek, even the pre-fire from Apex, he wanted the intel, it's the go sign. Perfecto gets baited into it, and the Molotov splits the attack. Well done from Vitality, and RPK holds down Monster.
And now they just smoke it off. Even a little bit of a dink on Electronic. He's going to go down. Shox, the man who set him up with all this information, back in it for a kill, and he will be able to close the round. And I think you're absolutely right. It's just like, obviously when you're playing that B bomb side, you have some internal image of what the incoming attack looks like, and it helps when you get a call in from a teammate saying, well, we know for sure they're all going to be either on that side or maybe in the connector. That's the most they can do. But Simon was watching the connector from all the way back at the A bomb site, so yeah, brilliant stuff. Oh, Apex.
Ooh. I want to know what he said. He said some cool stuff. He said some cool things in that little exchange. I could feel it. Must be the French.
So why
it felt powerful and emotional.
Why couldn't we get these CT sides on Inferno, guys? What's up?
Oh, Jesus. Zaiwu is down. Shox is exposed. And he's certainly going to be traded. Uh-oh. Apex now pushed up. It's his turn for the battle, and he's going to be traded as well. A 3-on-2. The problem for Vitality is there's 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Navi can go anywhere.
Yeah, nearly a fight there, but Misuta's going to get dropped. And, you know, from celebrating a good defense in that last round to pushing so aggressively and then not being, like, no one helped each other there. They were just all getting picked apart one at a time, even though they were essentially 3 people pushed up aggressively. That's not really cool.
Yeah, it was curious. I was not expecting Apex to be there because I just assumed that kind of a battle that there wouldn't be a third person just sitting back and chilling. Regardless, Vitality gonna drop the round. They have a good amount of money, especially RPK saving this weapon. Apex has, you know, probably what, 9,600 after this round ends. So they've got plenty of cash, but this is certainly going to dig into their savings. Navi's on the board. 3 rounds back. And a good round to win with mostly just Tech 9s and P250s and a Deagle brought in.
Yeah, a bit of a worrying sign, to be honest, though. I mean, just that's not a round you should be giving up there. 4-1, and Navi, see if that's the round that's going to make them take off. It's...
Why is he sideways?
he's in a rocket station. He's ready to take off. We're in mission control here. Just need that terminal
He looks like
velocity.
he looks like he's in like a Counter-Strike monastery. It was just like the PC and like blank walls, one picture. Like you're afforded no comforts. You just must study and learn Counter-Strike for years on end.
That could be too. Oh my god.
I like that. That brings me back to my younger days.
The problem is though, as much as you could think, well, it's 4-1, like yeah, they let go of a round, they can still buy. It's just that is opening the door to Navi, and the longer you could postpone doing that, the better. At least let them fight for it. Don't let them have it in a round where just Tech 9s. I don't mind that they're playing aggressive out there, but I don't still understand why they got picked off without being able to help each other. That really worries me. Flamey didn't want to pull the trigger, but looked like he had the right idea, and he's back for more. Apex will take him down, though. That's got to be a bit frustrating.
Oh, again, another situation. Perfecto could have swung with him and at least got the trade. Flamey had the sense. He had the pre-aim that boost was coming. And even being flashed off the angle, that should be like the confirming play from Vitality to let you know that boost is going to be there when you re-peak. Just couldn't land the headshot. Perfecto playing a dangerous game. If he comes through this quietly, RPK is going to go down. Masuta up next, but Perfecto cannot transfer over. Simple. The next opportunity, bomb right in front of him. But he knows he's surrounded and they got to save. 15 seconds on the clock. There's just no time to work with. And Electronic being able to drop an AK-47, Flamey being able to buy himself. They'll be right back into it, but Vitality back to the winning.
Yeah, that actually goes a long way to appease me. I might be thinking about forgiving them for that previous round, now that they picked this one up only losing one guy. That makes me a little bit more happy.
I'm sure your forgiveness is gonna give them a lot of comfort. They're like, thank God.
Yeah.
Anders is a
I like to think that makes a
God.
difference. Well, only for a minute here. Let's not call it too soon. 7th round. But this is obviously a much better start. This is Navi's map pick, so the fact that Vitality are doing a little bit better here. Ooh. That is a grenade.
Yeah, I think that was 2 grenades, wasn't it? Might have been.
If it was.
Either way, it does about 100 damage.
I mean, they were thrown right on top of each other.
I thought I heard 2 explosions. I think one might have missed or been a little at a different spot, maybe? I don't know. Could be wrong. It's entirely possible. Either way, a lot of damage dealt is the moral of that story. Good spam, almost takes out Apex. If a little bit luckier, those land on the head. And just a default setup for Navi at the moment. They still have 1 player, Electronic, kind of investigating towards Picnic, and Perfecto is assisting him in getting this position safely.
For a minute there, they only had RPK in the B bomb site for reasons that I can't even begin to dream of. Because they had 2 people out on long, so looked like they were about to rotate everyone to the A bomb site. Still might be in trouble down here at B. Now, they're starting to get Masuta down here to help out, but this is not done yet. Shark's excellent flank. He's so active. Turns around and does some damage to Perfecto, but the clock says 35 seconds, and they need to go through this. There's 2 people waiting inside of the smoke here, and if they win this battle, it's done with. Oh, they're running back. They're hearing it, surely. With the kill on Flamey, they know what's coming next. They've just heard Simple make the run to Connector, and Saiwu's up here with the AWP. If he gets a kill, it's done. He misses a fairly easy shot there. Gonna still be trouble. 17 seconds, the flashbang to buy more time, and I think Navi have not left themselves enough to actually get this fight through. Boomage is gonna be going down, and Simple, he's gonna miss the opportunity. That is a great round out of Vitality, even though there were moments there where it looked like it was really gonna backfire.
Well, I think they had the right read. They might have just been calling it a little bit too early in the round. They felt like that was gonna be an attack towards the A bomb site. And Navi just can't get anything going. They're getting decent map control, but then they're sitting and waiting for it. And part of it is Vitality, just utility usage. Every time you see map control for Navi at a choke point, there's just a smoke in their face for a very long time. So the utility usage here for Vitality is quite nice. And Navi are going to have to find a way to aggressively break through that, but they can't just sit back and wait. Flashbang out to force Zaiwu off. And Electronic with this space towards long, I would like to see him. I mean, he's obviously got to be a little bit cautious. He doesn't have the same information that we do, but he's actually, I say he's going to be cautious, but he's not really checking anything. He's not even, he's not, assuming no one's ever going to peek him at long.
What a shame. That's a cool play from Electronic. Yeah, Masuta
That's
still went
like
down.
rolling the dice. And he's just saying, if Zaiwu is here, I die. If not, cool.
Yeah, but I actually think it's a play that's even cooler when you're playing on a map like Overpass, where the distances are that great. I'm even almost a little bit surprised that Sharks didn't just swing into the lane, that he actually sort of shoulder peeked it and baited out the shot, because that would have been so understandable if he had just, gone for it and said, well, no one's going to be here at this early hour.
Oh, what a great shot from Apex. Unfortunate even that he almost couldn't get the transfer. What a great sequence that would have been. Boomich is going to even move up further. Electronic still hasn't budged out towards long, but Zaiwu's got to start investigating. Now sees the utility, and he knows the hit is on.
Yeah, backup is needed, but it's not coming. He misses, I think, the one chance he had of doing anything at the bomb site. If he could have got that kill, maybe he could have swung for Electronic at long, but yeah. No second shots are allowed. Good round from Navi. That's well done.
I'm glad they got that round as well, because they got the opening pick, and it would have been a shame if they let this round slip out of their hands with a 5-on-4 advantage. Again, even after getting that pick, they're just kind of slowing it down and waiting, and Vitality's not giving them any mistakes. 6-2, a good 4-round lead for Vitality with a healthy economy as well. They're going to have to dig into that, so it's going to look much weaker after this next bye. And Navi looking for that reset in the later stages of the half. Round 8 is done with. 11 kills on Apex to lead for Vitality. It's 6 kills on Electronic is the top fragger for Navi. Simple is at 2. Flamey is at 2.
I think Chad was saying on the analyst desk during the break that Navi just seems sometimes to be like a T-side team. And if that's going to be true on this map as well, I didn't even realize that's how they got the opening kill on Masuta. That's ridiculous. But if it's going to be true on this map too, then yeah, you could be a bit concerned now for Navi. The fact that it's 6-2, their economy is not that great. Vitality still have a little bit of money in the bank even after this round, so they need to get into this game right now. Oh my god! It's so stupid.
Ugh. Listen, this half doesn't begin until Navi doesn't break Vitality's economy.
Yeah.
Let me start that again. This half doesn't begin until Navi breaks Vitality's economy. That sounded better.
Yeah, it's rough with the double negatives in those sentences. I can't figure that out, Jason. It's too much.
I think the double negative even made that not mean what I wanted it to mean, so that's why I had to start over.
Oh, you needed triple negatives or something like that. Listen, I'm glad
all
you just started
negatives.
over. I can't believe Sharks recovered from essentially wandering into Electronics crosshair. They're outside of the sewers, and Boomich is up by the restrooms. He's going to be making his way back, making a little noise in the process. I don't think that's necessarily that smart, but anyway, they're going to go all in for this particular bomb site. Apex and RPK down by the wall there by the monster tunnel. Flashbang to set it up, but RPK can't really be flashed in that position, and he's just waiting for someone to walk through. 24 seconds. Here comes the flank in, though. Good headshot from RPK, and Flamey patiently waiting. If he would have led that charge, they would have completely folded, but what an incredible recovery here from Navi. Attacking the right bomb site and trading evenly into it.
Yeah, especially with a man-down situation. This has worked absolutely beautifully. And with the money the way it is, they're going to have to save. Shox was past the AWP so that he could remain passive, and Simple's going to find him anyway, so Zywoo's got to go pick that up. Probably risk the crosshair of Simple, or wait till late in the bomb blast or the bomb timer. Third round for Navi, and now they're fighting back, and they're getting closer to that full-blown reset. It'll be interesting to see what Vitality do. I imagine we're going to get a timeout from Vitality in this next round, because they're going to have, what, maybe 2 to 3 rifles, but they've got to figure out exactly how they want to play this one to make sure that they can, if they want to force buy into this round.
Ooh, well, he's going to get the AWP side. I don't know, maybe just have a round where you play for Saibu to be aggressive with the AWP and get kills, and then have the rest of the team make sure he doesn't lose it. Sort of, I mean, RPK could buy a little bit, drop some pistols or something. I don't know if I'd want to, I don't know.
See, that's why I think there's going to be a timeout, and I'm kind of surprised we don't have it yet, because unless the Vitality just decides to full save. Some deagles picked up, but you know, there could have been, I think, you know, Zywoo could have dropped one. I think RPK could have bought his own rifle, and you could have had, you know, a 4-rifle buy.
Thing is,
but they just decided to save it. 6-3, yeah, that would have been, if you force up here, that's a big part of the half on risk.
Do you need anything else but Saibu on the AWP? I guess that's the question that we're about to get answered here. He's already got the 1 kill. Grenades are raining in. He's trying to turn around in case there's a flashbang. There's a second one. Oh, and a third on top, and Apex with the headshot. And the answer is clear. Just Saibu with the AWP is all you need. He's going to get the last 1, 2. A disgusting quad kill to steal the round away from Navi.
Yeah, but that's also a very weak rush. It seemed like Navi got very surprised to see the AWP at that B bomb site, and nobody wanted to challenge. There was not a single real attempt at a trade in that push. Here we go, there's seconds between each shot.
Yeah.
He has plenty of time to get into a new position, and the stack for Vitality works. That was the opening Navi needed to run up a good score on this T side as well. That was Vitality with 1 op and all pistols.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's not a round they should be losing. And I agree, but there were a lot of grenades that were thrown into the bomb side, and none of them seemed to affect Cyber in any way. I think all the flashbangs landed behind him, no smokes were in front of him. And as you said, the spacing between them actually fighting him was long enough that he could... I think the third kill, maybe there was a chance that he was going to go down, but... we'll see. Shock's right on top of Perfecto. You can shoot through the ceiling or the floor here. In case people don't know. It's never ever been relevant.
You know now.
And it never will be, but...
But you can do it. I appreciate having you around to check those kinds of useless things. Oh, this is not ideal. 2 players. Oh, good fight from Apex. Awkward for Boomich, and Perfecto's going to wander right back into the crosshair. He has no idea that Shox knows everything.
Oh, no. Oh, this is real awkward. He could get caught off as well. He's just going to make it around the corner. But that is... he's actually gone back for it. Is he crazy? 25 seconds. There's a really heavily defended B bomb side. I don't think they can make it through. There's so little time. Any mistake coming out of the monster tunnel and the round is done. 18 seconds on the clock now. Flashbang. I don't know how that doesn't flash him, but the Molotov will force him just into the smoke. 10 seconds on the clock, and this is a Navi round if I've ever seen one. Perfecto's going to be going down. 7 seconds, and the bomb is dropped on the side. They're trying to pick it up, and Simple doing his absolute best, but they are going to run out of time. It had to happen sooner or later.
I think Electronic died after the time as well, so he's only got $1,800. He did not get the losing bonus for that round. That's harsh. That one hurts. What a good hold.
Truly.
Shox with that position, that re-aggression towards the top of the staircase allows him to have a fast flank, and Vitality's off and running. And look at Apex. Ooh, you love to see that in the little mountain villa.
He's fired up, yeah. There's a whole adventure in my brain about Apex and his life up there, and just like... I almost don't want to know what it's like. It's gonna spoil the the illusion.
I know. I don't. Reality is far less interesting than the image that I've conjured in my brain as well. 8-3, and Apex is leading the way. Man, he's having a good series. He was playing well on Inferno also, and you go back to yesterday. The series he had was magnificent. He's hitting a very nice individual level, and he's got Vitality playing at a very nice team level.
Yeah, those are grenades, by the way, that have almost killed Boomich and Electronic. But you're right, I'm actually so impressed. Again, Apex has just been known for his whole career as a really proficient, I guess, entry fragger. Him and Freiburg for a long time was, there's discussion between which of them was doing a better job at any one given month. I guess the tendency is in-game, or sorry, the entry fragger is you're going to have good weeks and bad weeks, and I think between the two of them, they were sort of juggling for at least best in Europe for a little while. And who would have thought that he could come back as an actual, currently top fragger and in-game leader, like really late in his career as well. I just think no one could have called that.
Yeah, although we've seen more players try and transition into being an in-game leader, right? And there's been some decent surprises that we've had. Obviously, Alex had to do it at some point in his career, and actually even when he was a part of Vitality, didn't have the longevity, but I liked his calling a lot.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nitro's done it for Team Liquid. Just a general shortage of people with in-game leading experience has led to these players having to try and make that role work for them. And it's rare that we see such a nice success story, and at least for the moment, Apex is indeed a success story. Perfecto and Flamey going to gather what weapons they can and just back off and let the round expire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else they really would have done. I don't think this is not unreasonable, but it will make it 9-3.
You know, it's maybe the most interesting part about Apex as an in-game leader is he's very emotional.
Yeah.
As we all know from seeing clips of him like celebrating, his faces, his frustration, he goes through a wide range of emotions during a game, which I think if you like, just in theory wanted to pick an in-game leader, you'd want someone who is a little bit more like emotionally stable, a little bit more rational and logical.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's true. I wonder how much is, you know, just on his face and just that way, and how much he's able to control it, you know, when it comes to actually giving out the calls.
I mean, I'll say this. A career as an entry fragger for the past 5 years has probably hardened his mental focus and fortitude to the point where it doesn't matter what kind of face and what kind of emotional swings he's going through.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Maybe we'll get some insight into some of that one of these days. More damage with grenades there as Electronic and Perfecto do drop fairly low. They want to hit this B-bomb site. There's 3 people waiting inside. They're going to swing the corner. They're going to go for it right now. RPK hearing them in the back. Good flashbang in for him to get the kill. And it's looking good for the defense here. A 2-on-2 as Perfecto will finally get that kill on Misuta, but he's low on health. Simple with the AWP. Can they get that bomb hunt down before anyone else shows up? It's Shox on a really long flank with the M4A1 and Saiwu on the other side with the AWP. See, setting up a smoke down there. Let's see if Shox is going to be able to get the one kill. They probably need to make this work. And Simple is back looking at... Oh, the Molotov is forcing him back. That almost did it. Well, now there's a grenade on Perfecto. He's dead. Simple is in such an awkward corner down here. He's got nowhere to stand. Shox running up behind him into the fire. That's a nice play. And that is going to be the round in their favor with the kit and everything. 10th round on the board.
That takes some great coordination and trust in that 2-on-1 to come through the flames like that if you're Shox.
Yeah.
Good job from Zaiwu, also following up the ramp as well. Simple can only take one shot before he goes down. It was going to be one or the other.
I once at a tournament down in Cologne back in 15, I think, where Apex, I can't remember what lineup he was playing at the time. Was it like LDLC? I don't know. Anyway, he had a really dreadful first map, and his team went outside to talk out, and he just stayed on his own, like away from the team, just to mentally focus, and he came back and had like a really great second map. I just remember that in my mind as someone who's like really focused on individually getting back in. Now, just as we're praising him, he just get flashed and taken down. So classic. But yeah, I always thought that was interesting. Like, you know, I think he takes his own role or his own responsibility in this game pretty seriously.
Yeah, he's such a cool character to talk about in the context of professionals. I remember the first actual conversation I had with him about Counter-Strike as well, over at E-League at the old W Hotel, and I remember not thinking that he would have any kind of great Counter-Strike knowledge, and when I sat and talked with him for 1 hour, it was wild. I was just like, oh my god, you actually really know what you're talking about. I didn't agree with everything, but he had a great understanding and thought process. Great double kill from Shox in bathrooms. Simple's going to trade him off. Into a 3-on-3 we go, but look at the pressure being applied. And the question is, can Navi exploit this? They're trying to catch them on the fallback, at least one player, but they both make it back to the B-bomb site. However, they think Navi's going to press forward towards A, and they might get caught off guard. Vitality's playing retake at this B-bomb site. Just Masuta over towards Graffiti. He's going to have to let them into the bomb site, and now he's committed behind it in towards water.
Yes, he is. They're going to swing around. Oh, actually, he's a little bit further back now. This could get real interesting. He's got some backup here now. RPK is not that far away. Could try and do something. Saiwu as well going to pick up Perfecto. And now it's Simple alone, and he's got no chance. Nice defense yet again. 11-3. This is a lead that Vitality surely can't give up the way that they did on Inferno.
You'd certainly hope not. No one in Navi is even in double digits, Anders.
Yeah.
Like, no one is even showing that they can bring this back.
Real concerning now for Navi. Oh. Alright. Looks like they just want to hit the B-bomb side. But it hasn't really been working, but it's like, let's go. No wasting any time, rushing through. Great flashbang, but Apex, I can't believe it. He still hit 2 headshots. He should have been absolutely dead. We are going to need to see a replay. It's Misuta and RPK to follow it up, but that looked utterly impossible. It's going to be 12-3 at the end of the half in favor of Vitality. Such an amazing comeback, having just been beat pretty badly on Inferno. We'll see if they can continue this in the second half. That's coming up after the break.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup, a lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of.
Impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, Get Right got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's Get Right? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
From winning no CT rounds on Inferno to winning 12 of them here on Overpass, it's Vitality with a very, very good shot at getting a third map against Navi. I don't know where Navi went, but it certainly wasn't on this particular map that we were going to see anything out of them. As you said, no one in double digits. They kind of all went missing, Jason. I don't see a comeback happening here.
No, I don't either, but I don't see it as Navi went missing. I see it as Vitality. I mean, this is the same Vitality we had in that first half on Inferno. They came back into this and just refreshed, ready to go. A very good CT side, not a whole lot of mistakes that I noticed from Vitality. And it all started with that pistol round. The sticking of the defuse sent a message to Navi, and they never really recovered from it. Simple. Waiting around the edge of that smoke. Oh, he lands nothing. He lands nothing at all. 58 HP. Electronic as well in a battle for his life. Finally, Simple finds one close up. 10 bullets remaining, and look at this movement. Look at where he's found himself. Shox has no idea. He's about to assassinate the French legend, and Simple with a double kill and 3. Maybe that gets him fired up, because Simple has been absent from this series.
I don't know how he even lived through that. Just as they're shooting through the smoke, you would have thought he would have been dead. There was a fight out on long as well that was really awkward between Electronica and whoever it was that was out there. So this could have backfired, but what a return. Nice sequence from Simple. That at least gets them, well, that's the 4th round that they pick up. Gives them a chance here.
Simple has 24 kills in this series so far in 3 halves of play. And I mean, I guess it's not awful for, the average player, but for someone who's been the best in the world for essentially, best or second best for like 3 years running, this has been a quiet day for him. And if they want to make a comeback here, especially at this A bomb site, he's going to need to deliver. And now you start to see him get aggressive on this CT side, pushing up, finding a kill in bathrooms, now rotating around to help his teammate. He does eventually fall, but Electronics here to pick up the pieces.
Yes, he is. Bit of a jump to get the information. He knows Shox is around there somewhere. And the main thing here is just not losing anyone else. And stopping the bomb plot too, I guess. So that's all going to be fine. 12-5. Now is the buy round for Vitality. We'll see. There are so many options on this map to go for. I feel like we didn't get to see many of them out of Navi. It was just sort of a, you know, a lot of shuffling around and then back to the B bomb side, you know, a bunch of attacks that never really went anywhere. But I think there's a lot more you could do. I'm sure Vitality are going to show us some of it.
Let's find out. I mean, a lot of it simple. Pop flash peek, 1 kill. And does he choose to fall away? He's sticking around for the follow-up, hoping to catch someone off guard, but it's 3 players of Vitality booking it down long.
Let's see if Electronic is going to overpeak it if he goes to look long. Here really quickly, he does jump, so that is a safe way of doing it and get the information that they've run this whole way. All right. Well, that's going to slow down the round quite a bit. They probably would have loved to have... If he'd sort of swung into the fight Electronic, they would have obviously kept running and just tried to see if they could do it, but still a minute left for them to go back to the B-bomb side.
Look at Flamey's position. He's pushed up towards sandbags. I think maybe Electronic called out numbers or simple heard numbers, but he's given the call over to Flamey, so a bit of an early warning system. And Boomich should start to fall back towards that B bomb site now. The timing is there. Electronic is going to go investigate long. He sees absolutely nothing in this hit. Perfecto is going to be the first point of contact. Molotov in hand. Nade to follow it up. Flashbang's going to run deep. Nice crossfire. Flamey gets blinded. But Perfecto is there, and it actually still works, even though 1 player was taken out. Shox and Apex in a 2-on-4, now 3.
When that boost reveals that 2 of the people are there, they can probably guess the last one is up on the high ground. Smoked off for the minute. This is such a close round. It'll go in the way of Navi, but that's really expensive and could have got out of control. Still, 6-12.
Yeah, and look at Simple now. 16 kills for him, 14 for Electronic. That deadly duo is back. They seem a little bit more engaged in the early stages of this second half. 6 rounds back is Navi.
Real interesting. Still a real long road to get back into it. I think what really stopped that attack more than anything from Vitality is the fact that there was a Molotov on the ramp that they sort of had to stop and fight inside of, and that did a lot of damage as they were trying to get around the corner. Now it's Deagles all across the board for the French side. So let's see what we can get. We all love some 1 Deags. Well, Electronic going to be challenged. First up. He's pretty quick to react. Comes back for more, and Masuta takes him down. So, trades.
75 damage, though, to Apex and Masuta as well. They're kind of fortunate that wasn't just double up. But nice aggression. Still a minute and 10 seconds to work with. Simple has the AWP at the A bomb site, and he's looking for anything at distance and close up. 2 players at A, 2 players at B. There's plenty of utility, actually, for Vitality. Now that they have this AK-47 on Zywoo, they can use, 3 smokes. They can use 1 to get close. They can have a pretty decent set piece onto this A bomb site.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, it's going to have to be Shox or Zywoo leading some of the charge here. If they get the bomb down, even the Deagles on Masuta and Apex, even low on health, could do something. 35 seconds, and they're going to start to make their way a bit closer. Here's the early attack, and it's Saiwu to get the leading kill, taking down Simple. Boomich now, a couple of angles for him to hold, and he's not ready for Saiwu to get the second one in there. So now it's a 2-on-3. The bomb is going to be going down, and this is actually a great turnaround for Vitality. They have another smoke that they've just put up here, blocking off the stairs, and a couple of flashbangs too. I don't know if Navi are going to have a great shot at doing this. They might, again, want to save the rifles here.
I think even if they save, the whole team is going to save. So you might as well, in my mind, go for this. The problem is no smokes. Now, if they can get the AWP and just fall back, which might be possible, perhaps that's a win in and of itself. But for the moment, they're going to investigate. Tap the bomb. Good pop flashes from Vitality. Look at the scramble. And now they have to start trying to fall back. Good shot from Shox. Flamey's going to get away with an AK-47, and that's it. 13th round for Vitality.
And that, I mean, the kind of comeback that Navi were able to do on Inferno, it was uninterrupted, right? They just kept winning round after round. But the fact that Vitality already pick up their first T round here in the 4th round, and with just pistols or mostly pistols, is really annoying, obviously. So I guess they did have old Eagles at the beginning, yeah. So that's going to be frustrating, and that's going to probably make Navi feel like this might not be the same kind of thing at all.
Well, it now forces Navi to also win 2 rounds in a row to burn through the Vitality economy. They got some free upgrades. You know, Apex and Zywoo both sitting at, $5,000 and $6,000 in the bank because they got the free upgrades to an AWP and an AK-47. So they're gonna be plenty happy. Yeah, this comeback is gonna be way more difficult, especially when you talk about on Inferno, the comeback happened on the T side, and they were able to constantly take bomb sites so quickly that Vitality just never went for a retake. This is entirely different.
The pressure is on now. 20th round, 3 more rounds for Vitality, and they will be picking up the map. Picked by Navi, and I don't know, hasn't really been proven to me yet exactly what the plan was in picking the map. I feel like maybe they just weren't ready for Vitality to have such a good CT side.
No, I mean, picking this map, they obviously definitely thought they were going to have a better T side, especially after the half they had on Inferno on the T side. They had to have just been thinking, oh, our offense is rolling, our calling is good, our entries are good. And I mean, they got stumped here. This is a really good performance out of Vitality. So far, at least. So far, so good. Navi's forced up. They have no money after this buy. Everything is here on round 20. If they lose this, I mean, it's a save most likely for Navi, and then Vitality at 14 rounds has an easy path to the victory. Everyone relocating back outside of B. Shox is holding down Monster Tunnel, and they can just walk through for a contact play. One pop flash, perhaps over the wall, and we'll see if Perfecto can hold on to it. He's the close one. And no, not even a flashbang. They do it secretly. Navi never had a warning, and this should be round 14 for Vitality.
It even makes so much sense for Perfecto to be playing anti-flash there. Ooh, good lineup for Boomich. Big double. Bomb is going to be attempted on the other side here. Electronic, he would love to sneak around. They actually fake it a single time, and no one's there to try and fight them. But Electronic, he could actually win the round right here. There's the big fight, and he goes down anyway. Unbelievable. Simple out in the open, and he's going to get dropped by Saiwu. That was a real chance there for Navi to steal the round back. I actually thought they had that, but Electronic swinging against it. 14-6, though.
Yeah, Electronic had the high-level play. That was perfect. A great way to put that into a 2-on-1, prevent the bomb plant as well, and Simple can play that completely differently, but it's not to be. 14-6, no money for Navi, but they're still going to force up 3 CZs, a Deagle, and SMG on Flamey.
Grenade down in the tunnel. Ooh, nice spray, catching a headshot on Perfecto. Shox is also holding the sewer here, so he's going to catch some of the rotation, trying to help out at that B-bomb side. Flamey, no reload allowed. And Boomich did a great job last time, but this time it's with the CZ-75, but he's not going to be able to get it done. So if he'd got the kill and stayed alive, maybe this flank from Simple could have done a bit more, but it will be a bomb plant here, and certainly it's going to be a 15th round coming in here from Vitality. This time, it seems like nothing could stop them.
Don't jinx it. Nice shot from Zywoo. 15-6. 9-round lead. 9 chances to close out this second map. And take us on to Nuke, which would get very interesting.
I love Nuke. We should all be happy that we're going to get a chance to see it here. All right, they're laughing now. They're having a great time. They're actually enjoying this finally. We're looking at a bit of a sad version of Vitality, but not so on this one. Ooh, they just want to do it again. They want it to end right here. Good grenade, and they peek right behind it again. No warning, no flashbangs or anything. They're just dead on the ramp. Flamey first to go. Boomich next in line, and Perfecto is going to get dropped. What a knockout punch from Vitality. They are done with this map.
Dude, I mean, that's not a knockout punch. That's a knockout sequence. This is 3 back-to-back-to-back rounds of that B bomb site just walking in. Apex has just delivered quite a sequence. 15-6, about to be 16-6. 2 on 5. And Electronic has an AWP. There's no kit. Simple as down. And Vitality have done it. They put together a complete game. From start to finish, this was all theirs. And what a response to Inferno. A heartbreaking loss there, a spectacular win on Overpass. And we're headed to Nuke. We'll be right back after the break with the analyst desk, and we'll see you for the third map.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke. And then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's all right.
There's an Internet Cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as f***. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so
Okay, actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. Not Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude.
A dominant victory here on Overpass Apex, and it's you and Shox again leading the charge of this. You guys are obviously feeling pretty damn good today.
Yes, looks like it's been a while since I didn't feel that good, I'm not gonna lie, but it's good. I don't care about myself, but it's more for the team. Overpass was a good one, but yeah, the City Side Inferno, I don't want to talk about that because that was a disaster. But yeah, we woke up and now we're ready for the third map.
And being ready for the third map, right? It's Nuke. This is the one you took them off on the last 2 times you faced on Nuke against each other. You guys have taken the win. Is there any worries for you? Because we're yet to see ZywOo come online, right? I know you and Shox are performing well. I get that part of it. But it's like, do you need him now to bring the X Factor moment? Is there anything you can do to charge him up a bit?
Well, I know ZywOo will wake up for the last map. I mean, it wasn't horrible for the first map, the 2 first map. It was just okay. But as it's ZywOo, we're expecting way more. But it's all right. It's a team game, and I'm happy that sometime we can play good for him.
Oh, definitely so, mate. And what do you need to be careful of with Navi on this map, though? Because they have been playing Nuke quite a lot recently.
Well, yeah, the Nuke improved a lot, and we know it. That's why first we didn't pick it at first. But now it's going to be a tense one. We're good on Nuke, they're good on Nuke. We just need to stop thinking about the second map we did, because it was great, but we need to focus on the last one and just give our best. And let's see what's going to happen. I just want us to show our real level. And when we do that, I know it's most likely a win.
And that is the case. That's what I'm rooting for. Apex, you're going to bring it. You're going to bring it on Nuke. Vitality, they bring it back in the series, and we officially live in the opposite world or upside down world or whatever you want to call it. Chad is flipping tables, and Maniac doesn't know what to say. We're at a loss because these teams just keep winning each other's picks.
Yeah, well, if you remember what we talked about between the maps, I said, warning, the CT side of Vitality can be good, and I've seen Navi win on Overpass, but it was off the back of a good CT side. The problem was on their T side, they did not find a solution. As there is a man that I want to talk about, it's Shox, and I have asked the very talented Oscar to put a clip together just to show you guys how much space Shox was actually finding in this half on the CT side. Here you have a clip with the MP9, it's all good. Here he's actually flanking, that's 45 seconds on the clock, and he's coming in from behind. Here you see him again. He was this time playing balloon or party area. Now he's in the door. Shox was doing exactly what I was talking about in the pre-show. He was taking a lot of space, and if sometimes he wasn't getting kills, he was getting so much information. Vitality, as opposed to Inferno, was always one step ahead of Navi. They knew what was happening because Shox was finding these, I want to call them semi-offensive positions, which is not really all in, but it's deep enough to tell your teammate exactly what's going to happen. So he did a fantastic job. That's exactly what I wanted him to see, and I'm sure Samuel, you're happy about it.
Oh, I am, and I'm glad that Shox is being offensive, and Navi are certainly taking offense. Same thing with Shox yesterday. Map point, match point, and all of a sudden he's dropping 30 bombs. Seems like Shox right now is coming in the clutch, Chad. Wait, okay, no, I thought that was me for a second. No, it's not me.
I think we lost
Chad, are you plugged in right now?
He's out of word.
All right, he's plugged in. He doesn't know. Can you do a mime? Just like thumbs up. Shox is a good player.
Oh, it's just you and me now, Simla. It's just you and me now.
Bon, bah, on va parler en français maintenant.
Vas-y, on parle en français.
Let's just what do you think then going into Nuke? Because Apex himself was saying that they just need to focus on their own game, and it kind of does feel like that now. Teams are just winning each other's maps. Nothing makes sense anymore, so the only thing you can really do is kind of focus on yourself, right?
Yeah, you're right, and I think it's smack in the middle. We're in a 50-50 scenario because Navi have shown us previously in this tournament that they have the resilience to go in a third map after losing the second one. We know they can. Now, if you focus on Vitality, weirdly enough, it's going to be Shox again that's going to be tested a lot on that ramp side. We know that Navi likes to push it, and also Mizuta and RPK. They will be tested inside. There's a lot of split that are going to come in from Navi. They'll use the wall of smoke, they'll put electronic in place, obviously, but the inside will be under a lot of pressure. So RPK and Mizuta are names that we haven't really mentioned so far in this series, and that might be the time for them to wake up.
I mean, we kind of mentioned Misuda, but it wasn't in the best way. I mean, he kind of was invisible or absent, let's say, on Inferno in this series. Good for him that, I mean, it seemed like he showed a little bit more fight here in this second map, you know, get double digits, start to feel a little bit more. And so you hope that he's going to be able to give us one of those big performances going into this third map when the pressure is on, because we have seen him, hit those high numbers for Vitality.
Yeah, you're right. And honestly, with these players, what I'm looking for is not only high numbers, but I'm looking at them to be able to step up when needed, even if they had a bad series. And that right here is the key to be a complete player. You could have 2 maps where you're quiet, but when the scoreline is 13-13 on the last map and you need to clutch, I need you to do it. And so far, I think mizuta has shown promises in that regard. I think he's shown that he's able to be efficient even if he's had a quiet game, because of some of the positions he plays, he won't see a lot of people. That's also part of the structure, it's part of the plan. It's a little bit like TRK in that sense, sometimes you won't see a lot of people, but when you do, you need to kill them. So that's the same song for mizuta. Whenever he's gonna get tested, specifically inside, he needs to step up.
I'm very curious to see how let's say prepared Vitality are for Electronic's shenanigans outside. Ooh. It's something we've hit a lot here on the desk, how effective Electronic has been on Nuke at creating room for Navi to work with. I mean, whether the opponents adapt or not, it really does seem like he's at home on this map. And so, I mean, are we keeping an eye on Simple Electronic? Is it the same old story here with Navi, eyes on them, or are we looking at somebody else to step up for the CIS team?
Well, I guess you can never be wrong if you talk about Simple and Electronic, right? And the matter of fact is that Electronic becomes almost like a ghost player outside, in the sense that even if he isn't here, then people fear that he is. He puts so much pressure, and the game of Navi revolved around him, so you never know what's going to happen, and it's going to force some rotation whether or not he plays outside. Now, there's another player that we need to mention, one that I believe sometimes steps up massively on Nuke, that's Flamey. Playing that ramp area, the few times we've seen recently Navi play on Nuke, he's had some of the best performances I've seen him have in a long time. And it's going to be the same story about Vitality. Sometimes they'll draw the wall of smoke and they'll just push onto Flamey if they feel like he's alone, rather. So Flamey needs to step up, not only holding the ramp area, but also being quick enough to back up ladder heaven and give some help to his A player's teammates. So Flamey is the one that I'm looking at, but if you say Simple and Electronic, you can never be wrong.
It's true. And Chad, I'm told you're back, my dude. You got 30 seconds. Quick, give it to us, Nuke.
I'm glad I missed it all, because I have no idea what's happening anymore, Sembla. At this point in Counter-Strike, you just roll the dice, close your eyes, and hope that somebody wins. Hope that it's over. Hope that it doesn't go overtime. That's about it going into the third map. So if you have that dice or the cards or anything at home, roll it for me. See what comes up, because your guess is as good as mine at this point.
I got it. So they just need to believe in themselves. Believe in yourselves, players. Going into this last map, everything on the line, elimination match or finals. That's what's at stake, and we'll find out how it all goes down after the break.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We got yeah. Right.
We're all done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them three?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise, I think
it's got on this guy. It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
We're going to go with this one.
Who you
No,
getting?
that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh, he got who he wanted.
Dream team.
Yeah, we got
All right, Rush, your turn.
This one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me.
And you got the
Congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance map. It's training time.
Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But you know, it's not going forward. It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah?
Really good one in black.
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to it. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
Just press your keys.
Oh, this is complicated.
I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. Just good synergy here, man. I can feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe. He likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
This is just trafficking. It's not like pivoting. Okay.
Him like running around in a circle on you.
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're going to get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
Well, here we are. Third map going to be coming up. It's Navi and Vitality. We are on a nuke to decide this whole thing, and the loser is going to be knocked out. The winner, well, they're going to go on to play a little bit later on. I really think this is going to be interesting. I don't know what happened to Navi on Overpass. They picked the map, and we still don't really know why.
Yeah, that's happened a couple times in this week of games so far, is that teams picking their own map get absolutely demolished on it. So we'll have to see another bounce back out of Navi here. And it'll be on Nuke, which is going to be really interesting. Obviously, Electronic going to have a big role to play. My big gripe with Navi at the moment today is that I feel like Simple has not been here. And I know on Overpass, if you look at the stat line of it, like his score seems fine. 16 kills compared to the rest of his team. It was a blowout loss. But we're not feeling that impact. We're not having that Simple that the other day had 8 opening kills in their win on Mirage. We're not having that factor of Simple with the AWP being able to give his team a 5-on-4 or a 5-on-3, multiple rounds in a row. The impact is not there, even if the numbers are. And that's what I want to see on Nuke. I want to see a more assertive Simple who's willing to take over this game.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. It doesn't feel quite like he's having that really, as you said, forceful impact that we sometimes see. And now would be the time to really get there. Did he just buy a Tech 9 in the pistol round? Is that just, maybe it's just,
That should get you excited. You're the champion of the Tech 9 meta.
I know. Well, listen, if Simple's on my side, I'm just going to declare victory right now, Jason. I just want to point that out.
You're just going to take the win?
Yeah.
Take the W right off into the sunset. Here we are. You know what the music means. Pistol round is coming live. Navi taking on Vitality. Third and final map. It all comes down to this. Loser go home. Winner plays Faze for a chance at the grand finals tomorrow. And we're going to get it started. As we said, Tech 9 on Simple, 1 flashbang on Boomich, and this is going to be fast-paced.
Right to the ramp room. Shox is here, sensing the danger. He's going to start to fall back. Samuel, seeing if he can snipe someone away as they're trying to make their way down. They're going to be at the B-bomb site real soon. Electronic goes down. Simple on the other side. What a great headshot coming out from Shox. Big double kill before they finally take him down. And that might actually change this a little bit. Masuto showing up there at the vents. Yeah, they know that he's there already. The bomb is dropped a little bit further back, so someone has to go back and pick it up. And RBK, does he know? Oh, God, this is real interesting. Yeah, there's the final pickup. They're fighting RBK in the meantime. They have plenty of time to do this, but they're running out of players and maybe out of health a little bit too. Apex is next to go down, and this is just an ongoing battle all over this B-bomb site. It never seems to stop. A minute left now, and there's the opening. Masuta blows open the door with a headshot on Simple. At least the bomb is down, but Masuta will continue. Oh, and he's going to pick up the last one. That is some absolute style.
That is some great shooting from Masuta, especially because for the longest time, Navi and Vitality, they couldn't figure out exactly how they wanted to approach that round. Vitality could not coordinate the 2 players already dropped down lower and the 2 players in ramp room, and Navi couldn't coordinate an attack to actually pick up that bomb, and it all started because of this sequence from Shox. What a great double kill to get things started.
Yeah, that was spectacular. I don't know, like, once that fight got started at the ramp, it just felt like it went on for 45 seconds of just, you know, people chipping away at each other, some headshots here and there, but it never really calmed down.
Oh, look at Saiwu. He's got the op already. He's ready to go. AWP, full head armor as well. Oh,
cool.
dear.
And Apex with the AUG.
Why not? Okay, so they got rich real quick. Missed shot. Oh man, if I'm Navi, I'm doing a full send. I take away all the intelligence of this round and I go rip that op out of his hands.
Yeah. Just that, if you could get that alone, it would be so worth it. Apex is here to cover him though. I really, really like this AUG on Apex. I just think he's so good with it. How simple will take him down, so that's a bit of a shame. That means he's not going to be having it right away. Ooh, and the window. Ooh. Somehow blocking much of that. There's the pickup. 3 versus 4. And now they probably need to calm down a little bit, Vitality. Remember that now we do actually need to get to a bomb site before any of this gets really out of control. Even if they have this outside area and the AUG, no reason to get too crazy.
Yeah. This is where you run the good old-fashioned turtle strategy. You hunker down in your shell of a bomb site and don't do anything. Oh, but Masuta offers himself up. 3-on-3 now. This is becoming costly.
RPK.
And this is one of the more expensive rounds I've seen a CT side invest in round number 2. The AWP and the AUG, and this flank turning the corner. Oh, that's a great shot long range. He's going to get all 3. Make sure there's no more danger.
He couldn't pick up the AUG, though. It was too far away. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they bought expensive rifles, and they lost a bunch of them. And also just seemed, again, they didn't seem to at any point be able to call themselves off of doing this. They really felt like they wanted to keep going, felt pressure to do so. And now we're going to buy into this round, obviously. So that could continue here. AWP is still in play on Saiwu. I guess critically, that is what we're going to be looking for to see if he can have a big impact early on. And Apex will actually have the AUG.
He's gone back for it, his trusty weapon. Smokes outside. We saw Saiwu in round 2 miss a couple shots that he normally hits, so off not looking on point for the moment, but maybe it was just a one-round aberration. Electronics gonna get close up towards warehouse, looking over the smoke, looking for Saiwu, in fact. Not gonna find him there. So he successfully has control at top secret. He's used all of his utility.
Remember the last time we saw Navi on this map? They kept getting Electronic into secret, and then they weren't sure what to do with it. It's like they had him there, but there was no plays being made really behind it. So hopefully Navi will fix that in the interim here.
Yeah, we'll find out. They have to take Shox out of this boost. 2 flashes in, neither of them affect Shox. Molotov towards elbow. They have the space, they have the safety to clear out this boost. Flamey swings for it, needs to be a trade. Simple can't find it just yet. 62 HP, he does eventually get the headshot. It took some time, and it took some HP, but now they can put Electronic into play.
He's walking up, but if he could open the door and start this attack on Apex, that would be perfect, but it's going to be the rest of them leading it, and Apex will take a quick shot there to drop Perfecto. 19 seconds. Electronic now only just about to open the door, and boom, it goes down. There was Electronic, but Apex will drop him to a brilliant triple with that AUG. I'm a real fan of it.
Man, yeah, the AUG's fine on Apex. That's an awful round from Navi. Well, where's the attack? Where's the actual attack once you get here to ramp room? It's like everyone's actually scared to be the first one to initiate. You know, Electronic was slow playing himself in secret, fair play. There could be someone at stairs, there could be someone watching for the cross, but he was there the whole round. Once Flamey goes in first, Apex gets that kill, and he's got like 3 seconds before the second player even peeks him. And there's 20 seconds on the clock. It's like Navi gains control of ramp room with that kill on Shocks, and then everyone has to wait 10 seconds to talk it over. It's like there's a leadership by committee going on, and I don't know where the disconnect, but it's slowing everything down, it's giving defenders chances for multi-kills, and it's allowing defenses to rotate into the proper position.
Yeah, I completely agree. It definitely is a bit disturbing, because once you have the ramp room and you have a guy that's already down to the B side from the secret stairs, that should be like a one big crunch, right? You should be able to just lock in whoever's defending there and take them out.
And if Electronic had been aggressive in that stance at Secret Stairs, he might have even just had a free kill as Apex was in the middle of the ramp. Yeah. He might have just been able to open the door and be like, oh look, that's the backside. That's a free kill. And then all of a sudden you have the bomb site and you have the round. But it almost feels like there's some level of hesitance out of Navi that we're not getting from other teams. Shox has found a first kill, Zywoo with another one. And there's Boomich wrapping from behind and now aggressing through the smoke.
Yeah, Shox definitely didn't realize that he had already made his way past the box there. So a bit interesting. Boomich is actually real close to Zywoo. This could get incredibly awkward. He's hearing the scoping surely. Oh, but he's so quick. I don't know. I get it. Maybe he was hoping they double scoped or something. That wasn't the case, and it's going to be the end of the round anyway here. So, not bad at all. Just losing Shox to the initial kill there. 4-0 in favor of Vitality. Money back in the hands of Navi, but I don't know. We are going to need to see an adjustment, a change for the Navi side here, or this is going to be a real ugly first half.
Yeah, well, I mean, they certainly, you outlined it perfectly. Against Complexity, Electronic able to get control of Secret and outside, but never able to do anything with it. And the first glimpse we had of it here against Vitality, the same thing happened. He gets control of Secret, but he fails to have any impact on the round. Smoke is going to come out, but Apex is already close up. Oh no, he's going to catch Electronic with smoke in hand, and Electronic is lucky to be alive, and that might end right here. The nade is perfect. Apex is committed. He's got another one.
Huge double, yeah. The grenade chased one of them down and took another player in the mix as well. That is great, and what a grenade at the feet of Perfecto. That's just Zywoo tossing one randomly into the smoke, but it connects real well. Shox down here, goes into a bit of an aggressive move. Close up to Simple, and Simple's actually waiting for it. This could be brilliant, and yeah, he's gonna get a kill. And that's, I don't know, 4 versus 3. I guess he wanted to be there to make up for the fact that Apex had gone down outside, but maybe didn't need to. And they're still being aggressive, Vitality. They're doing this a lot. Even when they're at a lead, that could actually backfire heavily.
Well, they can also find a free kill into Flamey as they flank him. Will they be aware of this possibility? Flamey's not considering the lobby push at all. He should be a freebie. Drops into vents. But the open dark on Zywoo, this is the real danger point. And I think now even Masuta in ramp room is going to be there so quick with support. Even a Molotov remaining for Zywoo. He could drop it towards door and it'd be all over, but he's got the op out. He flicks over, sees the door, not prepared. He launches into the sky. But this is, once again, just taking so long. RPK's able to get into position, and Simple's too low to plant the bomb. Flamey's got to cover him, and he's not ready for the door opening. And Simple is going to lose. He's going to go down at 5-0 for Vitality.
Oh, I'm so mentally split between whether I want Vitality to be aggressive in some of these to, you know, keep the pressure on, or if I can't figure out if I think it might be too much. I don't mind this early on, but I think in a 4-on-3 like they just were in, it's making me real nervous. Good recovery after all, but that could have maybe spiraled out of control. We're seeing 3 Tech-9s being picked up now. It's catching on.
It's spreading. It's contagious. Upper rush through the flames. RPK drops, but he's got cover. Masuta and Zywoo get the first 2 kills to give him space for safety. He goes down anyways, but Zywoo's not going to miss, and he's not... Oh, dear. Oh, God. The vent has saved his life. He's still stuck, and he's still just being a target. He's just bait at this point. He still gets 3 kills.
That grenade. That was close. 6-0, though, in favor of Vitality. Now Navi have money again, but Those solutions that we were asking for earlier have not really presented themselves just yet. Top fraggers on the Navi side are Perfecto and Simple at 4 kills each, and then it gets much worse. The rest of them combined have another 4 kills. So not that great at the moment.
All right, well. Flamey blinded and cover of smoke. He's gone right past Shocks. This is awkward. Oh no, Shocks, did he not hear that? He didn't hear that hit Flamey, but Flamey still has no idea. Oh, that's wild. And Shocks still comes out on top.
Yeah, that could have gone a bunch of different ways. Molotov to try and put some pressure on Apex, but it's going to be spreading, and he's very late to put that out. I can't believe he's alive. So I think he was waiting and saying, no, it's probably not. Oh, it is spreading. Oh dear.
Where's the response from Navi? We need it soon. The money's likely going to start growing. A 5-on-4 for Vitality. And ZywOo's parked himself in CT spawn, so he's watching for the flank. That frees up the rest of the defense to move around the map. They're taking control of lobby just like last round. They see absolutely no one here. Apex is going to be down below. With that information, Shocks is going to move down below. And the likelihood of this hit working
but look at RPK.
is creeping to nothing.
They've just checked out all of lobby. They know no one is there. There's 25 seconds, Navi. Why? The time. It's still a factor. It's still important. You must get to the bomb site before it runs out. 15 seconds. They're finally doing it, but it's real late here. 10 seconds on the clock as they make their way onto the site with the bomb, and Simple will get the kill. Boomich with 7 seconds left, opening the door, and no bomb plant is allowed, and that's the end of it. Shocks just has to stay alive, and he will. This is so devastating.
It's so silly at this point. I'm losing. I don't have any other way to describe it anymore. I can't do it. Everything even went right. They got 2 kills. Everything that possibly could have gone right in that round for Navi entering the bomb site at 12 seconds went right, and they still lose the round because there's just no time to overcome anything. And here's the other issue. With the round taking that long, there's a reason Vitality is pushing into lobby because nice double from ZywOo. They're just shitting all over Navi at this point. A triple kill. ZywOo's just a god. If it takes this long for Navi to decide to hit a bomb site, Vitality is of course going to go get all the information. They're going to be prepared for a 15-second hit at the lower bomb site.
Yeah, my god. Well, I don't know. I don't even know what's happening anymore. 7-0. A triple kill with the AWP to begin the round with. This is such a ridiculous beginning.
I don't know. It's uncanny, some of the series we've seen Navi in, where it's like they have a limit. It's like they can only put one complete map together. It's happened in the series they lost against Complexity. It was a dominant first map, and then nothing on the next 2. Here again.
Yeah, the collapse is real heavy once it's coming in. 4th kill for ZywOo with the AWP, and he'll go down eventually, but it doesn't really matter. They'll save the AWP, and they're up 8-0 with... Oh, God.
He didn't even care that he got hit in the face with a Molotov. That is such a cool triple kill. Look at the flames everywhere as well. All right, well, it's time for Navi to dig deep.
I'm just not even sure what it will take here. This is one of those things where you need some mistakes, some vitality. You need 1 or 2 individuals here for Navi to sort of guide the way back. You'd have to be looking at Simple and Electronic right now. They're at 4 and 5 kills. Not doing terribly badly in that sense, but you need individual rounds here. Something that that can really get the team back in focus.
I want some aggression. I don't want to see a walk key pressed. Let's see if Navi can do it. Perfecto towards ramp room. Electronic outside, but very far back. Boomich up on the silo for the moment. Looks like they want to pressure towards Shock. Perfecto and Simple. That duo challenging ramp room, and this is nice. Early on in the half as well, they've forced Shocks down below already. Molotov is out so they can gain control of ramp room. And now what do you do with it?
Well, Apex is holding this with the AUG, and he's going to get a straight headshot, taking down Simple. Not being caught by Electronic, falling back out from that position. He's down to fight Saiwu, which only lasts about a split second. And against that AWP, a bit of an off angle at the stairs. So now it's a 3-on-5. Wow, they're getting so picked apart. Misutu with the double kill. Spammed through to catch Perfecto. He almost takes him down. This is looking so good. Now caught with the reload, but what does it even matter in the end? 9-0 in favor of Vitality. This is... I don't know, it seems like Navi have just vacated the server almost.
Yeah, this is one of the uglier T-sides we've seen at Blast Premier. I mean, let's look at the first 3 kills. We just saw those 2. The first one from Zaiwu. Second one player walking out Squeak with no utility, with no one to trade. The first kill of the round was Simple in ramp room, walking towards underneath heaven, just peeking elbow, walking into it with no utility and no teammate there to trade. I mean, you're not giving, it feels like Navi's not giving themselves a chance to even fight for this map.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem, right? Because, you know, if they win the pistol in the second half or something like that and start to make a comeback, you're gonna have that feeling of like, why didn't we just do a little bit on the first half, even just anything to give us the opportunity?
Dude, the way this half is going, that's not even going to be a thought in their mind. This is looking like they're not even going to be able to do anything for they're not even having a chance to get involved in this game.
Absolute shutdown. Apex back at it again. Doing a fine job with the double kill in the round.
When you think about it too, I mean, I mentioned that, you know, it seems like Navi and some of their series are only allowed to have one good map. They haven't even had one good map in this series. The first half of Inferno was not very good as well. It was only the second half where they just wiped it clean. They got battered. Vitality's like gotta almost be scratching their head and be like, how the hell did we let this team take us to a third map?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Sort of looking back at it, you start to feel like maybe that wasn't the awesome sign that it did for a minute look like it could have been. Pretty good headshot from Simple with the Deagle. He's got the AWP, but he's in a very, very tricky position, obviously. Yeah, caught out in the middle of it. It's not really his fault. Triple for Apex and a 10th round on the board. You know who's the real victim here, Jason?
Us?
Maniac.
Oh, it is so ridiculous. How has this actually worked out for you? You've literally woke up and opened WhatsApp and it was just a message from Anders saying, I want the opposite of what Maniac's picks. And it's actually working.
It is good, isn't it? I had to do it.
Oh, so stupid. 10-0. Molotovs are out. Fast tactics are not in the card for Navi. Oh, how many of these last 5 do they need to win, Anders?
I mean, can we just have one round? Well, how about that?
Let's start with 1. We'll see where it goes. Electronic down to 51 HP. It looked like Zaiwu threw a box through a wall. And oh my lord, it just doesn't get any better. Electronic is a freebie. He never had a chance.
They've got to be wondering too, like, why, you know, why even just through the smoke, like, random kills coming out. So we're trying to wall bang it,
First
trying to
through
make
the
things
box
worse.
and then through the smoke.
Yeah, just it gets worse and worse. Now he's down inside. That will create a little bit of a space maybe for Navi to have a bit of a victory on the outside of the map. Apex is down on the lower part of the map, so 48 seconds.
Listen, maybe I'm reading into this too much, but if you want to talk about a game plan, Vitality's got a god tier 1.
Yeah.
This is the 3rd time we've seen them push into lobby at like just after 1 minute, and they find everything. Like,
Jason,
okay, Navi's not in lobby.
No, they're out in the garage with 25 seconds. I don't know what's happening. They can't win the round. We've got 19 seconds.
It's so dumb, isn't it? I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what I have no words. And even
Simple's just laughing.
Even when you're executing at 15 seconds, you're executing through a smoke. Like, at least if you're gonna wait this long, please have done something to force the utility out ahead of time.
Maybe they went and analyzed all of this, and you know, we're looking at it. We're saying, man, maybe if they were a little bit aggressive early in the round, they left themselves some more time. And now we're like, maybe if we execute like 5 seconds later, then they'll really never expect it, and they just keep cutting off more seconds.
You know what? The last thing they'll expect is us running strategies later in the round than we already are. I think smoke just missed for the wall, so...
Classic.
Oh god. This is one of the worst T-sides I've seen in a long time, and I really feel bad about saying that, but this is horrendous. ZywOo is gonna get a nice kill, another chance, even... I mean, they got given a gift there, flashbang in his own face. Apex is still here with the AUG, though, so whenever ZywOo has a tough time, Apex is ready and waiting.
Yeah, 3 on 4 right here. They're quite up fast, spread out with Simple. Oh, missing a very easy kill, but he's going to make up for it anyway. It's all good. He got it. It's a 3 on 3. Flamey is in the lobby with Perfecto and the bomb. They have 50 seconds.
All right, guys, just wait 30 seconds and then we'll hit.
Big opportunity. Simple following it up. RPK flashing his way into a fight, but Perfecto will take him down, and the 1 versus 3 against Shox, and he's already been Molotov'd out, so much better look. Good stuff. Shox should just be saving the orb. Even if they have some money, I don't think there's any reason to go for a 1 versus 3 retake here. That's just giving away 3 money, basically. So, wow, 11-1. That's something.
It's a first step. I mean, they need all 4. So we need them to build upon that. Shox with the op is just going to chill. Plenty of money for the Vitality side. I think the only chance that Navi has, I mean, if they want an easier final round of this half, I think they'd have to win 3 straight, and then you'd finally have a Vitality that doesn't have the cash flow to buy. I mean, what are the odds the first round they win is the one where they mess that smoke up outside and don't have a smoke wall?
Yeah, that does sort of speak to the fact that none of this seems particularly well coordinated, and a couple of people they catch out there, which is good news. But here we are, 13th round coming up. Navi with 1 on the board. They've set themselves up for a truly spectacular comeback again. If they can make it work, then, you know, we'll all be impressed and mystified at the same time, perhaps.
Molotov's out across the board. Electronic gonna slowly cross the secret. All right, he's gotten in this position. Perfecto Simple, heading towards ramp room. But ZywOo's already here. Shox is tucked into the corner to the right. This is going to be a tough part of the map to take. ZywOo's just shifted away, so there's a moment of opportunity as Shox pushes in towards radio room.
Oh, and they thought they may have already cleared that out, but he goes in afterwards. Simple could have easily gone down to that fight, but he's at 30 health. So now, I don't know. Just Apex downstairs, going to be coming up the ramp. Boomich with a nice flank from heaven, and that's going to be a kill, but that's the bomb down. Cyber with the C-set 75, 45 seconds still. He's going to keep going and taking down Flamey, and Boomich and Electronic, they have really no health left to continue this fight. They are so dead. And that'll be a 12th round for Vitality, so yeah, all explodes in Navi's face right after that 1 round.
Yeah, they can't build upon it. They can buy again. Flamey and Simple over 6K. Electronic at 4,800. They have to buy, even if they didn't have all that money. The question is who's going to provide an opening for him. This is a great round. The swap to the AK-47, follow-up headshot. ZywOo just being such a beast. 15 kills on ZywOo, 14 on Apex.
That was a good meme phase for shots. The stress and then the instant relief. If you try and jump around this corner, you might be dead. He's not gonna make the jump. 14th round, and this is just such a disaster for Navi. It's hard to even really comprehend what is going on here.
Yeah, and it's not even like domination out of ZywOo. The first two maps, Apex has 42 kills, Shox has 41 kills. Those two guys have been playing so well all day long. You add ZywOo into the mix, and you can obviously see why Navi's having some issues. 3 players outside for the Navi attack. Flamey waiting outside ramp room.
Nice. Simple boosted up on top of the container to catch ZywOo. And I mean, this is one of the tools they had, is Simple with the orbs. I think that's a call that he just makes, and you know what, let me go and fight him, and if that works, we'll get somewhere. 4 versus 3, and with still some time on the clock, Boomich is out there. Ooh, and they're gonna catch Apex. That's a little bit surprising. He just smoked off Mini. He should be able to check that all day. RPK sneaks in from behind to get him down. Now, 2 versus 3, and Boomich is just walking right next to RPK on the other side of the wall, so this could get a bit interesting. Shox is downstairs, so it's all on RPK. If he can win the fight at Heaven, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people coming for him, so pretty much just all on him. Plenty of time, don't worry.
15 seconds. Yeah, well, RPK might have the wrong read. They just come out up top just as he looked away. They're going to get it. That time, maybe the timing of the round fooled RPK to think they were going to be going lower. Shifted out of his position, and Shox has nothing to do. Just like the previous round that Navi won, Shox, all he can do is save in a 1 versus 3. Still money for Vitality to fight in the final round of the half, but it's going to be 12-2.
I think possibly Vitality were a little bit confused in that round. You could see, I think Apex probably should have been able to at least look towards the squeak door there, but it's like they just lost track of what was actually going on. Shox is maybe going to be going down. Indeed, he will. So that's a little bit upsetting, but they will have the money to put it all together anyway, so not the end of the world. Yeah, 12-2. 15th round is coming up here. No reason to be too upset, though. This is still a very massive lead for Vitality. I don't know what order of comeback we're talking about here for Navi.
Yeah, it'd be hard to squander this one if you're Vitality going into the second half, especially the way that you've played now. I mean, the first half of Inferno, the first half of this map, it'd be hard to give that one up. Even all of Overpass was spectacular as well. You really only had one bad half of Counter-Strike today.
You would have to put in a lot of effort to lose it, in fact. You have to have a strategy.
Yeah, you have to try.
Yeah. What's going on? He threw the Molotov into the fence and it just did nothing. I'm so confused. He was confused.
I know. It's fine. I'm confused. I've been confused this whole half. Boomich on the roof outside. Apex is in garage. Masuta at the secret stairs.
Well, they've done good damage to Shox. That's a start. Apex is back out here with the AUG. And the bomb is quite far back on Flamey. Not that that's necessarily a problem yet or anything. Perfecto's got some good ramp control. They've set themselves up nice enough here, Navi, to be able to do something in the round. One good opening kill could definitely set them off to a path for a third round, potentially. Apex is checking outside and really seeing no one, but that's a bit of false information. They are going to be out there. It's just a question of timing, and he could be walking into certain death here. Yeah. Oh, I can't believe it. Boomich almost seeing him. This is so unreal. And finally, they're going to catch him. So now, surely, they're going to go 22 seconds left. Perfecto flanking around the backside, who's also up here, and he's going to make his way up the ladder. 16 seconds. Stop laughing, Jason. This is their time. Great spray down from the heavens, and now Masutra and Shox going to be run. It can't really get close to the bomb plant, unfortunately, but it's 5 seconds left. Again, it's slightly mental.
The only thing more shocking than them running down the clock to that level is the fact that they hadn't taken any damage and they hadn't been spotted by anyone on the map for that entire round. I actually don't know how Vitality avoided them that whole way. 12-3 is your score at half, and Navi scraped together 3 of the final 4 rounds. It's desperate times. Looks like Vitality is going to take this series, but we'll see if Navi have one more comeback in them. We'll find out after the break. Stay tuned.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
The final half is coming up. It's Vitality and Navi. 12-3 in favor of Vitality on the first half of Nuke. And that is just way, way, way too much. Navi went missing in a big way. Perfecto and Simple trying a lot, to, especially towards the end of the half there, to get them back. They won a couple of rounds towards the end, but it's just nowhere near enough. It's so hard to imagine this could be a comeback. They're going to have to win the pistol round at the very, very least. And, I mean, we're all very skeptical at this point in time. But let's see what they bring. Misuta going to be jumping over the roof on Mini. And did spot out a player, hoping to get a quick shot. They're going to be just exploding out in the yard. Electronic with a good kill, but they'll get a return. A second one comes through. Oh, he's lining them up nicely. Hasn't even reloaded yet. He wants the quad. It'll be Flamey to help him out with a little bit, but there it is. That is so well done.
If one thing is going to power this comeback from Navi, it's going to be Electronic outside. If he can continue to have those kind of performances where he shuts them down time and time again, influences Vitality away from that outer yard, then Navi's defense can really have a chance to fire up and get rolling. That's a good pistol round. Scout on Simple, 2 SMGs, a FAMAS, and an M4. Up against unarmored pistols for the Vitality side.
Yeah, so no real threat in this round. Could be a chance for Navi to enjoy just a little bit of a victory here. They ended the first half winning 2 in a row. They could be starting this one winning another 2 in a row here, and that's something. Even if it's against pistols.
Especially when you only got... Yeah, well, I mean, when you get 3 rounds in the first half, like, anything is going to make you feel a little bit better. Even just starting 2-0 in the second half. Shock's way back, a good old French timeout, we'll call them, as they will talk things over in a round of saving Glocks and make sure they're all on the same page heading into the gun rounds, make sure they're all focused, make sure there's no slippage in this 12-4 lead.
Maybe they are having sort of a theoretical discussion, like, guys, if we wanted to try and lose this, what would be the best way to do it?
Oh, come on. At least do a French accent.
Listen, I would, but...
Give us a French accent, Anders.
No, I can't. I wouldn't dare. You know, it's too risky. Could be used against me later on, Jason. I'm working with Maniac. He's right out back. He's French for all intents and purposes. Might as well be. Boomich with a...
I'm sure he appreciates that.
Listen, he's been hanging around French Counter-Strike for too long. Can't escape now.
Yeah, he's trapped. He's got no other options. We've really picked on Maniac quite a bit today. I feel...
I know.
I mean, not bad.
No.
But just, you know, an observation mostly.
Just pointing it out. Keeping it... I think it's funny by now. I enjoy it. The anti-Maniac strategy has been working pretty well. Ooh, but Simple, not bad. Taking down RPK early on. Oh, and he's going to be running in, executing one player out in the open is Perfecto and Electronic, and they could be in a lot of trouble, and they will be. This is a power punch into the A-bomb side. The fight will continue. It may not be done. Simple's the last one left. He's got, a grenade. He's going to throw it down. Oh, what a win!
They were just softened up enough, and a quad kill for Simple. And boy, did he need that nade. That was going to be a tough clutch otherwise. Vitality bunched up at the default plant spot. Otherwise, this is a great hit. Vitality do a good job of trading into position, but just enough is done between the Flames, the SMG. What a battle. Navi just 6 rounds away now, and the plant is denied, so not enough money for Vitality.
That was amazing. That's the sort of stuff that'll get you a little bit fired up. I mean, Navi need it. They need it so badly right now. So yeah, get Simple in there with the AWP. Get some double nades. Start to get Electronic fired up. These things, they all matter. Again, it's a very, very long road back. But if they want us to start believing in it, and if they want them for themselves to start believing in it, then these are the elements that you need to actually incorporate.
Flamey just jiggle peeking as soon as he sees a presence. Drop the smoke. Some safety for himself. He can choose to fall down if you'd like, or he can play behind that smoke. This is fake utility towards the upper bomb side. He'll play behind the smoke. Oh, what a jump around the corner from Masuta. Flamey gets wrecked. No chance. He's stuck on 5 kills in this map so far, and the rest of his team is now scrambling to pick up the pieces. Back in towards control room. Double kill for Boomich. Perfecto's here to follow up. The bomb is being planted, or no. Apex got off it, and now the door can open. I think Perfecto could have stopped it, but he was worried about getting wrapped upon, and Apex in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, and that smoke is a little bit annoying to them, although when it goes away, he's still going to have a low percentage chance of doing this. They jump right past, and with a deagle, he's going to get one more kill. These are some expensive rounds for Navi to be winning. The last one was a 1-on-2, this one a 1-on-1 at the end. And they'll at least win it, but with the bomb plant, Vitality have so much money to work with, and Navi will have to spend everything in this upcoming round.
Yeah, I don't think Navi can afford a reset at this stage in the game yet. I don't think they have enough rounds on the board to really feel comfortable getting their economy demolished. I mean, it'll never be comfortable, right? But if you can close the gap to 10-12 and get reset there, you still feel like you're within striking distance. I think that would be a big blow to morale if Navi have to spend 1 or 2 rounds not being able to battle and fight back. It's been 4 straight to start this second half for Navi. And if I'm honest, I mean, even just by eye test, they're looking a little bit more tuned in than they did in the first half. They look a bit more focused.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, you could tell there's a difference. I imagine they had a pretty serious conversation in the minutes between the halves here. Because the one thing is, you know, maybe losing a best of 3, but you don't want to go out in that fashion, right? You don't want to go out in a way where it just feels like, wow, we really just did nothing on most of the halves that were played in the game. That just feels unacceptable. Electronic, good damage on the side. They're going to try and see if they can explode into the bomb site. Yet again, a good trade on Perfecto. But Flamey's up here, and Boomich is doing a lot of damage. And this time, they're going to get shot down with only Perfecto dropping. Good, nice defense. And suddenly, it's 8-12. Still money on the Vitality side, but they're running these rounds back fairly quickly. Starting the second half with a 5-round block of wins here. That's 5 rounds in a row. That's amazing.
Yeah, that actually is pretty impressive. Well done from Navi. Now 7 rounds stretching back to the first half, and 8 of the last 9 rounds go to Navi as well. That's a really good hold of the upper bomb site. Vitality calling it early timeout. Again, AKs are going to be picked up. They've got plenty of cash for it. Full losing bonus is in their favor. And after these buys, they still have so much money behind it, so there's going to be buys pretty much every round. Navi's going to be in a really tough grind. This is the hardest kind of comeback to make. 16 kills on Simple. It's 18 on Perfecto, the young gun of Navi, leading the way.
Well, we did also see Vitality sort of go missing earlier, and if it happens again, who knows what is going to actually be occurring in this game. Cywu's got the kill already on Electronic, and Vent Diving is Apex. So this is so much control. So 4-on-5, but the fact that Apex is down there with no one else at all from the Navi side on the lower part of the map, he could spend a lot of time working this, trying to find another kill, or maybe just set up and wait for his team to show up.
I don't think they know that he's downstairs, oddly enough. Nobody is indicating that they have any idea. Like, Flamey would be in a completely different position if they knew someone was downstairs. Oh, he could get flanked, and yeah, Boomich slowly creeping in towards the vent. Apex is able to get a freebie. Again, Perfecto called upon. Oh, but he misses the first shot. It took way too long. There was a real chance, and while Simple is alive, there's still one, but Vitality send him packing. And Flamey must save this gun, and actually, I mean, I don't know. Down 4 rounds, he might try and go for this if he can find Apex. If Apex comes up the vent, this could be a real chance for Flamey.
Yeah, I'd say go for it. I mean, they don't really have the money to lose this round. They got to have to find some way to rally the team. Why not a 1-on-3? It's as good as anything else, really. Doesn't see anyone crossing, so that's incredibly unfortunate. I guess, yeah, that's what makes the choice for him. That is a little bit of bad luck.
I think if he was going to go for that 1 versus 3, he would have had to make his play earlier. When that much time has passed and you haven't tried to get involved in the action, that's when like alarm bells start splitting for Vitality. That's when someone is like, okay, I need to watch the flank. Apex is saying, I'm in the vents. I'll be able to peek towards Squeak Door, make sure no one's coming that direction, stay hidden from Mini. So Vitality could have had all the options to cover all the entrances for Flamey. 8-13, still a bit of a buffer. Navi have plenty of money to buy in the next round. I don't think Simple will be able to have the AWP, but they should have 4 rifles.
Yeah, which is, again, pretty great news. Actually looked like Apex was about to fail that spray shooting straight up, which that would have been horrifying. Also,
yeah, but you can fail that spray for like 3 seconds and still get the kill, right? I feel like you've got a pretty there's a lot of forgiveness in that battle.
Well, here we go. First round on the board on the second half for Vitality. If they win this next one, that might be the map in a pretty quick fashion, given the state of Navi's economy. If they don't, though, I mean, it's actually going to start to get kind of interesting. We're going to have to start taking it a bit more seriously as well. If Navi get up to 9-13, yeah, this is suddenly a real game, even in spite of the odds, you'd have to say.
Yep, you're right, entirely. Smoke wall is up, 4 players going to cross. Electronic is down below. Problem with this is Boomich is going to be the next rotator, which would leave a Deagle all on his own. I almost feel like you have to leave Simple alone in ramp room so those 2 players can be dynamic. Maybe Flamey can drop down as soon as Electronic spots somebody. The real fear is that Deagle, if they ever try and reconvene back to the upper bomb site. Indication should be coming in. A jumping Electronic spots everything, but vents are open if Vitality want to utilize it.
Well, and Electronic is still down here alone. He is going to need some backup pretty soon now. There's a little bit, yeah, Flamey showing up at the ramp. That's going to help out. 38 seconds, which is going to buy them time, and they have grenades left here on the Vitality side. They can block out a lot of this. They saw Electronic earlier. They're going to grenade him and jump down on top. This is a great take. Flamey comes in with a banging triple kill, taking down almost the entire lineup, and now it's a 2-on-3. I can't believe he managed to do that. This should have been a lost round. They had every chance to do it here, Vitality, but now they've been wiped out on the site, and Navi will just come home with a round. That is amazing.
I saw the first and the third. I have no idea where Flamey got the second kill. Did he just like get someone through smoke while being fortunate? What a crazy sequence. What a potentially series-saving play from Flamey.
I agree. This is huge. Yeah, so he just continues right
behind. That's
behind.
Filthy.
What a fantastic play. And I want to point this out. Look at the contrast here between the way that Vitality took this this bomb site with the way that Navi were doing it. Vitality went in at around 35 seconds. They had smokes to block things off. I mean, that's the whole reason why that should have never been possible for Flamey. The fact that Flamey brought them back in that round is just unbelievable. 9-13 here. 23rd round outside and nearly catching Simple. Going to be quick down. They want to see if they can follow it up. They felt like they had that. Smoke is going to go up, but are they really going to stick? They know that's an MP9 on the other side, but they're still going to be slowing down. I thought maybe they'd just say, you know what? We could do this.
No, the smoke keeps them honest. But now the big thing is Electronic in the warehouse becomes more powerful. He becomes very important to how this round plays out because he can watch towards Mini. If Vitality want to reconvene across the map, there's no one towards Window. There's no one at Heaven to be able to spot them out or take some shots away. Flamey's just rotating there now. But they probably feel very restricted in this staircase. They know an SMG. Ooh, pop flash peek as the flames disappear. And Boomich is going to go down. It's just simple. Off angle, out in the open. What a challenge, but he can't stand tall.
An RPK lurking in from the ramp now. This should be a round-winning move as well, even if a lot of damage has been dished out here to Saibu and Masuta. Oh, Flamey coming in. He's just going to keep going. Another triple kill. Surely not. He's backed up. He knows RPK is coming, and he's finally going to be dropped, but quick refrag as well. Apex is down. 30 seconds for a one-on-one. Flamey trying to pick up the entire Navi team and carry them back into this game. Back-to-back triple kills. That is just so impressive.
Oh, RPK is going to book it for the upper bomb site. He's going to go up Heaven. Perfecto hasn't figured it out yet, and he's just evacuated vents as well. Oh, this is going to be so difficult. He's got to start figuring it out. RPK just landing on the ground now. Plant is underway. There's the nade, and Perfecto sees everything. He knows he's been duped. What an incredible amount of responsibility on this young man's shoulders.
Yeah, he's coming out. He's out of the vents quick. All he needs is a single headshot. He's now backing up just a little bit. He's got no grenades or anything to try and make this more tricky, so now it's just a question of timing. Flip a coin for who's going to have the better angle in this one. RPK has put himself in a very, very nice position. Almost catches the timing then, but now maybe Perfecto could do it. He's got the kit. He's made the jump out, and that was the big mistake. He's going to be going down. RPK for a triple in reverse, and for everything that he did there, Flamey, it is just not enough. I'm so impressed, though. That's very hard to do what Flamey's been doing the last 2 rounds here. Oh, God, they walked into that
I mean,
shot.
this is... Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, that's how almost the first sequence should have played out. Was a great triple kill from Flamey, but still so many advantages for Vitality. So you see it again. This hit from Vitality so effective that even the miracle that Flamey provides is not, you can't replicate it. Even as good as a triple kill is in that scenario, so hard to steal back-to-back rounds in that fashion.
14-9, and that does terrible things to the Navi economy. It's technical timeout, as you could tell. But in a second, when it continues, they are not going to have really anything to work with. Oh, man. I don't know. I think we've made our opinions pretty clear about Navi and how they go missing and how that's a problem, I mean, now and in the future. But Vitality also, I mean, with the kind of lead that they had, you'd want them to get back earlier in this game, right? It's a 12-3 first half. And they let go of a fair few rounds early on before they really start getting back into this.
Yeah, but this should be, I mean, I don't know what Navi decides to do during this tech pause. I would imagine they're thinking about it at the moment. Boomich has just come back into the server, but there's no money. Perfecto has the most cash at 3,600. Boomich and Electronic are sitting at 2K. Flamey's at 2,300. I don't know what Navi thinks they're going to be able to buy, but what a difficult decision to make at 9-14.
Yeah,
and they're going to force up here. So they're all in on this round. And I guess now you can have that, we can kind of, theorize about that conversation of saying, man, if Navi had just had 2 more rounds in that first half.
Yeah. Yeah, just a couple of more things going their way. Yeah, it is close. 9-14 is not such a bad scoreline, but when you have no economy, you're buying an auto shotgun and an M4 and a little bit more to try and see if you can bring this back online. If they win this round, though, yeah, I mean, there's a chance. There is a way. I can't blame them for even trying to force up into this round. I don't know what the better choice would have been.
Well, here we go. Round 24. Navi desperately needs a miracle.
Ooh, if they rush ramp against the auto shotgun.
5-round lead for Vitality. Yeah, that might be the hope, but unfortunately, it's going to be the CZ. It's going to be the shotgun on top. They haven't spotted Perfecto. 1 to the face of RPK, but it's all over so quickly, so decisively. Electronic and Flamey to try and come in for a retake, but I don't even know if that's doable. They might just want to try and grab an AK-47 for the final round.
And even that doesn't look like it's going to be happening. Interesting call for Vitality rushing the A-bomb side. I mean, I think the thing that speaks in favor of it is they're not going to have all the Molotovs to slow you down. But obviously the problem is you could have an odd stack and that could really backfire. But this was definitely working well. 15-9. And now Navi about to need 5 or 6 rounds in a row to just bring it into overtime with absolutely zero economy as well behind it. It's just so unlikely here. What a crazy game this has been. It's very hard to sum up exactly what this has felt like throughout these 3 maps, isn't it?
I don't know. If I had to sum it up, I guess I would just say it leaves you wanting more. Like, we had one really good half out of Navi, and that's what you want more of. And it's a shame, when we got into this series, I mentioned both of these teams are kind of in the same position in my mind of like which one's going to show up. We've seen the really good and the really bad out of both of these teams throughout Blast Premier, and unfortunately today the really good from Vitality has showed up and the really bad from Navi has showed up, and that's just that. And this is the consequence. Overpass was a blowout. This map, despite a late somewhat comeback, has been a blowout based off that first half from Navi. I don't know. Navi's still a really painful team to be a fan of, I would imagine. My heart goes out to all of you Navi fans. Shout out to Banks. He's probably off crying in a corner somewhere.
Very, very likely at the moment. Yeah, it's a wild roller coaster.
Let's get him
ride.
back on cam. Yesterday we had him in the Navi jersey flexing after the prediction win. Let's get him today in Navi jersey, tears streaking down his face,
sobbing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you may get your wish later on. We'll have to find out. 25th round here. You see the MP9 and the pistols, and it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, does it? No rush to the A bomb site this time for Vitality. Instead, setting up in the lobby. Shocks holding outside and making sure there are no crazy flanks coming in. And why not wait? Why not let them use whatever smokes they had early on? If they had a Molotov, that's probably going to be gone in a couple of seconds too. So while you're doing that, you could just wait and set it all up.
Utility outside. Shock, Zaiwu, and Masuta heading in that direction. Slowly but surely, the wall has plumed. There's no one watching the cross at all. The closest is Electronic and Mini. Boomich is already downstairs. Utility to the upper bomb site. RPK is dinked, but this is not the main attack. This is all a fake.
Yeah.
They're pulling Navi in different directions, and now the lower bomb site is the final target, and it's under heavy attack.
Yeah, Boomich saw it, but I'm pretty sure they saw him as well. He's alone. Just now on the ramp, Flamey, but it doesn't have the tool that he had last time to get that triple. He's going to get one anyway. Great kills here. 3-for-1 trade in favor of Navi. And now just 10 seconds. The bomb is being planted right now, but it's going to be a kill right afterwards. And they win the round. Very unlikely circumstances. A team ace coming out here for Navi to get 10 on the board.
Yeah, they got in a position just at the perfect moment. Nice recovery from Navi. Still a long way to go, but they've got to be happy about the 3 picked up AK-47s. Unfortunately, they've got another buy or two to burn through for Vitality.
Yeah, those AKs, I especially want to see... Well, Flamey's got an M4 instead, but... See if Flamey could save them another time. He's a bit of a hero right now. Perfecto also, obviously, honorable mentions. 22 kills. He's actually ahead of everybody in the game right now, which is even hard to believe. Now they're going to go for it. A-side attack. Flashbang early on Boomich, but he could see everything. Perfecto. Big double kill. And Vitality not doing anything at all in this round. That is a nice hold. It's going to get Navi to 11 rounds here, as they will take the final kill. A triple, a quad, in fact, on Perfecto, pushing him all the way up to 26.
Yeah, he's been a beast in this game, and that's nicely done from Navi. They don't flinch. There's an execute out of Vitality. They wait a few seconds for the counter utility to disappear, and the follow-up execute is pretty dangerous, but the first 2 kills go the way of Navi and kind of remove the teeth from that attack. 4 rounds back now. And Vitality is going to descend to Deagle and Armor on a couple players, or just Deagles on 4 players, and to Apex with an AK-47. But they're a little bit low on funds. They just have more breathing room to play with. This rest of this game, 4 more rounds for Navi must be mistake-free.
Yeah, and Vitality are living in that zone where, you know, all you're thinking is just one good opening, one little thing going our way, we could call it a day. I'm actually scared to find out what this game would feel like in overtime, because it's already been just way too crazy. It's been really hard to really comprehend what's been happening in this best of 3. If it goes into overtime, who knows? Flamey pushed off the angle, but not dead. That's really the most important thing here. Could fall back down. They've got almost 3 people down at the B bomb site for a minute there. They were almost over-rotating. Yeah, there we go. Look at him. 3 people down there. If they get the entry...
Apex is going to lead the way, though.
Yeah, he will. If they get the entry on the A-bomb side, this could be huge. They could at least get a bomb plant and maybe even do some damage. Perfecto, though, he's a rocket this side. Apex inside with a bit of a return. So now, bomb plant looking very possible. In fact, no one's going to be there to stop it. Simple has to wait for a couple of teammates here. 3-on-3, and this would be so crushing for Navi if they can't find a way through on this round. Apex gets a kill, taking down Electronic. All they had was the 1 AK-47, and it could have been enough. Flamey now trying to save his team for a 3rd time, and he gets dropped. It's 16-11. 1 single AK-47 and a good call into that A-bomb side, and it will be Vitality going on to fight Faze later on. That's tomorrow, obviously. but an absolutely strange best of 3. There's no other way to put it. Can't believe what we just witnessed here. I don't think anyone else can either. We'll see if the analysts can try and find a way to even sort of piece this together for us. It's after the break, so stay tuned.